You ain't going nowhere. Ah! Damn you, little sucker.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, dude. Can you hear me good?
Yep.
Good.
Mr. Zane coming in muted already, and then he leaves again. I guess Ben will be along shortly. What is this fresh hell that you are visiting upon me?
What's that?
You said you'd explain on the show.
Oh, the Jordan Crawl thing?
I haven't heard that name in 100 years.
Well,
I mean, I already knew that you guys had a disagreement over religion, but who cares about that? I mean,
yeah, this is what I was going to bring it up.
the day I need Jordan Crawl's opinion on Christ, is the
Oh,
day
no, I don't at all.
Is the day that I, officially, abandon religion, because I do not need Jordan Crawl's insight on religion, politics, or even literature at this point. The guy somehow learned how to intentionally write bad little pamphlets instead of actual good full-length books like he used to. He intentionally went out of his way to write bad stream of consciousness pamphlets, and he's prouder of that than Tentacle Death Trip. It made no sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that because I've never read anything by him.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, the reason I wanted to bring it up, and I don't bring it up as a way, I mean, of course, I'm a Christian. I have no grudge or anything against him. But he's lying about me on Facebook 3 weeks after I delete my account. So I just kind of wanted to put it out there because there's no way for me to really rebut. Not that I care about rebutting, but it's a simple fact that he's, doing this while I'm assuming he knows I don't have a Facebook account anymore. Way back when, it may have been in January, maybe February. No, actually, it was December. Way back December of last year, we had gotten in an argument on Facebook because he said something to the effect that Christians, there couldn't be any Christian Trump supporters because I guess Trump's morally bad or something. And my case and the argument was that, in the New Testament, Jesus didn't really involve himself in human politics. His mission was spiritual. Therefore, anyone using like someone's Christianity is a way to say, oh, you can't vote for this or that person, except in like really extreme circumstances. They're literally arguing in bad faith, which is true in his case, since I'm assuming he's like an atheist or something. But we had hashed it out on Facebook, and then it kind of ended. It didn't go on after that. And I'd actually, messaged him, and we had made up and everything was cool. But then later he starts posting all these pictures about Christians being fed to lions in the Roman Colosseums. And he did it in kind of like a funny, ironic way. And I just didn't need that in my life. So I unfriended him, but I didn't make a spectacle out of it. I never, I wasn't public about it, anything like that. But keep in mind, that's like way back in December, January, maybe February. I can't remember exactly when I unfriended him. Okay, so flash forward to like maybe 3 weeks ago, months afterward. Well, not if it was in February, maybe 1 or 2 months. I'm pretty sure it was January. But anyway, flash forward to now, I deleted my Facebook like 3 weeks ago, and I hear that he's posting about me when I'm not on there and I can't reply, basically saying that I unfriended him because of that old Facebook argument, which is completely untrue. We made up from that. And I've never unfriended someone over arguments like that. I unfriended him because I didn't want to see him posting all kinds of pics of Christians being fed to lions because it's just stupid. But yeah, basically he's lying, saying that I unfriended him for that reason. And I'm just putting that little side of the story out there.
What does that have to do with the person we were talking about off air, though?
Oh, no. He's the one who told me about this.
But what does he have to... What about him?
He had went through something kind of similar with all kinds of people jumping on his Facebook and yelling at him and virtually yelling at him and stuff. I don't know the whole story on that.
Yeah,
but during that
I think I was exaggerating. Everybody accused Strange and I of exaggerating. These people are insane. They're overreacting.
I just wanted to put that out there. If Jordan's listening to this, he's more than welcome.
Jordan's not listening.
To come on here and talk to me about this.
Oh, Bullwinkle!
I doubt he will. I mean, he didn't really. Him waiting till I'm off Facebook 3 weeks to say something isn't necessarily the manliest thing. So he's probably not going to get on here.
Wait! He came on here as Bullwinkle, right? When that week that it was just you and I. And there was a troll in the chat. You said there were a troll, and they went by Bullwinkle. That was him, right?
I have no clue.
Well, you said it was. I thought it was just some random nobody, but
I may have conjectured. I have no clue. I don't actually remember that.
Okay.
But I just want him to know I have no beef or anything with him. I've completely forgiven him for being whatever he is, but for everyone else associated, including Vincenzo, which surprised me. I'm not necessarily looking for an argument with this, but if he's lying on Facebook, I'm going to, call him on it.
Haven't you learned yet that these people don't have thick enough skin to come on here and have a discussion live?
No, I would thought some of the people I saw in that little Facebook screenshot I saw would have had a thick enough skin to at least stick up for me.
No,
but most
they can only discuss things through Facebook comments. No, they can't handle an actual discussion in a live arena. No, they can't do it. Hey Ben.
Hey, what's up?
I don't know. Zach has dropped me into some fresh hell. I know that he's just trying to shake every hornet's nest he can because he likes the old Jeremy that ranted about everything, and so he got it.
No, I didn't do anything. This was like 3 weeks after I left Facebook, and I wouldn't even known about it had it not been for my friend reaching out to me and telling me. So this is a hornet's nest that was shaken months ago, and
I saw.
As far as I know, it was over.
Okay, yeah, let Ben. So.
Yeah, I saw the status on Facebook, and I figured I just let sleeping dogs lie because that's between you and him, and I didn't know if you wanted to actually dredge that up again or not. So I figured I wasn't going to tell you. So because you're not on Facebook, so who cares? You can't see it.
None of those people are going to come on here and defend their position or discuss things with any kind of candor.
Now, all they're going to do is wait till 3 weeks after I'm off Facebook and can't jump back in there and then kind of lie about winning an argument. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, and if they think that they're depriving me of something by not coming on, no, believe me, I'm very cool with you not coming on. But I mean, this is a talk show. We talk. And so I'm not going to run away from conflict either, especially since it's over the internet and not even in person, this is where we hash things out if we can. But believe me, I'm totally fine with spending, 2 or 3 hours just talking to friends and not engaging in, conflict. But if it comes, it comes. But Gregor was here for a split second, and then he was gone again. So I don't know.
Yeah, he probably saw the drama, and he's like, "Oh, I'm getting out of this."
Nah, not that.
But again, I don't bring this up to really bring up drama or argument or a future argument. I forgive him for being like that on Facebook, but I just wanted to make it clear if he's lying about me, I'm going to call him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what, Ben?
I was just going to say, if Jordan Kroll is listening, Jordan Kroll, that status was very uncash money of you. I disavow.
When was this again?
I posted a couple of days ago where he said...
it's so weird because he had to have calculated...
I don't even know what he said. What did he say?
Yeah, it was something along the lines of a Christian Bizarro author named Zachary unfriended me for saying that Christians shouldn't support Trump or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
then you had a bunch
Jordan,
of people in the
you-
comments saying, "What does Christian Bizarro even look like?" Like,
Yeah, even Vincenzo, that surprised me.
I
thought he
was Vincenzo aware of who he was talking about? Do you think?
He had Zachary in the status, so he probably knew.
Yeah, but Zachary's not an uncommon name, so
Well, spelled like my way with a K it is. But yeah, he couldn't have known, or may not have known. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
you're not here to please Jordan Crawl. You two couldn't be more different. None of us are here for Jordan Crawl's whimsy. You know, he's a very moody guy. You know, and it's like he's like a woman that plays hard to get or something. only with respect instead of pussy. He plays hard to get with respect instead of pussy. You know, but I mean, he's not all that respectable himself. I mean, and I don't know why he thinks he upgraded when he started writing these little handheld like pamphlets instead of full blown, actual full length books. I don't know why he's more proud of False Magic Kingdom, which is just bad stream of consciousness. I mean, I enjoyed it, the first time I read it, but I mean, honestly, I thought there was going somewhere, halfway cohesive, like coherent. And instead I get some Japanese guy in an anime store saying happy haha. And it's just it's like bad liquid television at 2 a.m, when I'm in grade school, and I'm supposed to be asleep. That's what his later fiction feels like. Bad liquid television.
Bad liquid television.
You never heard of liquid television?
No. It's like some kind of Adult Swim thing or something.
Yeah.
It was kind of a precursor. It was like on MTV, and it was like it was where they had a bunch of shorts and pilots. There was a pilot from the guy who made King of the Hill. That's where Aeon Flux came from.
Butthead.
Yeah, Beavis and Butthead came from there.
But looking back, see, they were cool and cutting edge at the time, but looking back, they are absolute garbage. I'm not talking about Aeon Flux and Beavis and Butthead, but, most of the shorts that were on there, you go back to revisit them later, and they're absolute garbage.
Yeah, a lot of Adult Swims like that.
I mean, I do really like Humanity is the Devil. I think that's a good one. And that actually is a full-length book, so maybe that doesn't count.
Well, see, that's... he takes the cut up thing too literally. He leaves sentences broken and incoherent instead of
Well, Burroughs did that. I don't know if you've read the cut up trilogy, but it's exactly like that.
But Burroughs cut them up and then he re-edited it until they were actual full sentences again, though, right?
Not really. I don't know if you've read like The Ticket That Exploded or the rest of the cut up trilogy, but it's like that.
See, that's my problem with Burroughs too, though, is that he's one of those writers who tries to make plot the enemy, and it's just ridiculous. If you don't care about telling a story, then don't be an author, But I don't know, man. I remember when Jordan Crawl actually tried to badger me, about because he was trying to hard sell on his books at Dynatalks, the Dynatalks store, because of some, financial straits or whatever. And I just liked a comment where he was advertising something. He says, this is on sale until, so-and-so next week, and I was like, oh, cool. Well, I can't do it right now, but maybe when I get paid, and then come payday the next week, he's actually saying, didn't that paycheck come, Maddox? It didn't come across like he was joking. It came across like he was just desperate to, trying to pressure me to buy. And it's like, oh man.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Have some integrity,
I mean, I will speak well of him. Like, I did buy some movies off him like some months back, and they never came, and I just completely forgot about them. But then when I bought some out of print Dynatalks books from him recently, he included the movies that he forgot to send. So I give him that, and he threw in some extras to make up for it.
Yeah. So what did we not do this week, gentlemen?
What did I not do this week?
Yeah.
I didn't kill anybody.
And you, Zach?
My hands are shaking.
I didn't flunk out of college, and I didn't get coronavirus, so I guess I'm doing pretty good.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Not that I know of. I was sick. I could have had it because I went over to my girlfriend's house, and now all of her family's sick.
I've had that happen before, where my girlfriend came to spend the night when I was sick, and she would be like, "Oh, I have a strong immune system. I won't get it." A couple of days later, she's got it.
Yeah, I didn't start getting bronchitis regularly until I started college.
I'll be honest. I have no idea what we're going to talk about. I didn't prepare anything whatsoever.
Those are what you did prepare something. You asked us for 3 topics each.
I did.
Yeah.
I did, but I didn't research those topics.
Well, we could always just talk about them. I mean, Zach, what were your 3 topics?
They were pretty bad. My mind was not working because I was studying.
Hang on. Let me. Why do horror fans become cucks so frequently?
Okay. Yeah, that's horrible. I'm sorry.
Snooty academia's effect on lit. Coronavirus is going to make life suck for us, kill us, or go the way of the leprechaun down a well.
What was I thinking?
Scooby-Doo.
Yep.
What about Scooby-Doo?
Have you not seen the newest trailer for the new theatrical movie?
I didn't watch the trailer, but the thumbnail on it was
It's
horrifying.
It looks pretty bad.
It's I hope it's got to be better than the live action ones with what's his name, Matthew Lillard as Shaggy. Those were pretty bad.
See, I liked the first live action one. Every live action
I did not like that one.
I didn't like.
I did not like that one at all. Like that extended scene where Shaggy and Scooby are farting.
Yeah,
that's fucking stupid.
It had some low points, but I think it had. It actually felt like it just felt like on par with what a Scooby-Doo movie should be of its time. I mean, it kind of had that early 2000s vibe going for it. But then everything after that,
the early 2000s was a waste.
I like it because that's my childhood. But then everything after that, what?
I was gonna say I was coming into being a teenager at the time, and I did not fucking like it.
Yeah, so you were probably like, "Oh, I hate all this modern stuff. It's all freaking, it's getting more materialistic."
So,
well, I mean, one thing that I thought was weird about the first live action Scooby-Doo movie is the fact they made Scrappy the villain. I know that people hate Scrappy and all that. For one, I never really hated Scrappy because Scooby-Dum and Flim Flam were way more fucking annoying, and two, It just kind of felt spiteful.
Yeah, I felt the same way. That's one thing that movie did that kind of gets under my skin. Is they made so many characters who were good, likable characters out to be freaking really mean, jerkish, and then in Scrappy's case, an actual villain, like Fred and Daphne. They were completely just not Fred and Daphne.
Yeah, Fred was, I don't know, what's the name of that guy who's attached to Matthew Lillard's hip? Can't remember, but he was a typical douchebag, and Daphne was just stupid.
Yeah, she was mean too. But then I really didn't like the second live action movie because it felt like they were trying too hard to get that old aesthetic from the the original series working. But it was just too bright, colorful, and poppy that it just didn't mix. But then the ones they did on Cartoon Network, the prequel movies, I don't know what they were thinking with that. Those movies seriously bad.
So Gregor has returned. Gregor, whence did you go?
As soon as I joined, I was not able to hear anything. I was having some audio troubles, and I had to restart my computer a few different times. So,
so he missed all the drama.
Problems. Yeah, what drama? What did I miss? Was it all related to Scooby-Doo?
I don't know. It's Zach's drama, not my drama.
It was all related to Scooby-Doo.
Well, I don't know. I guess I don't know who would Jordan Crawl be in the Scooby Gang.
What's that?
I'd say who who would Jordan Crawl be in the Scooby Gang?
I guess the jock Freddie.
Probably, yeah, it's probably the closest
Freddie is
one.
not a jock. It's wrong.
Yeah, I don't even know who
Well-
you're talking about.
Jordan Crawl.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Lopresti
Oh.
would have to be Shaggy or Scrappy, I guess. Yeah, Lopresti
Yeah.
would be Scrappy.
Yeah, no,
I'm not
Lopresti
ready
would
him
definitely.
yet. I know he's got a new book coming out from Nihilism Revised, and everyone talks him up pretty
Who?
good.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome.
Lopresti.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he's one of the few poets that I actually enjoy reading. So he's got that, but I don't like
But he's
how.
still probably lazy, though, right?
No, I don't think that applies to him. No, he's.
Oh, okay.
I
he's
don't
man.
like how he. I don't like how he is comfortable being Jordan Crawl's sidekick. You know, it's like when people accuse me of being Strange's sidekick. I mean, I shed that pretty fast. You know, I feel like there was no basis to it. But Lopresti backs Crawl up on everything, and or at least he did when I knew him. You know, no matter what, and you know, it's just.
I don't know.
So
if
who
that's
is he now? Who's Jordan Crawl? I don't think I've heard of that guy.
He's this bizarro dude who started writing like kind of like I
He
guess
was the first black sheep of Bizarro. He was the first one cast out from the fraternity, so to speak. He wrote Tentacle Death Trip, Fistful of Feet, Squid Pulp Blues, you know. And then
Okay, yeah. Then he what? Go ahead.
he opened his own web store and a vanity press, I guess, not vanity press, but I mean small press, small micro press, and he called it Dynatox Ministries. You know,
I've heard of that.
yeah, it's
I've
like a
heard
play
Dynatox
on.
Ministries.
It's a play on the guy from one of the Karate Kid movies, Dynatox Industries, Dynatox.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of then. Maybe that's why I've heard of it.
Yeah.
So why is he in the news today? Why are you guys
I
talking
don't know.
about him?
Zach brought him up because he was feeding Christians lions or something.
no, he was like we had
He was
gotten into like a
talking shit and
Facebook
things Zach
argument
would
like,
hear it.
back in December, and that argument was like resolved. And then he started posting all these pictures of like feeding Christians to lions or something like that. I don't know, but it kind of annoyed me, so I unfriended him, and that's the last of it. But then flash forward like freaking Friday, and keep in mind I've been off Facebook like 3 weeks. He starts saying I unfriended him because of that original Facebook argument that again was resolved, and that's just a lie. So I was going to bring it up and point out that it was a lie.
Okay. So what was the argument about? Just top
He had
level.
basically said that if you're a Christian, you can't be a Trump supporter, and we argued over that. But like I said, that was resolved rather quickly.
So is he a Christian?
Oh no, not at all. He's posting pics of like feeding Christians to lions in like a very funny, ironic way. Obviously not.
I see.
I think he might be some kind of like Gnostic.
Some kind of what?
Some kind of Gnostic.
Oh,
a lot
like a
about
Gnostic
that.
Christian?
Yeah, something in that vein.
Hey Zach.
What?
So what about Bob?
Oh, there's not really much there. He had told me that he had some Facebook drama recently with like everyone, writers and stuff jumping all over him, which is kind of crazy because
These people are petty beyond belief.
one
Get out of that community. Just be your own buddy in this author thing. Do not.
But then he told me
yourself.
about the Jordan Crawl thing. That's the only way I know about it. I wouldn't.
Do not surround yourself with these people. They will eat you alive and they will throw you out and everyone will forget about you. Don't ever let yourself get sucked into an author internet cult of personality. It always ends this way. These people
That's
are
true. I'm not in.
Huh?
Are you speaking to him or to me?
To anybody that I can save with these words. You know, I mean,
So who's Bob? Who's Bob? You asked
Bob
about Bob. Who's
Revel.
Bob?
Frevel.
He wrote Battering the Stem. He does. He edits for that Silent Motorist Media that I used to write a lot of book and movie reviews for.
Oh, okay.
He was a fellow Journal Stone author. I don't know if he's still publishing with them or not.
Yeah,
And
now
ironically,
it's like
I think
no.
Jordan
Wait. Now he sees what it's like, because I remember that there was like a 2-page sprawling thread devoted to insulting me, you know, and he was pitching right in there with them, you know, talking shit. So now he knows what it feels like. So yeah, he can come on if he wants to, but I doubt he will. Zach, you know, maybe you can, you know.
No, he said he would. He's pretty cool.
Okay, well. Fuck it, throw him the link. I don't care.
He said he wasn't going to tonight, but he might, you know, in a later show.
Okay, well, next week, if all goes well, I'm planning to have Kirk Jones on, because I've been after him for weeks, you know, and he said, you know, after this weekend he can do it. So hopefully, you know, and Kirk's always been a cool cat. So, but
That sounds good. I like the book.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff. I wanted Fuck Happiness to be a 5-star book. I wish it had been, but it was a cool idea anyway. And anyway, we could have both of them on next week, you know, all at once or at different times. It doesn't matter. So,
yeah, I've been meaning to read Kirk Jones for a while. I think I have Die Empty on my Kindle. He's a fellow Addle author, and he did give me a very kind review on Elaine, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I see that Fuck Happiness like everywhere.
Yeah,
like it never goes away.
The problem I had with that is that it was grappling with a concept that was bigger than anything cartoonish or comedic, and I think that the cartoonishness bogged down from being the book it could have been, with the guy farting like bubble bath, you know, tonic, you know, as a way of ridding the universe of negative energy or something. And then there's a vulture that's addicted to Robitussin and cough syrup. These things didn't belong in this story that's big on like entropy and dark matter and all this other stuff, if I recall correctly, that's like big universal, like, you know, big concepts. And we got a vulture that's addicted to cough syrup. And, you know, it's just, I feel like he was thinking too much like a Bizarro author when he should have probably, you know, excised those things from the manuscript and gone in a more serious direction with it.
Yeah, I've had that feeling reading a lot of Bizarro. It seems like they take the cartoony thing kind of too far, where it's
and there's too many talking animals.
Yeah, it seems like an autopilot thing, because it's really easy to just come up with stupid stuff. It's
no more guys. I know your press is dead, but if you ever decide to venture outside of that, you know, that mausoleum, as it were, be sure and write some stories that don't have talking animals in them. Okay, it's okay every once in a while, you know, but you guys didn't even do it the way Richard Adams did with Watership Down, or like, you know, the World of Nim or anything. No, you've got them like Roger Rabbit type talking animals, not Watership Down, subtle and, you know, on their own level. No, you got to have them like fully sentient, you know, bipedal animals. And I mean, enough. But
so is there really a lot of that going on in the Bizarro land?
Yes. Are you kidding me?
Okay. Well, I mean, I haven't read as widely in the Bizarro universe as you.
I can name so many of them off the shelf right now, man.
Yeah, we have one of them on our own show.
What, a talking animal?
Is that Ben?
No, Gregor.
Oh, talking goat. Oh yeah, well yeah, that's true. That is true.
You got time,
but I don't have any talking animals in. I don't think any of my stories really. I mean, the closest is Mr. Tucker and me. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't talk,
but he doesn't. He doesn't talk now.
But still.
But he's a hyper intelligent squirrel. Yes.
I still think you ought to have them solve the mystery of these giant tumorous masses that are eatable and fuckable or whatever.
You should have a crossover and those guys save the day.
Or maybe they get killed by him. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd never thought about that. That's kind of a good hodgepodge. Maybe I'll have to turn it into the Hanover Quintet then, and come and
Well, I mean, why
and
not?
do
I
that.
think that every author should like be custodian of their own little microverse. Yeah, I believe that everyone should follow that Stephen King, Brian Keene's schematic of a universe being self-contained, even if they're alternate universes adjacent to one another.
I mean, I do that to a certain degree,
Mhm.
So I mean, I do have allusions to other stories within stories,
Now, which
you
which
know.
one? Which one? I don't.
I make allusions to Six Dead Spots in the Hanover Block series. I make allusion to Six Dead Spots in the Dr. Proclivity and Professor Propensity story that was in what is it, Bad Apples 2. So I mean, there's a fair amount of crossover.
Let's see. Look,
Not a huge amount. I don't have a huge amount of material out either, though. So, but yeah, I'm definitely a believer in the cross pollination or the cross referencing between various different fictions, little Easter eggs.
Does anyone here ever literally like basically do the reboot of a story and had like a
What do you mean?
character that's basically like, I mean, well, I said just like take a story and then literally like have a remake of it.
I mean, your own story?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. But how would you, how would that go? I guess, right? I mean, you're
It
just
kind
talking
of
about.
creates like I have this little cinematic universe, and that every book is literally just a remake of the other book. I never had any of them published. I had one of them like stolen, which is why I didn't publish it. But I kind of have my own little universe going in that way.
So wait, it was stolen how?
There was this freaking shady publisher that opened up. This is back, when I was just starting out, so I didn't know what to look for. And I submitted it to them, and then the freaking publisher, the website, and everything just goes away. And I've never been able to get that, find out what happened.
But it didn't get stolen in that it was published under a different name or something, though, right?
I don't know. It could have been. It might be floating
Yeah.
out there someday or somewhere.
So how was it a reboot of an earlier telling? I mean, what's the?
Well, I
What I mean?
rebooted that book like freaking 2 or 3 times. Like I kept writing books.
I mean, are
about
you
the
trying
same
to make
character, but
you?
it's like each book was like a variation on the same story.
Yeah, but you would never intend to publish all 3 versions, though, right?
I kind of think it would be a cool idea. Maybe not practical, but just
I mean, how
it's kind of
different
like the
are they? I
Texas
mean, they'd have
Chainsaw
to be pretty
Massacre thing.
different.
It's like each sequel is kind of like a reboot of the first one, but they're all kind of different in their own way.
Yeah, I've never started from scratch to rewrite a story that I felt, like I never like abandoned something or finished a story and then said I need to rewrite that from scratch. I mean, is that what you're talking about?
No, literally, it's literally just like I want to revisit it, so I kind of have a new spin on the same thing. It's completely impractical and stupid, I know, but I've done it like 3 or 4 times.
Hey,
That's an interesting thing to do. I've not thought about that, but that's peculiar. So how different is it? Is it pretty different from the original? I mean, the earlier retellings, earlier tellings?
Yeah, each story was the ending was different, and the overall premise was different. But that same kind of like little kernel or outline was in each book.
It might be interesting to do like a Rashomon style trilogy with the same story told from different perspectives like that.
yes, for sure.
Dead
The
Air.
first one was called Beach Bum Redemption. I think that's actually the first like a long book I ever wrote.
Good title. Ben, I've heard a little bit about Chapo Trap House. Explain to me why you chose this as a topic. How is it in the news right now?
Well, people, there's a lot of like whining from like the PC leftists about like Elizabeth Warren dropping out. Like Chapo Trap House people like point to them as just like, this is why I don't support Bernie Sanders. Yeah, and it's the Chapo Trap House guys. They are socialists, but they're very anti-PC. They're always making crude jokes, like when they when Elizabeth Warren dropped out, they had a whole show mocking her. They talked about how things like, yeah, she's rich in wampum and things like that.
Holy shit, that sounds awesome. I can't believe it. So, wait a minute. They're not politically correct in the least? Or do they just joke about things that they're passionate about? I don't understand.
Well, they make un-PC jokes. I mean, they're not like outright like sexist or racist or things like that, and they're pretty opposed to that, but like they're willing to like make jokes about the expense of people like Elizabeth Warren.
I've never seen people turn I thought everybody on the left embraced Bernie Sanders and was disappointed when he lost last election or last primaries, I guess you'd say. But it's weird, man, how they're turning on all their candidates that actually have something of a chance. It is bizarre to watch them, divide down into different factions, Bernie Sanders, he has 3 houses, 3 mansions, so he's not a true socialist, so we can't support him.
The funny thing is, like, that doesn't seem to be like the biggest criticism of it. The biggest criticism of it is his supporters are mean. Wah!
Bernie Bros.
Yeah, that's like the whole thing. It's just like, oh no, Chapo Trap House made jokes about how they called Elizabeth Warren a bitch. That means I can't vote for Bernie Sanders, even though he's the closest one to Elizabeth Warren's platform.
Is anybody actually buying that Biden is back in the race or totally organically?
That thing Trump did today was hilarious with Biden. Oh my God.
Does anybody actually believe that Biden is ahead again organically, like totally legit?
Well, they just recently like happened to find like some lost thumb drives from Super Tuesday, and I'm sure there's absolutely no rat fuckery going on there.
What are you talking about? What thumb drive from Super Tuesday? What's that?
Is that like thumb drives counting the votes or something like that?
I thought it's just recently found them.
So they're gonna fuck him again, basically.
They're apparently trying to. Unless they actually want the creepy uncle with holes in his brain.
Here's what I think. I think that they do that. They meaning the elite, and those who are
the elite do. I mean, like the actual voters.
Here's what I think. Well, I mean, the elite can make the voters want something else, or they can, put words in their mouths. It doesn't really matter. They can rig this game however they want, But what I believe is that there's been this large criticism that Obama hasn't come out and endorsed Biden or anyone else for that matter, right?
I personally think that the reason Obama didn't endorse Biden is because he's aware that Biden is undergoing neurological deterioration.
I think you're giving him too much credit there. I think that the reason that everyone bowed out all of a sudden, like Pete Buttigieg and who else bowed out? Bloomberg.
Yeah, and they all endorsed Biden, even though they heavily criticized him during the debates.
See? Why? Because they were.
I mean, that's kind of normal, though, isn't it? Though, I mean, it's kind of normal.
Not right before Super Tuesday. Not right before.
But I'm saying that there's a lot of politicians that fight dirty, criticize each other, and then endorse the winner, right?
Yeah, but before Super Tuesday, not after.
The reason for it is class solidarity.
Well, hang on though.
Biden's is like the only one who is within their class interest.
Hang on, I'm getting there. Hang on. What I think is that they all bowed out at the same time, either right before or a little bit after Super Tuesday, and through their support behind Biden, because in his fragile state, he is easily controlled, especially depending on who he chooses as his vice president. Okay.
I definitely think that's a big part of it. and that's why he's been declining interviews and such. They're trying to keep him from speaking to looking even more ridiculous than he already does.
Imagine how someone like that can be controlled. It's like a politician, an evil politician's dream. Think about it, huh?
Yeah, and they're trying to like run this. Oh, he just has a stutter. A stutter.
He said he was running for Senate.
He said he was running for Senate. It doesn't explain like his weird, weird rants. It doesn't explain him doing things like telling people to vote for everyone else during the Iowa caucus. It doesn't explain him like handing.
Those are deep fakes, man, deep fakes.
Hey, let's watch the 7-minute gaff collection.
Or it doesn't explain him doing that weird shit like sniffing kids' heads.
Yeah.
Deep fakes. It's all fake. That's all deep fakes.
Yeah, it's all deep fakes. I'm the one being paranoid by thinking that they're trying to run someone with actual brain deterioration.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does seem like that. Yes. I mean, he definitely seems to have some problems. The latest one was like, what was he saying? Like, I couldn't even say. What was he? It was like didn't make it. Oh, something about we need to make sure that we reelect Trump or something like that. Have you seen that clip?
Yeah, that was what I was talking about this morning. Trump.
Yeah, with that one, like with something like that, yeah, I could see that just being a gay for him having a stutter or whatever. But like with everything else, like,
I know.
You cannot tell me there's something wrong with this man's brain, especially when you go back and watch old videos of him. He was just fine in the old videos.
Right.
I mean,
when he was talking about him running for Senate, and then if you don't like me, just vote for the other Biden. That was a really good one too. Yeah, that's not a stutter right there, So, yeah, he's definitely got some issues.
Where is this clip you're talking about, Zach?
No, listen, you lying dog-faced pony soldier. If you criticize Biden, you are ableist, but he does not have brain deterioration.
He did say dog-faced pony soldier.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm not saying that one.
Yeah, I think it was at the Iowa caucus. He was like, some woman asked him something, and he called her a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes me want to vote for him. Lying dog-faced pony soldier. I like that.
That's why Obama hasn't endorsed him or anyone else. It's because he's bankrolling all of his opponents to drop out. Because Obama or anybody else who's behind the scenes pulling this simpleton strings, can get whatever they want done. Holy shit. They say that Reagan was, showing signs of dementia near the end of his presidency. So he was probably being controlled by war hawks, and like the old school right. This is not unheard of.
If you served as president twice, could you serve as vice president?
I think so.
I don't know. No. He wouldn't be in official capacity. He can just do things. He's protected by the Secret Service, man.
Well, I know. I'm just curious, though, right? I'm just wondering.
That's a good question. I would think they would limit. Why would you want to take a step down to vice president? Has that ever happened?
I mean, Putin does it, right? In his country. I mean, he flips from president to prime minister, whatever his roles are, back and forth. So he can stay in charge.
Yeah, but he just completely disregards the rule of law in the country. But
right, I know. I'm just saying.
People have been saying that that like people like Biden because he's a return to like the Obama era. Like on the surface, it seems that way. But the fact of the matter is, Biden was like the old school Democratic centrist that he appointed to keep from looking too radically progressive. So no, he's not.
Wait, what was that again?
Biden, when Obama selected Biden as his vice president, Biden was the old school centrist Democrat that he had picked out to keep from looking too radically progressive.
Oh, I get you. Okay, I thought that's what you said, but I thought you said the opposite. And I was like, what? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So no, putting him in office is not a return to the Obama era.
No, well, I mean, it's hard to say what it'll be. I mean, it'll be. Who knows what'll happen? I mean, it just seems crazy that anybody. I feel sorry for the man, really, Biden. I mean, I think that, it does seem obvious that he's got some early, not early, but early stages of dementia or something going on, and it just seems awful cruel that he doesn't have anybody around him that loves him enough to tell him to step aside. pretty bad.
Yeah, when you get to that level, I guess, I guess at some point they, they just say fuck all that, and you're going to be fucking president. And I really hate that they're coming out.
PDF meme of Biden.
I mean, it's going to be like a weekend at Bernie's kind of a thing, right? I mean, it's
a weekend at Biden's, yeah. A weekend at creepy Uncle
right.
Joe's.
I mean, right. They're just going to stand the dude up. They're going to put animatronics in his face and just make him talk.
Yeah, Bernie's the one trying to stop it. It's just like, I'm literally just trying to give you guys health care, and you're voting for the creepy uncle with holes in his brain.
Hey, Zach. So link me to this collection of gaffes if you can find it.
Oh, I already did.
Where?
Yeah.
I think I sent it to your Goodreads.
Okay.
I hope it was you.
I mean,
But,
even that poolside speech is evidence of cognitive deterioration.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy was just there's problems there.
Granted,
Go ahead,
if there's one thing that would make me just say, fuck all electoral politics, let's just pick up our guns and start Civil War II electric boogaloo, it would be like seeing Elizabeth Warren stands on Twitter. I fucking hate those people. I hate them.
I mean, I don't like seeing anybody on Twitter. I don't think really. I mean, Twitter's horrible.
But they're all talking about is just like, oh, I just have a policy of not supporting men, and of course it's a man tweeting that, or things just like Bernie reminds me of this mean ex-boyfriend that I had, and just all that shit. It's just like, I hate all of you people. I want you all to literally die. This is not a bit. Please die.
I mean, dates out of the nursing home.
I don't know if Twitter makes people horrible or just attracts horrible people. I think it might be a little bit of both, but it's really just a terrible place to be.
Yeah, fuck Twitter.
Yes, and then what are you showing us here, Mr. Maddox?
It's a collection of Biden's gaffes, I guess, but that's not 7 minutes, Zach. That's 2 minutes.
Maybe it wasn't 7 minutes. I remember there being this one that was like pretty long.
Well, let's see what.
2 minutes is probably fine.
Yeah.
These should be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
The thing. You know the thing.
I'm here.
All men were created equal by the thing. I love that.
I'm here to ask you for your help. Where I come from, you don't get far unless you ask. My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
I feel bad laughing, but I can't help it.
Or Jeremy?
That was me.
Look,
I feel bad laughing, but I can't help it.
Help out, if not vote for the other guy. Give me a look.
Don't vote for the other guy.
Wait, what? I couldn't even make that out.
Yeah, he said go vote for the other Biden.
Play that one back.
The evil reptilian Biden. Vote for the gray alien.
He's probably talking about Hunter. He's probably talking about vote for Hunter, man.
If Bernie's in the side, is just like, don't you insult me by calling me Biden.
Okay? Look, tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. By the way,
where am I?
Oh, Sister Valerie, and I'm Jim's husband. Oh, no.
Yeah!
He got his wife and sister mixed around. That's why he won Alabama.
Oh,
that's gorgeous. That's beautiful, man. That wasn't your joke, was it, originally?
No, it wasn't a meme. Whereas it's like he does that, and then it shows like, oh, the Joe Biden wins Alabama.
Oh my God, this era that we are in, it's so meme worthy. It's so easy. It's too easy to meme. I mean, it's all there. Alabama, sister, wife. I mean,
I wonder if all the presidents, like just throughout history, the political candidates were this bad, but we just see them in all these, these portraits, so we think they're like super official and awesome when they're all just like Joe Biden.
Well, I've seen a lot of clips of like Obama saying some really dumb stuff and really gaffing as well, right?
Yeah, I think it's
early. Oh, I know, yeah, but that's what I'm getting at though is that I think these guys. I mean, I think Biden's a special case, right? But I mean, like these guys talk so much. There's gonna be there's tons of footage of these guys talking. You're gonna find footage of them saying some really dumb stuff or messing up or flubbing or whatever the case may be. But I think Biden.
I can relate.
That's the thing, though. Is just like
we can all
George,
relate, right?
that's the thing, though. Like George Bush, he has like a lot of like famous gafes, like "Is our children learning?" or "It's hard to put food on your family," things like that.
Right.
Or like,
but this is a different quality of thing, right? What we're talking
yes,
about
this
here
is
with
like
Biden.
happening
Yeah.
every single time he opens his mouth.
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
We could have all joined the Yang Gang and gotten $1,000 a month, but no,
Right.
we were getting
At least
creepy
for a
Uncle
few,
Joe.
at least for a few months, right? Yeah.
But no, we're getting creepy Uncle Joe.
Wait, Grandpa, tell us the corn pop story.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn that turn blonde in the sun.
I told my friend about that hairy leg speech, and he didn't believe me until I actually showed it to him.
What,
Oh,
corn
really?
pop hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to play that for some folks too to get them to understand. Yeah.
Yeah, we could have
I've
had
not seen this bit here. What's this?
We could have had the hot anti-war mommy, but we get creepy Uncle Joe.
Yeah, that's too bad.
You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. 3,900 of them right here in the state of South Carolina.
North South Carolina. So that's north of South Carolina, south of North Carolina. It's somewhere in between. Yeah.
Anybody who can throw coal into a furnace can learn how to program, for God's sake. 1.2
Learn the code.
billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store.
Oh, who doesn't do that? Yeah.
And in a supermarket, you control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to appointing the first African American woman to the United States Senate.
Did you just say he's the first African American woman appointed to the Senate?
He looks forward to appointing the first African American woman to the Assembly.
There's been plenty of examples already, I'm sure.
Oh, I missed her. I thought he said he was. That would have been really fucking bad.
He did say he was running for Senate, though. That's
I mean, there's still a chance that we can get the crazy Brooklyn Jew who wants to give us all health care and forgive our student loans. We can still get that. That'd be nice instead of creepy Uncle Joe.
I think they're both terrible.
150 million people have been killed since 2007.
Oh, he's talking about gun violence.
Yes, that's ridiculous.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, you said that's
That's what's weird.
Yeah.
this is the most damning, evidence against him. That's legitimately creepy. If I were her parent, I would be legitimately, like radar on that. I would legitimately radar in on that. It's not just someone's active imagination.
Thank you.
Look at him.
But it's
Her face
just like
through this is priceless.
yeah, but people saying like Joe Biden is a pedophile, that's just like a Pizzagate level conspiracy theory. It's absolutely ridiculous. Why would you think that? Is like there is no reason to think that. Jesus fuck.
There's no reason. There's no evidence to even suspect.
Like a wolf, like sniffing its kill, its fresh kill. That's what he looks like there. Oh God.
Look at her dad's trying to hide the pain.
That dad is a son of a bitch, fucking coward, man. What?
Yeah, you can tell just by looking at his head.
Like maybe he knows that Biden has dementia, so he's just like, okay, stay calm. He's like, don't lose your temper.
You know what makes me sick is that she later came out and said he didn't make her feel uncomfortable when you know
What's
it's
that?
a lie that her parents, scumbag parents, made her say that to save face.
Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Any kid
Right.
would be uncomfortable with that situation, no matter who it was. You're in front of
He was
cameras
doing it
with
to
you.
all the
Right.
kids. Yeah, he was doing it to all the kids that day. Son of a bitch.
It's really gross.
Yeah.
I had 2 cranial aneurysms. They little.
Okay, well that explains a lot.
No, the idea that he's having any kind of neurological problems is a conspiracy theory.
Man, he is lucky to be alive if he had 2 of those, though. I mean, don't
Yeah.
people usually die from those? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, my grandma had one and she managed to survive it. So, but yeah, 2 of them is pretty bad. Oh, but Bernie had a heart attack that he recovered from. That's way more worrying.
What happens with what cranial what?
Aneurysm.
Yeah, that's when is that when it's not when it's when air gets into the bloodstream. That's an embolism, right?
Yeah, an aneurysm is like it's like what happens
Right.
with a heart attack, where you get a blocked blood vessel, except in your brain.
It sounds very painful.
Yeah. It pops. Yeah.
Sounds like a worse than a migraine for sure. I mean,
Oh.
migraines are like crippling. You know.
I don't know if it is painful, really. I think it's just debilitating. I don't know. But let's hear what he has to say about it.
Take a saw and they cut your head off. And
But they cut his head off. I guess it grew back.
to find the artery that is one was leaking, the other that hadn't before it burst. Focus on cancer, Alzheimer's, and as well as.
Oh man. It's like a script writer. It's like a script writer's pitch meeting or something.
It's like that. It was like that interview with that person on Fox News who was like talking about how they didn't have coronavirus and was coughing the whole time.
Yeah, and the interviewer,
I've not seen that.
the interviewer was getting nervous too, I think.
Are you talking about the Iran thing, where it's like the health minister, and then he ended up having it later?
No, it was like an American, I think, who was like they originally were quarantined because they thought they had coronavirus, but they didn't. I guess they just had the flu. But the whole time, like in the interview, they just kept coughing, so it was pretty funny. Yeah, it's like a Baghdad Bob talking about how everything is fine while like Americans are bombing the shit out of everything in the background.
Yeah.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
God.
So it was trained, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
I love that little girl in the corner. She's like, "Goddamn white people."
Which one? This one or this one over here?
Both of them actually, but especially her. She's just like,
Shades?
"Fucking white people, man."
The one with the shades or
The one with the cornrows.
that?
No,
Oh,
on the right here. Her face is just saying, "God damn it, fucking white people."
On my lap.
Oh no! Was that a little girl?
I don't. Well, she looked pretty little.
Yeah. I swear.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even tell the difference anymore. Shit.
Your next president of the United States, folks.
Wait a second. What can't you tell the difference between what?
I can't even tell the difference with
You can't tell the difference between what?
the way they're aging now. I can't even tell the difference anymore.
The judge is not going to buy that, Jeremy.
Oh,
No, it's an innocent.
yeah.
It's
That
an
was the best
think that was
possible
his-
comment.
No. It's an innocent thing.
Yeah.
I'm the one on trial here, not me.
Yeah, there's your next
But I
president.
think that
of the
was a
United
relative of
States
his, I
America.
think.
Yeah, still creepy.
I think that was a relative of his in that last kissing video thing.
Well, then why'd he kiss her on the lips? That's fucking creepy.
Well, he's Creepy Joe.
Yeah.
Creepy Uncle Joe.
He's got to live up to his name.
Grandpa, tell us about the time you squared up with Corn Pop.
This is your next president of the United States, folks. No, it's not going to
he
be.
will be.
No, it's not going to be. Welcome to 4 more years of Tito Blumph. God damn it.
No, it's going to be Biden.
I don't think. I think if they run Biden, Trump is going to steamroll him.
No, it's all gonna be rigged. It's a total big. It's a psyop. They're gonna have this guy run. Anybody that has any sense whatsoever can look at this guy and understand that he has no cognitive abilities whatsoever, and then he's gonna win, right? And then people are just gonna be demoralized because they'll know ultimately that they have no say in their government.
Mm.
Well, I don't know. They tried their damnedest to like Trump was put up because Hillary believed that she could easily beat him, and she fucking lost. Fucking idiot.
Now, if he were to win, or someone on that side were to win, I think that I would handle it with a lot more grace and dignity than they did when Trump won in 2016. I can stand by that, and you can quote me on it. That I would handle it with a lot more grace and integrity and dignity than they did in 2016. I'm not going to go to pieces and fall into derangement syndrome over it. Yes, the left are scum, but I'm not going to base my entire life around it. If Trump were to lose.
I don't know, man. I want to hold you to that because when
Hold me to that.
When the Biden Clinton ticket gets into the White House.
Yeah,
there's still
that doesn't mean I would never criticize them, but I wouldn't let it rule my everyday life to the extent that
I think you'll be dropping to your knees and howling. I think that's what you'll do.
Never, and you can quote me on that.
Okay.
There's still a chance that Bernie wins. So, do you think you'll feel the same if Bernie gets in the White House?
I think he'll bankrupt this. I mean, I believe the doomsayers. I think that
he can't just magic. He doesn't have a magic wand, right? I mean, he's still got to pass. Laws have to still be passed. I mean,
and how many people think that they're gonna pass? Let the stuff that he tries to pass through. I mean,
right.
Well, hopefully he won't be like Obama and he'll keep his balls and just hold Congress to the fire.
Mm-hmm.
So, who do you guys think Biden's gonna have as his running mate when he gets the nomination?
I have no clue.
He's not going to be the one picking.
Well, I mean, okay. So do you think that Hillary Clinton will pick herself? As
God,
his
I
running
hope
mate?
not.
Hillary said she wouldn't do it.
What?
Run with Biden.
She's too busy hiding from
she said she wouldn't run with Biden?
Maybe it wasn't Biden. Maybe it was Bernie. I can't remember. I know
she said she wouldn't. Oh, really?
She said, wait. She said that Bernie was a career politician, which is hilarious.
And that nobody likes him.
Yeah,
that nobody likes him. Yeah.
Besides
that little
Hillary,
dang freaking Real Housewives looking video. Is that what you're talking about?
The nerve of her to say that Bernie is a career politician when she has a dynasty, basically.
Hillary Clinton's too busy hiding from Tulsi Gabbard, so there's that.
So she can't be served. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't think Biden's gonna? He might. I guess he could pick Warren.
Why would he though?
I doubt it, but I think it would be somebody like I don't know. Maybe it'd be Michelle Obama
or someone. I don't know. Maybe Buttigieg or Klobuchar, one of those.
Right? Yeah. But whoever it is going to be the next president, right? I mean, whoever he picks as his, running mate.
Yeah, they should just undo the fucking take down the fucking veil and just nominate whoever the CEO of Goldman Sachs is.
Well,
yeah,
or not nominate, have him be Biden's running mate.
Right, exactly. Yeah, just have that. Right.
But yeah, if he were to select, if Buttigieg were to get that spot, then you've got an establishment vice president who basically runs everything, and tells, the acting president, what to pretend, I guess.
Yeah, you've got him and his CIA handlers, and don't you dare criticize him, you homophobe.
That's what I've heard.
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have to tell Biden what to do. Don't they have, like, implants in his brain when they fix those aneurysms? Right? They just kind of have a remote control device, don't they?
That's true.
They may as well.
Yeah. He's a robot. He's a meat puppet.
Yeah, that's why he's talking like that. He's malfunctioning.
Right, exactly. I mean, it was older tech when they put that stuff in, right?
need to fucking upgrade it. It was like how in New York in the New York subway they had a switchboard from the 1930s up until like 2012.
I can't
Right.
wait for the next.
So
big
I think that Biden would be a good Scooby-Doo villain.
No, he wouldn't.
Don't
He
you
would
think?
no, he would probably just immediately trip and his mask would fall off.
and I would have gotten away with
Or
it
he-
if it hadn't. He wouldn't even be able to.
You know the thing.
Yeah,
You know the thing.
yeah. Instead of like chasing them, he'd just be like grabbing Velma and Daphne from the back and sniffing their hair.
Right. See, there you go. He would be a good villain. So what's up with Scooby-Doo? This is on our list of topics to talk about with Scooby-Doo. So
Zach?
there's this news.
Well,
What's this? It's called
Zach's,
it's called Scoob.
I don't know what it's called. I haven't seen it. Like I really liked Scooby Doo as a kid, but I haven't like kept up with it after the first live action movie because it sucked.
But there's a crummy looking new one called Scoob, I think is what it's called.
Really?
Yeah, new
And the
CGI one.
animation style is real 3D looking and looks kind of crummy, and it looks like it's got really lame attempts at humor going on in it. And I think that's what Zach wanted to talk about or wanted to bring up was the Scoob movie.
Yeah, is the twist in it that the ghosts are real? Because that hasn't been done before. Are the ghosts going to be real this time? That hasn't happened before.
Has it not happened before? I don't know. I'm ignorant.
I'm being very sarcastic. Like they had back as like 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo.
Oh, did they? Okay, I haven't really kept up with it too much. I guess there.
Yeah.
I guess the
That was a big
there's like
twist.
what is
That was a big twist in Scooby Doo on Zombie Island, that the zombies were real and that the cat wizards were real, but that was actually good.
okay. I've not seen that. I heard of it. I know what it is. I've heard of it. I guess, but I didn't really. I guess the monsters are real in one of those movies too, right?
They're real in a
I
bunch
don't
of them, like Scooby Doo and the Ghoul School. All of those characters are real ghosts.
Yeah, there's like one about Cotton Candy Monster or something like that in one of those movies. That's a real creature of some sort.
Yeah, there was actually like a while where they were making these like made for TV Scooby Doo movies where the ghosts were real, but the ghosts were the good guys.
Oh, really?
Like Ghoul School and the Boo Brothers.
I've not seen those. I think Monsters Unleashed. That's a movie, right? Like
Yeah.
Scooby Doo Monsters Unleashed, and it has a whole bunch of creatures that get let loose that are actual supernatural entities, not just old fogies and masks, right?
Yeah, and 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo, which had Vincent Price in it. He's that one is like they were real ghosts. It also
Is that an animated one?
Yeah, that was like I think that was like right. I think that was the one like right after the original runs of Scooby Doo, like the first like couple Scooby Doo seasons. That was like the first like spinoff show.
Huh.
Yeah, Vincent.
Where did
Price.
Zach go? Wasn't he the one who wanted to talk about Scooby Doo?
He said he would be right back. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
But-
Vincent Price played a character named Vincent Van Ghoul in 13 Ghosts, and it had the most annoying Scooby Doo character of all time. This Filipino kid named Flim Flam. It was terrible.
Now, that sounds familiar. Flim Flam. Seems like I recall that kid.
Sounds like
Yeah.
a character on Fat Albert.
He was basically like imagine like
He sounds just like a Filipino short round, right?
he basically was just short round except more annoying and more unlikable.
Oh wow, that's pretty hard to do. It's pretty hard to do. So the new movie, Zach, Scooby-Doo movie is called Scoob, right?
Yeah.
And that trailer looks pretty terrible. Are you of a like mind in that regard, in that assessment, that it looks like a terrible adaptation?
Yeah, it's not working on me.
No.
But then
It looks-
again, a lot of the movies, especially the recent movies, have been horrible. Like Scooby-Doo Return to Zombie Island. That might be the worst one out of all of them.
I've not
I've heard
seen
about
that.
that. And Zombie Island is like probably like the best thing to come
Oh,
out
yeah.
of the Scooby Doo
Before
genre.
it started with Zombie Island, it was Zombie Island, Witches Ghost, Alien Invaders, and Cyber Chase. Those are all like golden, but it just after that they started going downhill quick. There were some
Cyber
good ones
Chase.
after that, like the The Loch Ness Monster one was pretty good. I like the first live action movie. I know Ben doesn't, but it just they started going downhill very, very quick.
Cyber Chase, what's that?
The only good thing has been Scooby Doo Mystery Inc. It was like a 2-season show on the Cartoon Network that was all right. But all the movies and other series have been pretty bad.
What's Cyber Chase? What's the premise of that?
They're like lost in this computer game, and there's like a virus with this like electricity looking dude. It's pretty cool. But the main thing about it, like they're going through like all these different levels. So they're like in different environments. Like there's one where they're like back in prehistoric times. And then the one most people remember is the very last one. They like meet old versions of themselves. It's pretty cool because it's like a game based on them, and it's like their past selves are in the game. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. When did that come out?
That was the last one of those 4 that started with Cyber Chase. I mean, Zombie Island. So I'm guessing late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, Cyber Chase sounds very of that time.
Yeah.
Right.
I heard you mentioning, what was it? The Ghoul School. That one's probably my favorite, other than Zombie Island.
Yeah, I really have. They're like cheesy, but I do have an affection for like Ghoul School and the Boo Brothers ones. I think those are.
Yeah, there's some kind of quality about them that I just really, really like. But I've never been able to like put my finger on it, other than like it's got this kind of like 80s charm and like the old house. There's something about them that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, there's this cartoon on Cartoon Network. I think it's called OK Go or something like that. Or OK Go is the name of a band, but I think it's like OK KO or something like that. But the Ghoul School girls actually like made a appearance on one of those episodes.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. There does seem to be like a fandom around the Ghoul School girls.
I'll have to take a look. I'll have to take a look at these Scooby Doo films you're talking about because I've not seen any of these, and I like Scooby Doo.
What's Gregor?
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing to say.
What? I said I like Scooby Doo.
Oh, I thought you said I don't like Scooby Doo.
No. I said I like Scooby Doo. I said I want to have to check out some of these movies because I like Scooby Doo.
Yeah, you didn't know about 13 Ghosts either, and I recall that being like on all the time when I was a kid.
I mean, I've heard of it. I've never heard of the Zombie Island.
Watched,
I've never seen
a little bit of it, but from what I couldn't handle it.
Well, the thing is, like, Ghoul School or not Ghoul School, 13 Ghosts is fine for the most part. It's just Flim Flam is the most annoying character, and he's fucking terrible. So he pretty much ruins it. I mean, they managed to get Vincent Price in it, so.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. They had that new one that came out because they're doing like all these retro throwbacks. Like, they had the last episode of 13 Ghosts, which was like a full-length movie recently, and then they did that Return to Zombie Island, but I heard both of them were pretty bad.
Well, that's kind of disappointing.
I mean, I
know that. Yeah, that's kind of disappointing because I know 13 Ghosts didn't actually because they like it's in the title that they're just trying to catch like 13 specific ghosts, so you'd think they'd be able to finish that, but they never did.
Yeah. Scooby-Doo's like Star Trek with all these like multiple series and timelines and crap.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how long something that basic lasted.
Yeah, I know. And it's crazy too how like the creators didn't even realize they'd hit gold or thought they did. It just kind of took off, so they went with it.
Yeah, like I remember for a while, like Hanna-Barbera was like producing nothing but ripoffs of Scooby-Doo, like Clue Club and things like that. And they had like a Tom and Jerry TV show, which was where instead of chasing each other, they were friends and were solving mysteries Scooby-Doo style. So
I never heard of that.
There's a reason. It was pretty bad. It was like it was very like sub Hanna-Barbera.
Speaking of just Hanna-Barbera, what I hate the most about this new movie, disregarding the whole small prequel aspect and Velma, because she seems horrible in the new movie, is that it's not like it's a straightforward Scooby-Doo movie. They're trying to do this stupid cinematic universe with Hanna-Barbera characters that literally no one of my generation knows about.
Yeah,
I don't recall that aspect of it. Who else are they dragging into?
See, they left it out of the freaking trailer. That's why. Like the whole premise
Oh.
is that there's this kind of
They're
I don't
really
know if it's
going
going to be
for
like a
it.
breach in the universe, something, but it's a shared universe with Hanna-Barbera characters.
Are they
And
going to have Jabberjaws in there or something like that?
maybe I know
The-
Captain Caveman's going to be in there. That Blue Falcon, Dick
Yeah.
Dastardly. I'm
Yeah,
assuming
Blue Falcon and
the
Dynamite.
dog Mugsley's going to be in there, which I'll look forward to that.
Oh, yeah. Actually, the funny thing is, like, probably like one of the best adaptations I've seen of Hanna-Barbera is like a commercial that featured the Wacky Races characters.
See, I've never seen any of those
Yeah.
shows. Like they just weren't playing when I was a kid.
Yeah, actually-
like reruns.
Jeremy, can you pull that up? Can you pull up a Wacky Races commercial?
Yeah, I remember it. It's
pretty awesome,
it had
actually.
all the Hanna-Barbera characters, and it would play on Fridays, right?
Well, it's like Wacky Race, but it's like a live adaptation that was done for like a car commercial, and it's actually really cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Is
just
it
type
Grape
in.
Ape Hanna-Barbera?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah,
Yeah.
Grape Ape is.
Yeah.
I like Grape Ape. I've never seen that one with the shark. Is that Jabberjaw?
Yeah, that's Jabberjaws. Yeah.
It's a Peugeot commercial.
I think so. Yeah, it was like in South America or something. So that sounds about right. But yeah, oh wait, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is pretty awesome. The anthill mine.
Captain Caveman, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Damn.
Dick Dastardly and Mugsley.
I didn't see Mugsley.
Yeah, he's in there.
I guess he did.
There he is.
Finally, or something.
Mugsley.
What? They kicked him out.
Yeah, you don't want him. You don't want him cock blocking when you've got Penelope pit stop in the car.
I actually I enjoyed the DC comic Flintstones that kind of put them in a more real world context. And like the household appliances that were animals, they had like consciousness, and they were complaining about their role as like basically slaves. I don't know. It wasn't politically correct, but it was still, had some nice thought behind it,
That actually does sound interesting. The comic where it sounds like they made they made Snaggletooth Tennessee Williams basically.
Mhm.
What that sounded like to me is basically like when they would like reboot things like to be like dark and edgy, except like it's the woke version of that, like the woke version of being like a dark and edgy reboot.
Snaggletooth or Snagglepuss, or which one?
Yeah, Snagglepuss, the pink
And he
lion
was
thing.
in the DC comic reboot or whatever.
Yeah, in that he was like a gay playwright who was like testifying before the House of Un-American Activities Committee.
Yeah.
Was it a comic or a cartoon?
It was a comic.
Huh. That kind of
that
sounds
sounds pretty
horrible to me.
lame.
They actually
It
had
looked pretty dumb.
Aquaman. They had Aquaman and Jabberjaw teaming up in a comic. That actually was pretty cool. And believe it or not, there's even, you guys remember the DC Ninja Deathstroke by chance? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
basically like the DC version. He was basically they later he's basically the same character as Slade, isn't he?
He is Slade.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, Deathstroke. He was basically like the
They
DC
even
version
did
of
a
Deadpool too.
Deathstroke. They did a Deathstroke and Yogi Bear crossover too. No joke.
Well, there's been a Punisher crossover with Archie before, so
That is amazing. That is imagination right there. That is the vanities.
I don't think
at
it
work.
is. I think it's lame.
No, that's the vanities at work, son.
well,
Okay, it might be the vanities at work, but vanities are lazy on that day. Yeah.
No. Every universe connects in some way.
There's actually a crossover between Batman and Elmer Fudd, and it's actually really awesome.
I find that hard to believe.
No, Elmer
It actually
Fudd,
is because Elmer Fudd is written as like this like noir character, and all of like the Looney Tunes characters are like noir characters, and there's a really awesome like battle between Batman and Elmer Fudd with his shotgun. It's pretty
if
great.
you think about it, Elmer Fudd is like a character that belongs in Arkham Asylum. He's just like Penguin or the Riddler, if you think about it. It makes sense.
I mean, I guess he could be adapted into the Batman universe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with Gregor. I kind of think these like it's lazy.
Yeah, just it can definitely be dumb. I have read the crossover between Archie and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and that one was kind of lame.
Well, first of all, I have no reason to ever read an Archie comic, but
who does read Archie comics? Like, they're the only comics that you can go to the grocery store and still see like next to the checkout. It's like, who is reading these fucking things?
But I love weird crossovers.
I don't know.
I love weird crossovers. It's exciting.
I don't like weird crossovers.
I mean, I'm pretty much from the school like there are no bad ideas. There's only bad execution.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I hear you. I mean, yeah. I mean, there could be an argument that it could be done well, but I would think that would be the exception that proves the rule kind of thing.
Yeah, I think like the good Bizarro books are like good examples of that. Like, you know, Carlton Mellick having this a story about a haunted vagina that's actually that's pretty good.
You know, some of his ideas are dumb too, though. I mean, if I'm being on to me, and he recycles the same plot several times, which annoyed me. But
yeah, he's definitely, and like when you put out as much as he does, there's definitely going to be like reoccurring themes. Like I pointed out before, he either seems to really fear or really like dominant women, because those are that's a huge like reoccurring theme in his
I think he likes
his works. He probably does, yeah. He strikes me as that type.
And plus, you know, having met Rose, I mean, you know, I could see how she would have the power in that relationship.
What they're actually romantically involved?
I think they're married, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was well known, but maybe not. I don't know.
I'm just not as deep into it as y'all.
No, I'm not deep into it anymore. But yeah, I mean, they don't act like they're romantically linked, but apparently they are.
I think it's because Carlton he like lives in a cave and pumps out 20 books a year. So
he did. He hasn't in a while though.
Well, he's putting out like 3 or 4 this year. So
is he? He hasn't written a new book in a year.
He hasn't.
No, Mousetrap.
I thought. Well, yeah, Mouse. No, he announced 2 more being released this year.
Yeah, I saw like an ad somewhere where he had 2 books that were being advertised at the same time for some weird reason.
I'm saying it's been a year since the last one, which was what, Mousetrap or Chainsaw Heart or something.
But how many did he put out that year? That was so. Yeah, he puts out like 3 or 4 a year. So
yeah, but he probably slowed down last year, though. I'm telling you.
He might have. Yeah,
I'm almost certain of it. But
that's true. Yeah, but it seems like he is still putting stuff out. So.
But he doesn't get published by Eraserhead anymore, right?
No, he does.
He is Eraserhead. I mean,
yeah, one could argue like he's the only thing keeping them afloat. Yeah, this is probably like more like drama, but I know that the guy who wrote Fell Beauties, Legam Shardlow, I think is how you pronounce his name. If he's listening, I'm very, huh?
He's a cunt. Yeah. Go on.
Well, I get along with him just fine.
He's a cunt. Trust me.
What's his name?
Legam Shardlow, I think, the author of Fell Beauties. he took his book out of print because he said that there was like editing problems with it that he'd been telling Eraserhead about for like a year and a half, and they never corrected them, so he took it out of print.
Trust me, you didn't vote for Trump and get shit from him over nothing. I did. Trust me, he's a cunt. So, but he was right to take his book out of print because I'm sure he didn't earn it. So.
Well, I don't know. I've got a copy of it. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know if it is like any good or not. But
hopefully, it's better than his personality.
I mean, wanting to take it out of print because the publisher is not fixing the editing problems like they said they would. Yeah, I think that's a good move.
Justified, yes. Blowing up at someone because they voted their conscience is not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about it, but what's the book called again?
Fell Beauties.
Like, how do you spell it?
Fell Beauties.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you should send it to me when you're done with it.
It's just a PDF. So,
Hey.
And I kind of don't feel comfortable sharing like PDFs unless it's an out of print book or I have permission from the author.
Well, I thought it was out of print.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll have to ask him. Oh no, he's probably gonna wanna. He's probably gonna wanna like put it back in print under his own name or something. So
right.
Got you there. Hey, Frank's in the chat.
Mr. Frank,
Ordering all your books.
Is this glory hole because I feel I'm in heaven? Yeah, it is. It is. You done died, and now you're in heaven.
It's funny he mentions that because I actually wrote about a glory hole in that story earlier this week that I've been writing.
Is it a Jason Sinclair adventure?
No, it was a glory hole in a sarcophagus.
Oh, nice.
That's now I'm curious.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I like that.
But anybody got any further with the Catcoin?
I've got started it.
Yeah, I've got Catcoin, but I haven't started it. I'm still trying to get through William Volman's The Lucky Star. You'll
be reading Volman until the day you die because that guy writes Bibles, not books.
Yeah, Lucky Star is like over 600 pages. So
yeah, you know that he was writing this 7-part series, and he's been writing it for 20 some years or more. You know about that, right?
Is it like the one that's about the discovery of America? Because I do know he wrote like a
time periods, basically.
He's been writing that for a while.
I don't remember the names of them, but yeah, and he writes them out of order too. He kind of jumps back and forth in time,
Yeah, he wrote a 7-volume work, which was a philosophical treatise on morality. I have the abridged version of it. It's called Rising Up and Rising Down. Mm-hmm. Like the original version of it was like 7 books long, and it was like all leather-bound books that cost, and it like altogether it cost like $1,000 or something like that. Or no, the original was like 500 or something.
Who's gonna pay that? Come on,
collectors.
Even rich people wouldn't pay that, would they?
I don't know. That's why I got.
You've never been to freaking Bauman's Rare Books in Vegas.
But yeah, I mean, I actually don't mind Volman even as like nonfiction stuff. And so far, The Lucky Star has been pretty good. It hasn't had like the weird discursions that his older works have had. I like his first book. I actually look forward to reading that. That one's called "You Bright and Risen Angels." That's about a war between electrical companies and bugs.
Where did you find the 7-book treatise?
Yeah, it's called Rising Up and Rising Down.
You got that? Where did you find it?
No, I don't have the 7-book version. I have the 1-book abridged version, which is like 1,000 pages.
What's the book called about the electric company versus the bugs?
You Bright and Risen Angels.
Okay.
I guess that technically wasn't his first book. I think that was the first one published. His first one was called like An Afghan Picture Show or How I Saved the World, which was about his time in Afghanistan during the Soviet invasion.
What's the author's name again?
William Volman. I think the book he's most known for is Europe Central.
thought it was the rifles that he was most known for, but could be.
Well, Europe Central won the National Book Award, so that's probably why that's like the only other book of his I've read so far is The Royal Family, which is about prostitutes in the Tenderloin, and The Lucky Star is also about prostitutes in the Tenderloin. So that's a theme he comes back to.
Spoiler about Catcoin, though: the cat is an alcoholic.
What?
Well, bitch, me too. You ain't special.
The cat is an alcoholic. He's a wino.
Well, yeah, you'd have to be if people are treating you for child porn on the internet.
Is that what happens in that Catcoin book?
Well, no, I'm just making a joke.
I'm just
making a joke about what
I know. I knew you hadn't read it. I was just kidding.
I don't know if Frank would go that dark.
I kind of doubt it, but maybe so. I've not read it yet either. I've got
Frank's a dark dude.
He is a dark man.
Did you enjoy your time on Bazong, Gregor?
Yeah, I did. I always enjoy going on, or at least the 2 times I've been on, I've enjoyed them both. And this time I didn't creep out Mr. Frank by doing a reading on the call or on the show. That's kind of creepy.
Tell me that Goodreads conspiracy.
That fascinated me too, because I've entered a bunch of like Goodreads contests and I've only won one of them.
So they wait until the end to enter, or they were for a while, right?
That's what it looked like. Yes, it looked like that if there was a certain group of humans that all entered in the last 15 minutes of the giveaway, right? And they seemed to be the ones that were winning them all, right? And you would have even the same person win 2 or 3 in a night, I'd noticed, right? So
are they like the super posh reviewer types that?
No, they're eggheaded people mainly, right? They're
employees.
Well, I don't know. That's speculation, but the accounts always look like accounts that were created as simply just to enter the giveaways, right? They're like what in the Twitter world they'd call them egghead accounts, right? They don't have any real faces,
sock puppet accounts.
Yeah, sock puppet accounts, right? Something to that effect, right? A lot of them were won by folks like that. Yeah.
This made me look into this because I didn't know that Goodreads had employees.
Well, of course, everything is going to have employees to keep it up and running.
Well, I mean, they've got a lot of volunteers though, as far as librarians as well, right?
I voluntarily put my own books up there if it's not in the database, and I think
thought it was just people who ran a website. I didn't know that they had an HQ that they operate.
I think they're owned by Amazon, aren't they?
Yeah,
they are now owned by Amazon. Yeah,
they got acquired by Amazon a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah,
maybe
that's
it was
why
just
when you books that are published, they get uploaded like within 2 days on Goodreads.
Yeah, I'm sure there's just like when it originally started, it was just like a few people maybe in like a rented office or something like that. But yeah, they definitely have employees. I'm sure like when they started, it was like 1 or 2 people maybe. Like when YouTube started, that was just 3 or 4 people in a rented office above like an antique store or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so weird how YouTube, like out of all the video sites from back then, just like became the biggest. Well, it seems like they wasn't like every site had like their own kind of like a video server or whatever, but then YouTube was like a site specifically for that, and that's what made them big.
Well, I mean, it's got that Google money, right? I mean, it's got the Google money backing it.
Yeah, Google was like what really got it, but I think the community on it was what really made it take off, because the other ones like Dailymotion and Vimeo and all that, they never really were conducive to having like a community.
Right.
Yeah, Vimeo's annoying. I can't stand it.
I mean, my guess is that the interface for the actual content creators is probably superior, right? And it's probably had the most uptime and the least downtime and all that type of stuff, right? But it's mainly comes down to the folks having the money to back it, right?
Speaking of Vimeo, our old pal William Ramsey has a new movie out, the second Smiley Face Killer documentary, exclusive on Vimeo. I watched it the other night.
Was it any good?
I like the first one more.
Did he talk any shit in that video about Jeremy Maddox and The Quiet Place?
No.
Yeah, was he? No, we're probably just like bugs on the bottom of his shoe to him.
Yeah, I know. That's the way he acted at the end of that interview. He's like, "All right, guys, well, I'm done."
He was not much better, if you ask me. Yeah, I'm sorry, but no, if he can solve the great, Deadwood mystery, with the smiley face killers, then great. I mean,
he does a pretty good job linking a lot of things together.
I just don't value his opinion on the West Memphis Three, is all.
No, let's not even get into that.
Are we gonna argue over the Alfred plea again?
Yeah, please. No.
Yeah, let's do it.
I've milked some good audio out of it, so I feel like it's almost become like the chicken fights in Family Guy. Like every so often, you see another one, and I think that's what this is going to be. This is the Alfred plea is going to be our chicken fight, on this show.
Is the chicken fight really boring too? Is that what it is? I'm not sure.
No,
what that
it
is.
was riveting. It was trying to kill each other. Fighting on a tilt-a-whirl and all these like theme park rides, and then using the rides themselves as weapons against each other. I mean,
my favorite one was when they made up and they went out to eat and they started arguing about who was going to pay.
This is destined to be our chicken fight, the Alfred plea. So yes, it is a guilty plea, but
oh no,
Jeremy, you're wrong.
I got you to admit.
I mean, didn't you send him the meme you made?
Wait, no. There's no.
I got you to admit it last time. You said that you were not safe and they admitted to killing. Okay.
Wait, run that by me again.
You said last time I got you to admit, without Strange here to coerce you, that they were not admitting to killing those kids.
They were. I never said that.
That's not what you said last
week. They
week.
didn't admit to it.
While you guys are arguing over this, I need to go get some more rum. I'll be right back.
Informally,
go do it.
I've never wavered from that. There was never any aha movement. I got you to say that.
I had you right where I wanted you
the whole time.
I had you right where I wanted you. And you said, because Strange wasn't there, you said, no, in a roundabout way,
Yes, that's the thing. It's a confusing.
It doesn't matter.
It's not
I got you to say it.
Well, you may have gotten me to say it, but it was a manipulative action because my stance on it.
It was a manipulative action, yes.
You're wrong.
I pull the strings and you move in accordance, yes. But
I have a full battle of Captain here.
The Alfred plea is a guilty
plea.
Yes.
Yes.
But it is also not an admission of guilt. Many people in America take
it is a formal admission of guilt, while informally
because they have no choice.
Huh?
Because they have no choice. Because
see, you're saying they are admitting they're guilty because they have no choice, but they're signing on the dotted line saying I did it in exchange for time served. So they're at the same time saying they're guilty and not guilty. Guilty formally,
yes, but they
innocent informally.
To get that admission. They had to cheat to get that plea. See?
It's a complete cheat. Yes.
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 So what's your point?
What's your point?
Okay. Have you ever had a friend who was in trouble with the law?
Yeah.
And I bet they had to take a plea because they didn't have the resources or money or time to fight. Huh?
It's the West Memphis Three, and they had millions of dollars backing them.
What's your point?
That's my point.
But answer the question, though. Have you ever had a friend? Have you ever had a friend who had to take a plea deal?
I mean, I've had friends who went to jail, but I don't know about their court dealings.
I'm pretty sure that you know someone who had to take a plea deal at one time or another because the system was against him. So
no, I'm serious. I haven't.
I mean, I've taken a plea deal for public intoxication.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you feel that the system was just too big to fight and you had no,
Well, in that case, I was arrested in the system. I was arrested in the apartment, in the hallway of the apartment complex that I lived in, and that's considered public intoxication. That was stupid. So I just pled guilty and then took probation to get it erased off my record.
Well, then you didn't take a plea then.
And I was lucky. Well, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I mean, I was also I also had like
Jeremy,
a
your whole
harassment
argument
charge
is the people who are guilty of crimes are going to automatically support the West Memphis Three because the man.
Well, yeah, the man does suck. Fuck the man.
You're not helping my case, Ben.
Come on, admit it. The man sucks. Tell me that you know it does.
I'll never understand the law. That's just all there is to it.
There's people who fucking study the law for years and don't understand it.
Yeah.
So why don't we change the subject then? We kind of touched on the whole like Chapo Trap House thing. Have any of you listened to their podcast?
No, I've never heard.
No, I've only heard of them. I've never listened to them.
I'd pretty highly recommend it. They're very entertaining. They
got kicked off Patreon, or they did not kicked off Patreon. It seems like I heard that in reference to like the big Patreon purge. That
no, they haven't gotten kicked off Patreon. They're still on there. I think it was Comtown that got kicked off, and they're
only
friends.
Conservatives get kicked off Patreon.
I think that was like the double standard. Maybe they were used as an example as to, when they were doing the purge. Like, why weren't they kicking off Chapo Trap House when they were kicking off these other content creators? Yeah. Yeah.
But I expect them to start going that route because Chapo Trap House is getting on the very bad side of the establishment. I think the one that I listened to that got me into them was the one where they deconstructed Ben Shapiro's novel. It was pretty funny.
Ben Shapiro has a novel?
I didn't know that.
It's called True Allegiant, and it sucks.
I want to read it.
You read it?
No, I didn't read it. I listened to like Chapo Trap House's reading of it. It's dumb. There's a part in it where a black drug dealer who has a barber shop as his business front. He pays like a 10-year-old kid to menace a cop with a toy gun, and the cop shoots the kid. And there's this whole thing about this Sarah Palin stand-in going in with the fucking motorcycle gang. It's fucking stupid.
Wow, I'd never heard of that.
Gotta read it.
True Allegiance by Ben Shapiro.
He doesn't seem like the type of dude who should be writing fiction.
He is.
No, he's a fucking Philistine.
He's annoying, and he's almost.
They say it's anti-Semitic to compare Jews to mice, but with the existence of Ben Shapiro, it's hard for me to, not make that comparison.
Now, some of the things I've seen, like various YouTube clips I've liked, but overall, I kind of find him annoying.
So, when was this ghost written?
I think he actually wrote it because I think so, because I think he's enough of a feckless dork that he thinks he's able to write fiction.
Oh, God. Speaking of ghostwriting, I hate to just take the dang subject and do a 180. Have you all heard of that dang new George Romero novel?
Yeah.
God, it looks bad.
It looked, yeah.
Well, George Romero is dead. When was this released?
They hired some dude to finish up some book that he'd started, before his death.
Oh.
They got some guy.
Yeah, it's like some kind of pirate latitude deal going on.
Some guy named Krause. I think his last name was Krause or something to that effect. I saw an interview with the author or the co-author or whatever on. I think he was on the Lovecraft Easing podcast. He seemed like he was a guy that was a genuine fan that really did it, tried to do a great job about it and everything, right? But it just doesn't interest me. I don't care about zombies or,
Now, as far as horror masters doing ghost written books, I will say a good one actually is Toby Hooper's Midnight Movie. That was ghost written by Alan Gold something. Now that one's pretty good.
Did Toby Hooper actually write the screenplays, or was he just the director?
Co-writer.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not 100%
Now, as far
sure.
as Poltergeist, I don't think he really did much of anything.
He was just
That was off Spielberg.
That's the rumor, at least. Yeah.
But yeah, the reason I brought up Chapo Trap House is if they do get purged from Patreon, pretty soon, don't be surprised because they have been getting on like the establishment Democrats' nerves pretty badly because they're very heavily pushing Bernie and they're very heavily like going against Elizabeth Warren and
Right.
Biden and all of them.
Well, then who do they want to win?
Bernie. They're very like heavy. They're very heavily like Bernie bros, even though one of them's a woman. And you know, like the media is holding them up is just like, this is why Bernie bros are toxic. Bernie bros are so mean. They're mean. They make jokes.
You know, that's so weird to me that we're at that point where it's like, it just seems like we couldn't get there from 2016, where it's like everyone was against Trump supporters, and now that crowd is like split down the middle.
Yeah, it seems like the dirtbag left, as it were, are starting to make inroads against the PC establishment left. So I think that's very refreshing.
Yeah, I'll give it that. I'm not necessarily all on board with Bernie Sanders. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know everything about his policies and can be like, oh yeah, he's a communist, because I can't. But I like the kind of, I guess, socio-culture aspect of his fan base, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's especially because I think a big reason for the rise of the alt-right was, the establishment taking this PC line and, this fake woke line and like pushing it really hard. And, I think that caused people to obviously rebel because, young people are always going to rebel against the establishment. And, obviously if you think like the left is the establishment, it's technically not, but it kind of seems that way. So it kind of pushes them in that direction. And it's good.
I think what we need is an edgier, hipper Trump. Like someone else on the right to come along that's like...
Hang on. Hey, guys. Because Ben Shapiro got brought up, I have to play this clip of Owen Benjamin making fun of Ben Shapiro. I think you'll appreciate it. Hang on one second. Okay, volumes maxed out. Here we go.
Make everyone's dick like mine. Make everyone's dick like mine.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
That is Owen Benjamin doing a Ben Shapiro impression.
Okay, the meaning of that is lost on me.
Okay,
circumcision.
Use circumcision.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. You just got to look for it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like a bench. Yeah, the reason like the alt-right really hates Ben Shapiro, and they actually do correctly point out the hypocrisy of him saying like, well, America is an idea. We need more immigrants to come in and blah, 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 when he basically supports genociding Palestinians in Israel.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Shapiro is an annoying guy. Yeah.
Basically,
now,
fuck Ben
y'all
Shapiro.
have to admit, some of his dang videos are pretty good.
I mean,
when he's like basically going after the easy targets, like
yeah, I mean, he's pretty good at taking down low-hanging fruit.
But,
yeah,
like ultimately,
but he does it really, really well. That's my point.
I mean, Ben Shapiro ultimately is just a holdover from the Bush era, just a pro-Israeli neocon, but he just pivoted towards like going after fake woke people, so it made him easy to like get fame.
Yeah, that kind of seemed like Milo too. I mean, not in every aspect, but
I don't think Milo even really has like a core to him. I think he's just a clout chaser. Like someone like Nick Fuentes, like I think he's basically just a genuine. I don't want to call him a Nazi, but that's basically what he is. And of course, he's a giant fucking hypocrite. He like talks about how homosexuality is degenerate. Then he has like a 10-hour stream of him going on a date with a cat boy.
What?
Yeah, I heard about that.
What?
Yeah, it's like a cam boy who like dresses in like cat ears and sucks off horse dildos and things like that.
To that, right?
No, he was just hanging out with him, and like it was very clearly a date. It's like Nick Fuentes. If he's not a repressed homosexual, he's taking this ironic joke to the point where he's indistinguishable from one.
What did they do on this date?
they just like went out to arcade, went out shopping, went out for dinner, and they were like having conversations, and the cat boy was like giggling at all of its jokes and stuff. It was like a date. It was a date. You could not watch like even like 30 minutes of that and tell me it's not a date.
So you watched 10 hours of it?
I didn't watch the whole 10 hours of it. I watched like 3 minutes. I watched like
Sure
3
knew how to
minutes.
count.
I watched I saw that it was like 10 hours. I'm not
Ben,
watching
just
this whole
admit it. We've caught you.
Like I fucking masturbate to way weirder shit than cat boys. Okay, so I will not have my perversity impugned here. I'm a way bigger fucking pervert than Nick Fuentes will ever be. But I'm also not a fucking hypocrite about it. I'm not gonna come out here and say that homosexuals are degenerate and all that shit.
Even though they are, right?
Yeah, I've never seen Nick. I've only heard of Nick Fuentes. I've never seen him actually speak or anything, so I don't know anything much about him.
Yeah, he sucks. He's a Holocaust denier. He like some people like him because he did manage to like own Ben Shapiro on the whole Israeli thing, but he only did that because he like genuinely hates Jews. It's not because he's like calling out hypocrisy. He just doesn't like Jews.
So he actually denies that the Holocaust even took place, or is he just saying that the numbers are fake?
Didn't L.A. Rollins do that too?
I think L.A. Rollins does believe in revisionism, but Fuentes he went on this whole rant where he like used cookies as an analogies for Jews to keep from getting taken down. Well, he got taken down from YouTube anyway, but yeah, I know David Cole, who is like a Jewish Holocaust revisionist, replied to him telling like that he was all wrong about his numbers and shit, and he blocked him.
Huh.
So yeah, Fuentes just doesn't like Jews.
Yeah,
he's one of those JQ guys that is like I told you about.
Yeah, I mean, I would watch something. I just never have. You know what I mean? Like he's been banned. I mean, he's been banned from the internet, right? Didn't he get banned from YouTube or something, Nick Fuentes?
YouTube, yeah.
He's still on
the day before I did. The day before I did, I should.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So
because JF flagged us both, I'm telling you.
I think he's still on BitChute and streaming on DLive, but yeah, fuck Nick Fuentes.
Oh yeah,
he could have been banned though. I think that's bullshit that he was banned though. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
yeah, kinda. I think it's like there's definitely like a double standard. It's not like quite as blatant as on like Twitch, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to be able to hear what people have to say and then make up my own mind and how stupid they are. You know what I mean? I think that people should be able to run around saying whatever stupid stuff they want to say, so that you know who's stupid, right?
Yeah. It's like we were talking about on Facebook. Like I talked to like Zachary Magaha about Max Stirner all the time. I got a friend request from someone on Facebook who went by the name Max Stirner. Yeah, when we talked about philosophy, I told you about the philosopher Max Stirner.
Oh, okay, yeah. I encounter him quite a bit in the books I've been reading recently, like Critique of Anarchist Communism by who is that?
Yeah.
L.A. Rollins cites him quite a bit. I don't like any of them because they're all just freaking degenerate atheists.
Well, I mean, Max Stirner definitely is an atheist, but I think he makes the case a lot better than most do. So I highly recommend you read The Unique in Its Property. But
I've read a lot of excerpts because Critique of Anarchist Communism relied pretty heavily on them. Yeah.
So, well, anyway, I got a Facebook friend request from someone who was like going by the name Max Stirner, and like I go on their page, and like the first 2 or 3 posts are like a bunch of JQ shit. So I'm just like, nope, no, not doing that, nope.
And JQ, for those who are uninitiated, refers to the Jewish question, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody is exempt from criticism, though.
I'm not saying like the Jewish culture or all that is exempt from criticism, but you know, if you're the kind of person who's like obsessed with like how the Jews are ruining everything and they're responsible for all this degeneracy and so forth, victim. I don't need to listen to you.
That's playing victim. Yeah, I agree, but I mean, if somebody doesn't believe in the Holocaust, as long as it doesn't run their entire life, it's not really going to bother me. I mean, I don't have a dog in that hunt. But, I mean, there are people who let it consume their life, and then it alienates them from their families, and then they blame that on the Jews, and it's just an ugly thing. But, I mean, if someone has come to that conclusion, I mean, I don't think that writes them off as a human being, as long as they don't go around telling Jewish people, hey, you weren't there. That's bullshit. You're lying. You didn't say that's wrong. Yeah. But,
No, I think a lot of like those types are very like hypocritical. They'll have this like this attitude is just like, well, I don't like hate Jews on an individual level. I just hate like the Jews as a whole are, like doing this thing where they're like destroying white Western culture and blah 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 blah. And it's fuck off.
They claim to hate victims, and then they make themselves victims of Jews who are supposedly inferior, but also superior. And Alex Jones, everybody, likes to take shots at Alex Jones saying he's a Nazi, this and all that, but there are people who say Alex Jones doesn't place the blame at the Jews' feet. How can he be a Nazi if he's got, these psychos saying that he doesn't go far enough to put the blame on the Jews for all this stuff? You know what I mean? He deals with that as shit in his chat. Anybody who's been in one of his chat rooms has seen these degenerate people, saying this shit, that say it's because he's part of Project Mockingbird. He won't blame the Jews because he is Jewish.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's dumb. Like one YouTuber one left-wing YouTuber I like is his name is Vash, but one big problem I have is where he like outright states like, oh well, most of the American conservatives are fascist to some extent, which I think is a bit silly. It's kind of conflates a lot of things. Like if you like take if you boil the definition of fascism down to the combination of state and corporate power, well, yeah, you could argue that America is already like a fascist light state,
right?
But it has a lot of other implications with it, like ultranationalism, things like that.
Totalitarianism.
A totalitarian state is like what the biggest thing I think people think of when they think of fascism, and I think there's like very few people who actually like endorse that. Like there are a few people who like there are certain like conservative ideas like, yeah, you could argue like that people don't think about the implications of it, and that the ultimate implication is that it would require a totalitarian state. I definitely think that's the case with like the people who believe in like a white ethno state and shit like that. I think it would be impossible to achieve something like that without violent ethnic cleansing.
Yeah,
right.
People who want that, who claim they want that, first of all, I think a lot of them are fronting because they saw someone else saying that they wanted that. But also, when it gets to the question, like when Sargon asked the Daily Stormer guy, whose name I can't remember, what is it?
Richard Spencer?
No, the other Daily Stormer guy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Whatever his name is. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Well, Sargon asked him, what happens if you realized this dream? What happens when you realize this, this day, when this day comes? What do you do to remove all these, people who are not ethnically, part of your new nation? And he couldn't get them to, he made them dance around, what they would obviously wanted to say, so like Mike Enoch and stuff like that, who I think that guy let this shit ruin his marriage, and his wife was Jewish, and it doesn't take a leap of the imagination to imagine that may have contributed, maybe he did all this shit under her nose, talking about all this stuff, in a dark room, and she found out, wait a minute, you feel this strongly about Jews, and I was married to you all this time. I mean, it's like when people started pointing that out more and more, suddenly they're divorcing. I mean, it makes you think,
Yeah, it's definitely the case. Like I know the funny thing is Heidegger, who was like he was very pro-fascist, but he was very pro-Nazi. But the one thing he didn't like about Nazis is the anti-Jew part. He was very like on board with a totalitarian, like pro-German state and all of that. But he apparently didn't like the anti-Semitic part. And the funny thing is, like, he had like a series of relationships with female Jewish academics. So, yeah, that's.
Well, he was a part of the time period. He was a part of the culture. He can't.
Well, no, Heidegger was he was very like pro fascist, but he just didn't like the anti-Semitic part. And I suppose that was kind of like the divide between like Hitlerism and Strasserism. The Strasserists were like very anti-capitalist. They were very like pro-Soviet Union. They wanted to have like a strong relationship with the Soviet Union. But then the Strasserites lost to the Hitlerists, who were very anti-Semitic, and, very anti-Slavic, very like pro-racial purity. So that that kind of became the central tenet of the Nazi government in Germany.
I don't think that there's any nation who is 100% benevolent, and I think if we looked at this on a totally,
absolutely not
on a totally altruistic level, if that's the right word, if you looked at every nation and every government history, I think that it would be a lot harder if it wasn't beaten into us from day one of our lives that Nazis are bad. I think that it would be a lot harder to differentiate between them, other than there's the Holocaust, but there are a lot of Holocausts and genocides all across the world, so why is that? What does that one command the most,
I mean, yeah, I definitely think there's some truth to that. Like Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks. Like the Young Turks were the ones who committed the genocide against the Armenians and the Greeks in Turkey. And,
right, that inspired Hitler. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they. I think they were partially like a inspiration, but because that genocide has been largely forgotten. But if you like looked at it that way, then calling yourself the Young Turks is a lot like if like in some alternative universe where the Holocaust was not as horribly remembered as it is, then it would be like calling your news network like the Hitler Youth or something like that.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty amazing that program is called the Young Turks. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that Cenk has gone back and because he used to deny that genocide, but he's gone back on that.
Yeah, I mean his co-hosts Armenian, right? I mean,
yeah, Anna Kasparian, she's Armenian.
Yeah, that's pretty bizarre.
Because the funny thing is, like Chapo Trap House, like obviously their name is somewhat ironic, but one of the things I read, like criticizing them, was like, oh, it's so problematic they named themselves after a Mexican drug lord and after after drug dealing in the black community.
Well, what does that mean, Chapo Trap? What?
Well, yeah, El Chapo was like a big time Mexican drug dealer, and a trap house is is like an abandoned house where drug dealers deal drugs.
Okay.
So and their logo is a modified version of the of a CIA anti-drug patch. So they just kind of like leaned into that sort of like jokey like drug culture.
I got you. Yeah, I've never listened to them or I only heard of them peripherally. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely highly recommend them. Their a bit they did on incels was pretty good too. They talk about how modern day incels are people who meet in like discords and such, but the incels of old were basically Torgos.
What is that?
What's the name of that?
Isn't that kind of the topic that I wanted to bring up? Like, if all these modern talking points, like SJWs and incels had like a
the movie Manos: The Hands of Fate, the character Togro.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The idea that the former incels were basically just servants to rich people who just never had the opportunity to even like meet women because they were like they were basically like isolated and had to work all the time.
Okay.
I've never understood the propensity to belittle someone based directly on their sexual activities, or lack thereof.
I kind of view it the way there are two kinds of like incels. There's like the small I incels. There's just guys who want to get laid but just can't for whatever reason. And then there's the capital I incels who buy into this like ultra misogynistic ideology and end up going like, I don't know, going out and like running people over because they're mad they can't get pussy and things like that. And
there's people like me who could try a little harder.
There's a term.
Doesn't want to.
There's a term for that. It's called volcel. Voluntary celibate.
There you go. Yeah, that's me.
So you're not an incel, you're a volcel.
I thought it was a
actual term, then yeah.
They're kind of somewhat interchangeable.
Isn't he just? I thought he was just a spinster.
well, how old are you again, Jeremy?
Okay, I thought I was 38 after my birthday a week ago, but turns out I'm actually 37, so I got a year's report.
How do you not know that?
Okay, you've got a couple of years before you're a spinster.
I lost count. How many years?
Well, let's say 40 is the spinster year. I think
Okay, so you've got a few years before you're a spinster.
Don't worry, I'll reach it. Don't worry about that.
So you're a vol cell.
It is
It
voluntary.
doesn't have quite the. It doesn't have the ring to it as MGTOW. I think you should go with MGTOW.
Nah, I think vol
There's a
cell
lot
is
more
pretty cool.
stigma with MGTOW though, because basically people think MGTOW is a thesaurus word for incel, but
Yeah, I would say
to get onto this again. Not to get onto this. Again.
Well, MGTOW is closer in definition to vol cell than it is incel, right? I mean, incel is involuntary. MGTOW is like they're going their own way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's closer, but MGTOWs don't necessarily not have sex. That is something like many of them still date around. Volcel just means you're voluntarily not having sex. So
I still like Hermit. I don't know why they got to invent new terminology.
Yeah, Hermit's a little bit better. Yeah,
Something that's always been around,
Well, Hermit kind of implies you don't go out and talk to people, though.
I don't though, unless it's worth it.
Okay, well, you come on here and talk to us, so I guess.
Well, yeah, this is like my smokestack, to the world. It's just so I don't go.
I think Hermit. I think it's someone going off in the woods and
no, you guys are like the Wilson on that I draw on the beach ball. The face that I draw on the beach ball and talk to, so I don't go crazy. That's what this is.
But one of the incel like talking points is that women have just too high standards. They only go for chads with like super chiseled jawlines and things like that. It's like everyone on this podcast has had sex at least once, so I think it's safe to say that women don't have that high standards.
My jawline's pretty good.
Yeah. You're no homo, but yeah, you are pretty hot.
But anyway, Chapo Trap House. Sorry to derail.
But yeah, Chapo Trap House. I think they're good. I think they're definitely one of the best leftist podcasts out there. They're the only leftist podcast I can think of that doesn't make me want to eviscerate myself with scissors. So I highly recommend listening to them. They're very funny and charming.
I might have to give it a whirl.
Rob Stark's alt-left thing didn't really work out for him, did it?
Rob Stark's still around, but he's not really like an alt. I mean, he's sort of like alt-leftist, but he's more like a radical centrist. Like he's very big on the idea of what works.
Where's that dude who wrote? What is it? Brandon Adamson. Where does he fall on the political spectrum? I only know that one book.
He's definitely sort of a he's definitely like sort of a alt-right type. He's not quite as radical with the with a lot of the he's not quite as radical, and he's definitely like a normal guy, but he's definitely like alt-right in the sense he he doesn't like democracy. He isn't a big fan of immigration. He's not a big fan of like racial diversity, and he's a big fan of futurism and things like that.
So microchipping, he wants to microchip people.
Well, no, not quite. I bet he's big on like he's a futurist in the old school sense. Like he's big on like urban development and new technologies and UBI, things like that.
Gregor actually wanted to talk about microchipping.
So you guys down with it?
That.
You guys down with microchipping?
Fuck no.
No.
Fuck no.
I thought you meant
it's
down
like
for talking with it.
Like I have to renew my license this year, and I fucking dread having to get that real ID in it.
What?
Oh yeah, the federal ID.
I gotta do that too.
Wait, what?
Yeah, don't you know? Like all by like a certain date, all driver's license have to have that real ID shit in it.
Isn't it October? Yeah. Please tell me it's October.
Yeah, it's October.
What does that mean?
It means you can't fly unless you have it, and you can't
even in the state
go into a federal building if you don't have it, and you can't buy or sell anything on the market, and you have to put it in your hand.
No.
No, you just have to have it on your fucking driver's license.
Yeah, you have to have it on your driver, but you can't go into a federal building. You can't fly either with it, right?
Yeah, it's more Big Brother bullshit.
Yeah, it's a big brother push. Yeah,
It's in your ID. That's all, right?
it's on your driver's license or state ID or whatever you have. Yeah.
It really just seems like a way to get money. Like, I don't see the practical necessity of it.
What, I got to pay for it too?
Yeah.
Oh
What?
yeah.
What are you talking about?
You got to
Well-
pay to get your license or your ID.
I
No,
don't
you
remember
don't
that.
fly anywhere, so you're probably good.
I can't remember paying. Do I have to pay to renew my license? I can't remember.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
got to
think
pay.
so.
It's like a little bit. It's not that
I
much.
can't.
Yeah, it's
I
a
can't
nominal
remember.
fee, but it's not super expensive. But you got to pay something for the processing of getting a new license
I forgot about
every
it.
4 years.
Every,
Unless in Tennessee, you guys don't do that because
Yeah,
you're.
we have to do it.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I hate the DMV.
Everybody hates the DMV.
But they're going to be microchipping you there soon enough, right? I mean, it's my
They ain't
thinking.
microchipping me.
No.
It's a. Do you know the story Harrison Bergson by Vonnegut?
What?
Harrison Bergson, I think it's called.
Bergeron by Vonnegut?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
you said
Yeah,
Don-
I probably-
You're sounding like Biden there for a second.
I've been drinking rum, so I have an excuse. But yeah, you know, you know how in that story, like intelligent people would have like a thing in their ear that would like buzz every few minutes, so they couldn't
Right.
keep a straight line of thought. Well, you know, people
Yeah.
didn't have to be forced to have those put in their ear. They just line up voluntarily at the Verizon store to get it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that there might be a point where, so many folks will be signing up for getting chipped, right? That, you won't, so it'll be totally optional for you, but you won't be able to
Well, the
do a
thing
lot of
is,
things,
I know
right?
you're probably going to try to relate it to like the mark of the beast because that's where everyone takes it. I've read a lot about that, and from reading Revelations, to me, it seems like the mark of the beast is associated with actual worship as opposed to like a involuntary thing. It's like it seems to be a thing that you know what you're doing. Now, I may be wrong in that, but a lot of people are kind of paranoid thinking that, it would be like a thing like that you're forced to do.
Well, I mean, I think that microchipping people being associated with the mark of the beast, you don't even have to do it, right? I mean, as far as how horrible the idea is, right? You don't even have to even tie it to a biblical revelation type thing. I mean, it's just the idea of getting microchipped is terrifying, right?
It is terrifying, yeah.
Yeah, it's just that in Revelations, it didn't say it was like required. It was like no man could buy or sell unless they had it. So,
right.
I'm not a Christian, so I don't really like believe in like a literal mark of the beast. But I think it was like a sort of if it's one thing the writer of Revelations had is this sort of vision, like, well, Rome is like increasingly doing all this shit to keep tabs on its citizens. So the idea of like putting a mark on everyone to make sure they would, be able to participate in daily life was very visionary, I suppose is the right word.
Right.
It predicted like how a lot of governments would act in the future.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that it's not as remarkable of a prediction, I guess, is what you're getting at, right? And which I would agree with, I mean, but I think that it will get to the point where folks are already voluntarily getting microchipped at various different companies, right?
Yeah, there are
and
places
involuntarily too. If you remember the video that broke, I believe it was last year, about the homeless dude in the barber shop.
No.
It was like a little thing that they were filming, like about how good this barbershop is, like giving out free haircuts. And they just have the dude talking there. And he's saying, yeah, there's this place, like a homeless shelter, where they like to sign up for something. They start microchipping you. And it kind of like, it came viral for a little while. Then it kind of disappeared.
No, I've not heard of that.
Yeah.
So there was a barber shop that was microchipping homeless people.
No. It was a barbershop giving out free haircuts, and it was like a kind of a promotional thing for the barbershop. And it was just a random thing. They were like filming, them giving the homeless dude a haircut and, in real time. And so he's just talking to his barber and he starts talking about this homeless shelter, microchipping homeless people, basically.
Yeah. I
Now-
mean, that could just be like him, like having delusions and so
Right,
forth. but
right.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they started doing that at some point. And one could
Right.
argue that, being microchipped for the company you work for isn't completely voluntary because, we're in a time where being able to just quit and go to another job is not exactly even despite the fact that, unemployment is low, it's still not the best option for a lot of people. So, it does feel like they kind of like have you by the balls. You can either like take the microchip or, be in a very, very precarious financial position.
Right.
I'd rather be in a precarious
if you want to advance in the company, you get the microchip too, right? It could be that as well.
That's
You know what I mean?
screwed up. Why even
Right.
go in that direction?
I can imagine them like in the future being like, this is for the protection of our company. It's for the protection of the vulnerable people in our company, the women and the LGBT and the minorities. Take the microchip, bigot.
Right.
Like that's why I hate all the woke shit. It's just a cover for all this other totalitarian bullshit. And it's not an attempt to address inequalities in society. It's an attempt to put like a happy mask on totalitarianism.
That's a lot of it is like that. That's how it appears for damn sure. So I think that eventually folks will be, they're going to make it so it's so darn convenient, right, for people who get the microchip that eventually, most people will have it. And the folks that don't have it, they don't get, they had to pay a little bit more at the grocery store, or they had to pay a little bit more, or they had to get the shittier seats at the theater, that type of stuff, right? You know what I mean? If you get it's like buying into like a club or like a Speedway or whatever the case may be, right? Where you get a discount on your groceries if you sign up, that type of thing. So you'll have a tax essentially for not getting microchipped, at least to begin with, is what my thinking is.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
It's very
But
worrying.
as far as the biblical thing,
I mean, it's not going to come from the
downplaying it.
government. It's going to come from corporations, right? Well, go ahead. I'm sorry, Zach. What were you going to say?
I'm not necessarily downplaying it. I believe that, I can definitely see why people would think that would be like a mark of the beast type thing. But I don't know. Even though I believe it seems like the Bible says it has more to do with worship. I'm still never getting microchipped up based on that one fear. I'm just, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, and excluding that, I mean, I don't need to have revelation to tell me that's not a good idea. I mean, didn't they essentially just microchip everybody that went to the concentration camps in World War II? I mean, they put like a barcode on their bodies, right?
Yeah.
Well, they tattooed them with a code, yeah.
Yeah.
Indiana is a step closer to forbidding.
Well, what's that?
Indiana is a step closer. Indiana, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Indiana is a step closer to forbidding companies from forcing workers to implant microchips in their bodies. It's still fucked that we have to have, politicians making bills forbidding this practice.
Man, dude, speaking of weird bills like that, you need to watch one of Tom Horn's movies. I'm forgetting which one it was, but it's going into like the genetic manipulation thing. And they were coming up with a bill. I think it was Ohio University. It may not have been that university, but it was a law school about the rights people who weren't 100% human, as in people who had undergone some kind of genetic manipulation or like robot transhumanism, body modification, like what rights they would have under the law, since like all laws are basically, for humans. It's some freaky stuff.
Wow.
I've not heard that. So they're saying that folks that have genetic, like what folks that have been like playing with CRISPR in their basement or something, that the laws don't pertain to them.
Yeah, something like that. It's really
That's That's really weird because I didn't think we were at the point with genetic manipulation that someone could be manipulated to the point where they can be considered non-human anymore.
Transhumanism.
Well, they've already done weird crap. Like, what was it? They had a goat mixed with a spider or something to produce some kind of silk.
That's fact. Yes.
Yeah, I have heard of that. Yeah, but that's not human. I mean, in any way, right?
That
Well,
we know
it's not
of.
human, but I mean, they can
Right.
obviously, if they can do that, they can screw around with a human.
Right. Yeah.
What rights would a clone have? Would a human clone have?
I would think that a clone would have the same rights as a human because, like,
Yeah.
a clone is not like this weird empty shell that you create. It's just using genetic material from someone to create someone very
I
similar.
would think
to
they would have the same rights. Yeah.
I would hope so.
I would hope so. Yeah.
Because
I would hope they just
Christ,
don't make clones.
Do cloned animals have rights
Like-
in the same way? I mean,
like I can't.
Animals don't have rights.
Animals
Yeah.
don't really have rights.
Yeah,
Well,
like I can't
they
see
kinda
like the
do.
purpose of. I can't see the purpose of creating like whole clone people, but I can see like creating like clone body parts in order to, for medical purposes and such. But like a whole human, I don't
Ugh.
understand what.
Imagine what the freaking fetish community would do with that.
oh,
crap.
good lord.
If you have sex with your if you have sex with your clone, would it be considered gay, incest, or masturbation?
It'd be all three.
Yeah.
Would you have sex with your own
Well,
clone?
It wouldn't be masturbation, I guess, really technically. But well, I guess it could be, yeah, because it's exact genetic duplicate, right? So maybe, yeah, I don't know. That's the tough one, but the other two would be yes. Yeah.
I would not have sex with myself. No, absolutely not. I'm disgusted.
If you were like a woman, would you have sex with you?
How would I be a woman and a man?
No, like imagine like.
Well, I mean,
if
they
you
can
were,
have
like,
freaking twins who one twin is a woman, one twin is
Right. Yeah. If it was just a
so,
twin, it was like Jemima Maddox.
making pancakes.
Yeah, what-
If she was as solitary as me, then maybe I don't know.
Now the freaking image.
that'll be the solution to the incel problem. We'll just create female clones for incels that they can just have sex with all day long.
That sounds like a really good idea.
I'm freaking imagining
What
like
would their
Jeremy
children
now
look
is like
like?
Aunt Jemima.
Well, I
What-
mean, I wasn't really going there. I just
Where
there's a
would
name that was Jeremy like, you know.
What would their children look like, though?
We'll just make sure the clones are infertile.
Oh.
Yeah, let's just make sure of that because we don't need
Well, I
to
mean,
bring that
wouldn't you have
into
to
it.
accelerate the growth, though, right? I mean, or you'd have to have some kind of a growth accelerator in order for this to work, you know.
Yeah, obviously, like right now, cloning basically just works the same as like giving birth.
Right. So I mean, yeah. So when Jeremy's a spinster or whatever, he could maybe have a 20-year-old clone that he could get with, I suppose. Yeah. So you guys are down with cloning for body parts?
No.
Well, I'm down for
No,
I'm down
it's
for
just- I
cloning
don't
for
like
like
that
individual.
idea.
Well, I'm down for cloning
Is that
for
what's-
like. I'm down for cloning like individual body parts. I'm not down for like really down for cloning like whole people. Like maybe that could be like a solution for infertility or something
yeah.
like that. But the idea of like creating like clones, I can't see like doing that for reasons that wouldn't be like completely inhuman, like harvesting them for organs or having them be
Right.
soldiers or whatever. Yeah,
Right.
I cannot get behind that.
According to this new bill in Indiana, employers cannot condition a job offer on chip insertion, and if workers lose their job for allegedly refusing one, the bill lets them sue for damages.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
It's looking
I
like
can get behind
Indiana's the
that.
state to move to.
Wisconsin did it first, though.
Yeah, that is good. So what if they cloned an entire body but the brain and had a robot brain in there? Would you be down with that, Ben?
That's an interesting thought experiment. I assume like a robot brain would just be wouldn't be complicated enough to really be human.
Okay, that's
I don't-
freaking odd because I just abandoned a story the other day that was literally what was happening in the story.
What, they had a cloned person, but they put like a robot brain in the body,
Yeah,
in the skull?
yeah.
You shouldn't have abandoned it. This is your sign.
It was even cooler because the cloned person was like a life-size, the NPC meme.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I abandoned
Providence,
that.
man.
What?
It's Providence. It's
Providence, yeah, it's Providence. You should go back to it.
I deleted it.
You deleted it.
Miserable wretch. Anyway,
Dude, I've written freaking whole novels and deleted them off my hard drive. Like the first novel I wrote ended up being, I think it was 50,000 words, and I finished it, just looked at it for a second, and just deleted it and started writing another one.
Yeah,
I'm kind of mad because I
imagine
want to
doing
find it again. but
Yeah,
it's
I couldn't
not
imagine
on.
doing that either.
look
Yeah,
in your recycle bin.
Oh, I have. I've not been able to find it.
Well, you shouldn't have deleted it. Now
You could probably get like some data recovery people to get it back if you have the same computer.
Yeah, I mean, it's been years. I mean, it was back, I think, probably 2014.
You should file a Freedom of Information Act request for it.
Can you do that?
I mean,
Well,
why
I'm sure someone at the FBI got a hold of it.
not? Somebody at that SA probably has it, right? I mean, it's got to be somewhere, you know.
Yeah, much like how the FBI watches me through my webcam when I masturbate.
Well, I mean, that's just for sport, though. That's not because they're really, you know.
Okay, once you know the title of the book, you'll know why I deleted it.
What was the title?
Haunted House Fun.
Yeah, it's not
It was
even
like an extreme horror novel about a haunted house.
Delete the
they were
title.
I mean, yeah, the title needs work.
yeah.
Kind of
That's
like.
why I deleted it.
I kind of like.
It sounds like a book for kids.
I know.
Well, actually,
I was like freaking 16 or 15.
Actually, yeah, you could do that. You could give it do an extreme horror novel that's has a kids book title like that and make it look like a kids book
I got
Carlton
better at
Miller.
titles after that because the next thing I wrote was Beach Bum Redemption, and that one got freaking stolen, as I mentioned earlier.
So,
But it didn't get stolen. I mean,
Well, yeah, you didn't sign over the rights, so
Yeah.
if they didn't take it, then even if they did publish it under a
I don't
different
get what
name,
their purpose would be. What purpose would they have?
I actually think I know who you're talking about.
They were called Aztec Moon, if I remember.
Okay, so it's not who I'm thinking of then.
Who are you
I mean, they probably just suck and just collapsed, right? In the most likely scenarios.
No. This was the day after, and and it's so freaking weird because someone sent me a message saying to avoid them. I think it was. I can't remember. It was weird.
They're probably just going to Google translate into Spanish and publish in a different country or something, you know?
Maybe.
Yeah.
So Nevada at one point was going to ban voluntary microchipping. Just to give you an idea of so there's apparently a lot of states got up in arms against this and had our backs. Thank God. So,
Yeah, I've not heard of any of that actually. That's heartening to know that at least
all
some
here,
people.
It's not on InfoWars. It's on Market Watch. So it's like reassuring to the plebs and normies. So
Right.
That's pretty weird that Nevada would do that, considering Vegas, because it seems like the dang the casinos would want that.
It's such a common sense thing to be against that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Even people who probably have no scruples can see the clear and present danger in allowing things like that to exist.
Yeah.
And it's pretty amazing that there is such a push for it, right? I mean, like you see so
it's
many.
amazing to me that there's one company out there making them. I mean, I know there are multiple, but I'm saying that just that there would be one is freaky.
Right. One of the biggest makers of them is a German company that was involved in, World War II with Hitler, called Siemens. They were a big RFID chip manufacturer.
Really?
Yeah.
Here's something else that bothered me about this whole thing. I remember reading a few years ago about this fluff piece about how microchipping employees was becoming a thing. Our employees volunteering to get it, done, and they had better access. They could open doors easier than someone who had to push a button or go get somebody to open it.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of just real fluff piece, little news, little news pieces that you can find all over the place. Or like, and they just act like isn't this cute? Oh, this is weird. Oh, this is so weird and novel. Would you do it? Oh, I don't know about that, Jim, but I think about it.
Do you know who was who was giving them the microchips?
Yeah,
These
tattoo
people.
artists.
Tattoo artists.
Yeah, like piercers or whatever. Yeah, guys that. Yeah.
Not medical professionals. Tattoo artists. That sounds like that crosses some boundaries.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, piercers, right? They're guys that do piercings, right? Body piercings. So.
And when I brought that up on some,
we just lost. What the hell?
saying, well, tattoo artists have to get us.
That was weird.
What happened?
We just a moment. We lost you and we lost Zachary. Zachary, you still there?
Zach, he legitimately said he was going to be back in a minute.
Oh,
His mic's
I'm not
muted.
looking at the private chat.
His mic's
Oh no,
muted.
wait, that's yeah. Now you're.
Everybody's here. Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
I'm
but
here.
But we lost you and Zachary, and just me and Gregor were here for just a minute.
Well, I mean, it's the topics, right? They had to shut us down.
I've
Give
never-
us a little warning.
Yeah, fucking FBI. Fuck off, FBI. Don't you have better shit to do?
I've
It's not-
never left the room though. That's I don't understand.
Well,
Yeah,
because
it's
you're one of
probably a
them.
glitch.
Anyway, so and someone had to chime in on social media and say, tattoo artists have to get a certificate saying that they can do this medical. I don't care. They're still a tattoo artist. They're freak makers. They're not doctors.
Well, I mean, I don't know that. I mean, if they're qualified to put microchips in people's hands, I think that's fine. If they get
I don't think
tattoo
they are.
artists to do it, I don't know how hard it is. Obviously, it doesn't sound too hard, right?
They're doing cosmetics. They're not qualified to inject something into someone. No, I don't believe so. No, they're
I'm qualified to inject something into someone.
doctors and artists should never cross over.
You're qualified to inject heroin in your own veins.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah,
Thank
But
God.
but I'm just kind of throwing this out there. If employees had like more of a say in their own workplace, I'm pretty sure most of them would reject this.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think that the people that that are actually like, putting their hands up and saying, "I'll do it," are folks that think that it's going to make them get, upwardly mobile, right? I mean, they're just folks that think that they're going to get a good pat on the head and get some advancement in the company.
I'll get a microchip if Eraserhead will publish me.
Oh, really?
No, you know what?
No.
Something weird is
Yeah,
happening
I know.
because there's some avatars missing.
Yeah, it glitched out and kicked you and Zachary for a minute. So because I guess
Mine's back. I can see mine.
I can't see your avatar.
Well, the basket case one is back now.
Yeah,
So mine's still blank.
yeah, yours is still
Try
blank.
changing it.
Yeah,
See if that
and
does anything.
Yeah, you had that picture I sent you via Goodreads as your avatar earlier. Did you change it on your own self or no?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
It was like a cow, a girl eating a
What
cow's
about now?
face.
It's back.
Yeah, and then she was being eaten by the cow as well.
Is mine back now?
Not yet. No.
Really?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
I guess the NSA is trying to fuck with us to try to get
Yeah,
us
that's
to this shit.
I'm thinking so too. Yeah, so that means we need to move on to Antarctica. So what's going on with? There
Okay,
we
what
go.
about
You got your
Yeah, it's
your
back
avatar
now.
back. Yeah. So would you get microchipped if that means you can go to Antarctica and see anything that's there unfettered without any limitations on your exploring?
No.
No, I wouldn't either. I don't want to go to Antarctica anyways. I mean, that's where they just feed people to the aliens, right?
I've heard everything from that to the dang, like apparently the giants from
Like the
Genesis
Nephilim.
the Nephilim
Yeah,
that went underground and now they somehow made it to freaking Antarctica.
Yeah, I've not heard that. That's pretty good. I like that one.
That's crazy.
Well, I mean, it's crazy, but I like the
It's
story. I like the
funny,
idea. Yeah.
It's interesting.
One of the weirder things I discovered lately and in the various rabbit holes that I fall down online is the fact that Antarctica does have like its own like country domain.
Oh, does
Does
it?
it have its own
Yeah.
zip code?
No, not, like you know how like the UK has like .co.uk and
Yeah,
Japan
yeah.
has .co.jp.
What is it?
Antarctica does have that. I can't remember what it is. I'm gonna have to look it up real quick.
Huh, I'd not heard that. Huh. Yeah, tell me what that is. I'd like to know. So I want to go to visit some Antarctica websites.
Oh, here it is.
See what the
It's
Nephilim have to say.
Yeah, it's .aq.
.aq. Huh. That's interesting. AQ. Alien quarter, or alien quarter.
Alien quarters.
So
It's not-
isn't there
that's-
actually? Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's not even administered from Antarctica. It's administered from New Zealand.
Well, of course, right? I mean that's where all the elites are bugging out to, right? Is New Zealand and Antarctica, right? I mean, if you're top notch, you go to Antarctica and you can actually be, like a sexual plaything of the aliens. And if you're not that cool, you go to New Zealand, right?
Trivia: the first story I ever sold was to an editor from New Zealand.
Really?
Yep.
Did he have large eyes? Do you ever see a picture of the person?
He was like a Bermudan press dude, so it's published in the States, not.
Oh,
okay.
Press.
So there actually has been like biological entities found in like some ancient underwater caves in Antarctica, isn't that right? Where they found some stuff that they didn't know existed or could exist in such extreme temperatures. You heard that?
I haven't heard about that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
There is life underwater in Antarctica. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'd heard. Now, you also hear all these rumors about like all these different high-level, government leaders and world leaders being taken down to Antarctica to be shown something or other. You hear all that stuff?
Yes.
Like the Pope had gone down there and John
Frozen
Kerry.
Godzilla.
What's that?
Just imagining like a dang frozen Godzilla in my head.
Yeah, maybe so, or the Nephilim, like you say.
Is that where they?
Base.
Is that where they take the president to show them the footage of the JFK assassination from an angle they've never seen before?
Potentially, yeah, maybe so. I think they could just do that Cap David, though, probably,
And it's like your answer better be, what's my agenda?
Right, exactly.
Never knew Antarctica was such a happening place.
What is this now? Antarctica's what?
Hidden
history, corporate foundations of secret space programs. Oh man, that sounds so good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put that on my to read.
Yeah, that's a cheap audiobook.
Oh yeah, it is a pretty cheap audiobook. It must be pretty short.
Well, wow, the paperback is like $25.
452 pages.
How many?
That's a weird difference. Paperback.
The paperback's $25. What the fuck?
How many pages is it?
400 something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm surprised the audiobook is so inexpensive, though.
Maybe it's on sale right now.
Or maybe the guy just
the whole Bible on the audiobook for like $8.
Because I've actually been like fascinated with the idea of like people residing in Antarctica. Obviously, like the only people who reside there are like scientists and such, but like the idea of just like being there, the idea of like many civilizations established there, and the fact that it's not it's not really ruled by anybody. Like I suppose like potentially we could all like go down there, establish the quiet place country.
Freedom, you have to move to the most extreme weather.
Nazis tried and failed to cultivate civilization in Antarctica, did they not? That's what I heard.
The Nazis? Yeah. They had a secret base there, man.
Yeah,
they still do. And then they got those Aryan guys or those big tall tooties. What are they called? Those
that thing's actually related to the Nephilim thing.
I thought
Yeah.
the Nazis were all in Argentina now.
Well, I mean, only the clones of the Hitler. Only
Which
clones.
I don't know what it says about me that I've like if thought about like if I ever get enough money that I would go to Argentina to live.
Well, I mean, I don't think they'd let you in, really.
Why
So
wouldn't they?
Hitler sent.
I'm fucking awesome.
You got those hairy arms. They don't like hairy armed people down there.
They're Hispanic. They love hairy arms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, even on their women.
If I could have your attention. Hitler sent a secret expedition to Antarctica in a hunt for margarine fat as a replacement, I guess, for when they had to ration,
Right,
or supplies were cut off.
right. So yeah, I mean, they definitely sent an expedition to Antarctica. I mean,
I'm sure that wasn't the only reason.
no,
They went there specifically for snow cones.
Yes, yes. So you don't believe that there's a big alien ship under the ice there, Jeremy?
I absolutely believe there could be. Yeah, I've also heard the stories about a hollow Earth from Admiral Richard Byrd.
Right.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with those?
Yeah.
That is pretty freaking weird. I'll give you that. I don't believe it, but it's pretty weird.
I believe that at least one of the hollow Earth stories has to be true. I don't know which one, but
Yeah, I'm not sure, but there's something going on there.
whichever one wasn't as absolute as the others, I could see being real. One that claims to have the answers to all of mankind's, most, intimate questions. I tend to disbelieve them more
Right.
than the ones who just said they had a weird experience underground.
Yeah, you're taking the whole Indiana Jones approach.
How is that?
No, the grill, he picks the one that's like not shiny and whatnot.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, man, it's been a while.
And now I'm just thinking of the Tom Waits song "Underground."
Does that deal with aliens underground or whatever?
Well, it's basically like the lyrics are things like all the roots hang down there from underground. There's a world going on down below. It basically is like a song about how there's like a civilization somewhere underground.
Well, I mean, I think that there's man-made civilizations underground that we probably don't know about. I would say.
Have you read ever read?
I've wondered if that ties into like the missing 411 stuff.
Wait,
the missing 411s, where that's where they're basically giving all of this wildlife to the alien folks that we have deals with, right? And then they get people to go out there, and that's where they grab the folks to be able to eat them or experiment on them or whatever the case may be.
Wait, we'll come back to David Paulides' missing 411 in a minute. But Ben was going to bring up some book title, I felt like, and I've got to know what it was.
Yeah, what was it, Ben?
Have you ever read the book Invisible Cities by Italo Calvino?
No, but I know what it is.
Yeah, I've only read If I'm a Winner or Not.
I mean, like the basic plot is it's Marco Polo talking with Kubla Khan about the various cities he's visited, and one of the cities he talks about is an underground city where there's dirt instead of air, but there's still somehow people in it. That's sort of like how the book is. It's like these sort of impossible cities.
Right.
Marco Polo's visited, like one city which is basically nothing but outskirts. So because it's nothing but outskirts, then you're basically always in it at some point.
Right. Yeah, I've not read it. A buddy of mine swears by it, but I've not picked it up.
Kelvin's freaking awesome.
Yeah, it's really great. I very highly recommend it if you haven't read it.
So what about Missing 411 now? So you're familiar with Paulides, Gregor?
Yeah, to a degree, yes. Yeah, I mean,
did you
but
hear
isn't that
what?
No, I don't remember how I heard about him, but yeah, I've heard about him. And that. I mean, is that part of the premise? Is that they've given up all of these, national parks basically, and they're the playgrounds of these aliens that folks have made deals with? Is that part of the premise, or am I?
Well, he doesn't really have a premise. He doesn't go into like.
He doesn't go into that, but
theories.
other people kind of do. It
Yeah.
seems like some people have like piggybacked onto it and said this is what the deal is, right? So, yeah.
People found in places that were searched 3 or 4 times by different search parties, and then like a week or 2 later they show up in that spot,
Right.
and they're not as decayed as they should be, something like that, or their pants are turned inside out, or they're found whole but dead or alive miles and miles away up in the mountains where there's no way they could travel in that length of time. Really weird stuff.
Yeah, and isn't there some kind of weird? Don't they do some kind of statistical analysis that, like, if you're traveling and you're hiking in one of these areas, that there's phenomenon where the last person in line in the little hiking lineup, right, is always the one to get disappeared. They'll just turn around and the last guy in line's gone forever.
There's several ones like that. There's actually one of them not too far from where I live. It'd be further from where Jeremy lives. The Dennis Martin case, and my dad actually, because you can download the like the actual like report and stuff online. He read it recently. It's pretty crazy, but that's I think that's actually the most famous one.
The last in line thing?
No, it wasn't a last in line thing, but it was one where like this kid was like playing hide and seek with a bunch of other kids, and his dad was watching him, and he went behind this bush. And his dad, kept his eye on that area the whole time. And eventually, like, the kid didn't come, or Dennis didn't come back out. So he walked back there, and he just wasn't there. And there was like a gigantic search effort where they brought in the Green Berets, the FBI, and everything. And nothing's ever come of it. But the real weird thing is, and it wasn't publicized back when it happened, it was like in the 60s. There was this family that was hiking near the area. And they saw they heard this scream, and then they saw like this figure walking with like something slumped over its shoulder. And basically, once they came forward with that, they kind of shut their story up, and that didn't get publicized till like years after the matter.
Huh? Yeah, I've not heard of that.
Yeah, I think it was either Jeremy or Zachary. Didn't one of you tell me about the disappearance of Johnny Gosh?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've discussed that on this show before, right? I know Jeremy likes to talk about Johnny Gosh.
Yeah, because he disappeared.
I'm blinking on this one. What's this one?
It's the
he disappeared from.
He was a paper boy.
He disappeared from right here in Des Moines.
And
there's speculation that he was had been the victim of a pedophile organization.
Right.
And that's an interesting tidbit here. Apparently, he was one of the first children to be put on a milk carton.
Really?
Oh, really?
Here's the fucked up part about that case. His mom was sent pictures of boys bound and gagged. That's what's scary about it. In a one of those big envelopes, those vanilla envelopes.
And she also went to go talk to some dude in prison that supposedly had something to do with his disappearance too.
Troy Benassi, I think. Yeah. And the guy supposedly had multiple personalities or something.
That reminds me of that one smiley face case where the mom got like the voicemail of her boy like screaming and stuff for her. And they traced it back to like some random freaking truck stop in like Texas, and nothing has ever come of it since. And then that's also the same one where they got like a severed owl's head on their front door, and the next person who went missing, because this was like one of those cluster areas, their body wound up in this place called like Owl's Head Creek or something.
Wow.
What the hell is going on out there?
But this is kind of weird. As long as Johnny Gosh has been disappeared, and he's been disappeared since before I was born. He was disappeared in 1982. He's still not considered legally dead.
That is weird.
His mom says that she's met him as an adult when he was, and she even went on some daytime talk show and brought this reporter, this White House reporter named Jeff Gannon on to say that he was the adult that came to her door and said, "I'm Johnny, but I can't, you have to keep quiet about this, because I'm in my life's in danger for even being here." And he denied the whole thing, said, "I don't want to, disparage a grieving mother, and I don't want to make this worse, but I am not that person." It's a really weird case. I mean, she swears that it's him, and he swears that he's not. Who do you believe?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely hard to tell. This is a case I definitely need to look into more, given that it was, right here in my city. There's apparently a film called Who Took Johnny about it, so I'll definitely have to check that out.
Yeah.
The sheriff at the time, he actually told the search parties to go home prematurely. He said, "This kid is nothing but a damned runaway. You're wasting your time."
Yeah.
And he was drunk when he said it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. There's something going on there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that reminds me of the really weird fact that came out years later about the Dennis Martin case, and it related to like a bunch of other missing persons cases. The Fifth and Missing 411 thing was that in every one there was a certain FBI agent that was attached to each case, and he eventually wound up killing himself. So no one knows like anything about like what he knew and like why the Green Berets were called and everything.
Here's something pretty interesting. It seems like it's kind of related, but it's kind of a subject change. Do you know the movie Debbie Does Dallas? The infamous porn movie?
With the dog?
No. Debbie Does Dallas. It's just about a Dallas cowboy chick who has sex with a bunch of guys.
We don't watch porn, Ben.
Well, I do. You don't. It's like you're fucking celibate. But the star of that movie, I can't remember what her name was. I'll have to look it up real quick. But she's actually disappeared, and nobody's seen from her since she did that film. And there's actually a lot of speculation that she's currently living in Des Moines, Iowa. So it's very possible. Bambi Woods, that's her name. So like, it's very possible that I passed by her at some point and didn't even know it, which I think is pretty amusing.
You should try to hunt her down. make a little documentary about it.
Yeah, like the search for Bambi Woods. That actually wouldn't make it be a bad.
That reminds me of the one Jeremy sent me after I went on that cruise, where the girl went missing off the cruise ship, and then they found like her pictures on this.
Amy Bradley. That case still freaks me out. Another case where a person who's been missing for years, a picture is sent anonymously to the mother, almost ritualistically.
Well, I think this one, the person who sent her the picture, I thought it was someone who was like an independent investigator who had found it.
Look at those side by side and tell me, do you guys see a resemblance?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of.
There. You see, I know that's not very close up, but look, there's her as a 20-something-year-old, and there's her years later, allegedly. Do you see?
Yeah. I can kind of see it in the face, yeah.
If she were beaten down for years and held captive all those years and probably kept high on drugs so she could, perform and be silent when they need her to be silent, wouldn't she look kind of like that years later?
Maybe. I have difficulty believing that. It's kind of like why the reason like actual like honest to God snuff porn films don't exist. Like the idea of like obviously like child porn exists and so forth, but the idea of like filming your crimes that way and distributing it doesn't seem very likely to me.
I don't know. I think it could definitely be a possibility. Basically,
I think that they exist. Yeah.
I mean, it does exist. Like, I don't know if you know about the Rachel Bruno case. It was like a case of, it was like a senator's daughter or something in New York who like met a guy off of MySpace, and she disappeared, and then a bunch of porn films with her, homemade porn films with her in them surfaced, and then she suddenly like reappeared, like wandering around the streets of New York, disoriented. So yeah, it does happen. It just seems like to me it just seems like a little something that probably doesn't happen very often, given how many women are willing to appear in porn films.
You know,
but
they wear masks. It's plausible. It's totally plausible. If you don't know, if you can't see a face when they kill someone on camera, I mean,
haven't there been plenty of killers that have committed crimes on camera and they've been caught, right? And those films exist, right?
Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, they absolutely filmed their crimes because the poor parents had to watch them in court. They were burned immediately afterwards, so no one could get their hands on them, and they couldn't get out. The parents.
Not forget the dang Pizzagate video with Clinton and it was.
Well,
that one's probably fake.
We don't know.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait a second.
Screen grab.
What are you talking about?
Zach. You brought it up, Zach. This is your mess. You cleaned it.
Yeah. So what video are you talking about, Zach?
No one's seen the video. It's apparently a thing on the
Of course.
Web, but there's a screen grab from it.
Oh, I've never even heard of a screen grab from it, because you're talking about like the Leatherface type of thing going on allegedly, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, it's supposedly cutting off the little girl's face and putting it over their own.
And then dancing around, yeah.
That did not happen. Like, I don't like Hillary Clinton, but, it's just like, well, to be honest, I don't think she would do anything like that for sexual gratification. I don't think she does anything for sexual gratification.
I mean, I absolutely believe that she has had people murdered. Absolutely. Nobody has that many people who are inconvenient to them and their reputation die or disappear through the years so often. That does not happen that often. There are so many missing people. It's just or they die mysteriously. There's no way no one has that many coincidences,
Right.
But
to me it doesn't speak well. To me, it doesn't
Yeah.
speak well of her either way, because it's like, okay, well, like even if you don't assume that she was responsible for it, there's reason to believe that she's involved with enough shady people that's happening around her, which still does not speak very well about her.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but is there actually a screen grab allegedly from this video? I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
see if
my
you can pull
problem
that up,
with it
Jeremy.
is there's a
I'm not
thing
going to pull it up.
It sounds ridiculous.
I've never even seen it.
No, you have seen it, Jeremy. I think it was on your old Quiet
you had
Place.
that on
It's
your
the
own
one where
Facebook.
one of them's laying down on that dang pool table.
Oh, I don't know for sure that was actually Hillary and Muma Abidine or whatever her name
I think
is.
someone did a really good job of showing how you could recreate that with Photoshop and these two photos of Clinton and Uma Abedin that were like easily obtainable.
Right.
But I mean,
yeah, I've never even heard of a screenshot allegedly from the video. Huh.
Yeah,
That's pretty interesting.
I think my biggest problem with the whole Pizzagate thing is it's very clear there are people in the upper echelons of society who are involved in child trafficking and so forth.
Yeah.
But the ridiculous things about there being about child sex exchanges in this pizza place and all this ridiculous shit about Hillary Clinton like cutting off little girls' faces to put over her own and so forth, it undermined that. Like, we don't need that. We don't need that. We know about Jeffrey Epstein. We know about the Lolita Express. We know that these people are involved with this fucking weirdo. We don't need this weird shit about.
You cannot downplay the emails.
Those are weird.
The emails are weird, but the fact of the matter is they haven't led to anything substantive, and so because of that, I have trouble thinking. And we already got from the emails that they rigged the fucking election against Bernie Sanders, so there's definitely that.
It didn't even matter.
Yeah, it didn't even matter. It's like there was a court case about how the DNC is private, so they don't have to respect the votes. Fucking hell.
Zach, I can't find that picture again, man. I don't know. It showed people, two women who looked like Hillary and her aide, Muma Abedin or whatever.
The Wiener's wife. Yeah.
Wiener's wife. Yeah. And, it showed them lying half clothed or half naked on a pool table.
My biggest problem was one of their legs going off the pool table. It looked like some kind of like Photoshop mess up, where you could see the edge of the table through one of their legs, but you couldn't really tell. You remember what I'm talking about? Because I think you actually pointed it out.
But there's obviously something weird going on. I mean, you've heard about the White March thing that went down in Belgium, right?
No, what is that?
Yeah,
you mean the Beast of Belgium thing?
Yeah, and then they had this there was like 300.
No, it was in Programmed to Kill.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Where they had like 300,000 or 400,000 people, like it was like 3% of the Belgian population marched on the capital and was, basically demanding that basically the government be basically brought down because they were just infiltrated by a bunch of creeps.
I mean, yeah, that it speaks very ill of our government that 2 of the 3 past presidents in my lifetime have connections to a unknown child molester who died in his cell very mysteriously. Oh, he definitely killed himself. And of course, there's and of course there's Bloomberg who was in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, and
Right.
I don't think there's any question that guy has been balls deep in 12-year-old girls.
Who, Bloomberg?
Yeah,
Possibly.
Have y'all seen the
that
barbecue
man is
video?
a sociopath.
Have you seen the barbecue video?
What's that?
Yeah, what's that?
Where Bloomberg's like at this thing where like it's kind of like a buffet type thing.
Oh, he's licking his fingers and putting
Yeah.
stuff back in there. Yeah, something being.
Well, Bloomberg has Bloomberg just absolutely Bloomberg is a sociopath. He absolutely hates anyone who cannot do anything for him. Like
He's
that.
more likely a psychopath, not a sociopath.
Well, they're kind of interchangeable, but
I
that
think that
famous.
psychopaths are born and
Ben has a
sociopaths are
psychology
made.
degree.
Well,
Right?
he could. Yeah. Well, either way, it's like that whole thing where one of his pregnant employees told him she was pregnant, and he was like, "Kill it," and that wasn't out of. That was regardless of what you think about abortion, that
He's
was
just an edgelord, man. He's just joking. He's an
No.
edgelord.
No, that was clearly due to the fact he hates the idea of having to pay maternity leave to someone. Like he hates the idea of having to
Right.
pay someone when they're not actively working for him. I think he actively
Right.
hates the idea of having to pay for people working for him in the beginning. I think if he could have fucking slaves, he would. But that's thank fucking God Bloomberg dropped out. I fucking hate that guy.
Yeah. So you have a psychology degree, Ben?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you tell me, what's the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath?
Well, they really are kind of interchangeable. Is it they both just basically mean someone who is incapable of feeling empathy towards others.
Yeah, because I thought that one was born and one was made.
I've heard that, but to be honest, both of them are they're kind
Genetically predisposed.
but sociopath, I think it is considered I was using it more in a colloquial sense. I think that sociopath is considered somewhat of a outdated term.
Now, aren't schizoids the ones who are like that? But they're their emotions are so dead that they just don't do anything.
Well, schizoid just means someone who has no desire for social interaction.
I thought it meant people who just they look like nothing, it all matters for them. They can't.
No, I think that would be anhedonia.
Oh,
Like anodyne effect or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, anhedonia would be not feeling happy by anything at all.
Right. So you got a bachelor's into psychology?
Yeah, that's why I work in insurance now.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Yeah. So what do you think about Jeremy Maddox?
I do not do that. I'm not qualified to make a diagnosis. I don't have a license. I don't have a license. All I have is a bachelor's. I am not gonna diagnose people.
So you sell insurance?
No, I'm a claims adjuster now.
Oh, okay.
That's my new job. I used to just be customer service for a property and casualty company. Now I'm a claims adjuster for a life insurance company.
Okay, because if you sold it, you know what your motto would be.
Always be closing.
You got it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
No, I definitely couldn't do the I couldn't do the sales thing. I need my fucking coffee whether I'm closing or not.
Hey, wait. But while we were talking about snuff films, though, I just want to put it across that, yes, it is a fact that Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka videotaped their horrible crimes against Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French. And the transcripts are in a book written by, I think, Stephen Williams. I can't remember the name of them right now, but
what I was getting at is that those films are probably shared amongst creeps, right?
No, they were destroyed immediately.
Maybe that's what they say, but what I'm getting at is that there's got to be films of that nature that are shared amongst creeps. They weren't necessarily made to be sold and shared amongst creeps, right? But you would imagine that there probably is an illicit trade of films of that nature, which might as well be snuff films, right?
Yeah, I've seen films online of people who've filmed their murders and so forth. I don't know if those count as snuff films because, supposedly a snuff film is, at least by definition, is one that's made for commercial distribution.
Right. Yeah, I guess you got a point, right? So, but I guess what I'm getting at is that something so close that it almost makes no difference is probably being distributed and absorbed or consumed by creeps, right? I mean, my guess is there's likely genuine snuff films that are made, but it's probably very rare.
Yeah, and I'm just going to make the assumption, maybe I'm the weird one, but we were probably all that guy at the point who searched for gore and atrocity films on the internet at some point.
I actually wasn't big into that, but I've seen
it's just
some
me.
of it.
I'm the one creep. I'm the one weirdo.
Well, I mean, I've seen some of it, but it wasn't necessarily I was seeking it out. Like I went to this creep's house that had I don't know. Did I tell you guys about this?
So you weren't the type that would go onto Rotten.com and so forth?
No, I wasn't big into that. Okay. No,
but tell us that story.
Well, that seems like I would have told you guys about this creep before, right? Well, I mean,
I don't remember it.
Oh, well, so I don't even know if I want to tell about it on this particular forum.
No, tell us. You have to now.
So we went to this.
Tell us.
So this was in the
laying around the dang bush.
All right, this was in the probably mid '90s, I guess. And I was living in Columbus, Ohio, and then I had these guys, actually Laffy Pants, who I also call A-Train, knows these guys, right? I think he would actually went over there with us, right, to this creep's house. So there was a guy that lived with Laffy Pants, who was obviously a creep, and I just don't know if I should be disclosing this, but so anyways. I'm not telling the guy's name, right? That used to live with him, right? So he had some Girl Scout magazines in his room. So he was obviously into something that was a bit unwholesome. Not Laffy Pants, but his roommate, gotcha. one of his roommates, right? Yeah. And so.
This is a creepy apartment. A freaking clown. This dude.
Yeah, well, yeah. Laffy Pants wasn't a clown at the time, but I guess if I wanted to make it especially creepy, right? So a would-be clown lived there. This guy that was pretty much a creep on little girls, right? And then another guy who collected Nazi paraphernalia. So they all live together, right? So anyhow, the creep, right, that had the Girl Scout magazines or whatever that were obviously there for his own personal pleasure. He had a buddy whose house we went to one day, and this guy looked like this kind of like the stereotypical guy that might own a comic book shop that's like a perv that might like his clientele a little bit too much, or
the comic book guy from The Simpsons.
Yeah, so kind of like that. He kind of looked like that, right? And he definitely looked like somebody that you would think, was a creep of this nature, right? So we went over to this guy's house, and the roommate that had the Girl Scout comics or whatever, not comics, but the little magazines, right? He was like grabbing this girl, the daughter of the guy whose house we went to, and she was obviously trying to get away from him, like pushing him away, but he was trying to hug her and get him to sit in his lap. That was very, very creepy. And then this guy who owned the house had all these videotapes. I guess he was like a videotape swapper, right? I think that he had some kind of deal where through the mail he was swapping underground videos with various different humans across the nation, potentially across the world. I do not know. So he had, a videotape collection, and one videotape was like a compilation of various different weird things. And one of the things that was on the video was this woman who would talk about at first it was like she was talking about this particular diet that she was on. And you're like, well, what are you talking about? Your diet? What you go into the details on this diet? But I guess that what she was getting at was she was talking about the optimal diet in order to produce the most longest and most the poops that would come out and be very long and together, right? To a very solid long poop, right? So she was talking about what she'd come up with, and then what she would do would videotape herself pooping on these baking sheets in her kitchen.
No.
Yeah.
Not putting them in the oven.
No, I don't think she put them in the oven, but she did. She had tinfoil on the baking sheets, and she would just be like, she would marvel at them, right? She'd be like, oh my God, this is a really good one. This is really long and perfect, unbroken, right? It had to be long and unbroken, I guess, to be, and to have a fair amount of girth to it or whatnot for her to be truly impressed with what she's produced. So she would, so that was one of the videos. Another one was like people giving themselves like wine enemas and stuff like that. And then one was this pregnant woman running around, there's some water sports action kind of thing going on. And then another video that was on the same tape was some politician in some city got busted doing something, right? He had held his press conference, and then he's like, hey guys, just take a step back, I want to tell everybody what's going on. And he gets this big manila envelope out, and then he takes a huge like 45 Magnum out. He's like, everybody step back, don't worry. And he puts it in his mouth and shoots himself in the mouth.
Bud.
Bud Dwyer.
Yeah, it was the Bud Dwyer video. I didn't know who he was at the time, right? But that was another thing that was on this video, right? Was the Bud Dwyer suicide thing, and they had the guy filming, and he would like zoom up real close into the guy's face with all the blood coming out of his nose and his eyes, and somebody in the background was like, hey man, stop filming, you sick fuck, all this type of stuff. So yeah, it was like a weird compilation of bizarre underground videos. That Bud Dwyer video was on there. Have you guys seen that video, the Bud Dwyer?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Wrote it so badly. I felt so bad for him.
Oh yeah, it was pretty messed up. So yeah, I saw this on this weird video at this creepy guy's house, who obviously to me, probably had other videos that were way more illegal than what we saw that day in his collection. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that that guy
Only in Ohio.
well, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean,
I'm just
California.
kidding.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm in Iowa
I mean,
and I've seen the Bud Dwyer video.
well, no, yeah. I mean, this was like an on video. This wasn't on the internet, right? This was like in '95 or something
that's
like
true.
that. This was like a underground swappy type of thing, right? But yeah. But as far as creeps running around, they're in every state. Like what's his name? Isaac Asimov's son got busted for like the largest child porn collection in history. Do you remember that?
Oh,
I
heck, I
haven't
never
heard
heard of
about that. No.
Yeah, it's
But,
like David Asimov, I think is his name. He got busted in California. I don't know how much 20, 30 years ago or something like that.
Who's the one that got busted and they had freaking apparently child porn of John Benet Ramsey?
I've not heard that.
Did that happen? Because
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. It happened like way after the case had like died down.
The Reverend.
But
I don't know.
But one thing that's funny, I don't know if any of you have watched DJ Vlad. He's like a guy who interviews a lot of hip hop artists. He talked about how, like back in the day, you could go to like a local swap meet and get a hold of the R. Kelly video, which
what's that?
The video of him pissing on and having sex with a underage girl.
Jeez.
And it's just like, yeah, that's child pornography.
Right, yeah.
But apparently, like back in the day, you could go to a swap meet and get that.
I'm not surprised though. I mean,
like you can actually like go on YouTube and see like clips of it. Yeah, obviously none of the things where he's actually like pissing on the girl, but clips of him like getting it set up and like right before the unfortunate incident happens.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that guy had like the R. Kelly video too. But that almost sounds like the compilation almost sounds something like MD Pope. Have you heard of that? Most disturbed person on planet Earth. It's like a compilation of like the most fucked up video clips from the internet, all brought together. It's kind of like a Mondo film.
Right. Okay.
And it's by a guy who who I don't know if you're friends with, it is like a guy who goes by the name like Thomas Gore or something like that on Facebook, where he does a lot of reviews of like weird extreme films and so forth. He's the one who made that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess the internet was kind of a thing at this point in time, but nothing.
Yeah, in '95, it was, but it was only like people who were like really in the know.
Right. Yeah, like little message board dudes, and yeah. So I mean, yeah, it was a pretty creepy day. There was obviously that guy that lived in that house was a creep, and obviously that roommate of Laffy Pants was obviously a creep. And then they also had a friend that lived down the block from Laffy Pants who was like, if he wasn't, if he was like maybe a little bit too old to be a Columbine kind of guy, maybe a little bit too young to be like a falling down kind of guy, but he was like right in the middle. Like if he'd been born in a different time, he would have been a Columbine mass shooter kind of guy. He was like the most misanthropic person I'd ever met in my life. And like in hindsight, I just think, he even looked like a guy that would like, that had been like genetically built in a lab that genetically grew like the Columbine boys and Timothy McVeigh, right? Like came from the same assembly line as those cats. You know how they all kind of have the same look about them,
Yeah, that's also one thing that's kind of strikes you when you look at all the pictures of like mass shooters and so forth. They have this like dead sort of like 1,000-mile stare in their eye.
Yeah, that's what this guy was like, and he was very hard to be around because he was just he was just such a misanthropic person, and the things that he said were just so. I mean, it just drained the life out of you. Listen to that guy talk. Yeah, it was something else.
Yeah.
Sounds like Thomas Ligotti.
Yeah, I kind well, I don't know. I think maybe Thomas Ligotti in person is a bit better, but yeah, I kind of hope that they got better because, to be honest, like at some point I probably was that guy. So, but I've kind of gotten better. So, I kind of hope they did too. I kind of hope it was just a phase.
Oh, so you were a misanthropic kind of.
Yeah, I used to be like that guy who was like always saying fucked up things and was like spending most of his time watching stuff on like Rotten.com and Ogrish and things like that.
Right.
So,
have you ever heard of a magazine? And now this could have, I don't know. I mean, this is something from my very early childhood. I'm not even sure if this ever actually existed, but it's something that I remember from when I was a kid. I remember going to a grocery store down the street from where I lived, and then on the top rack, the magazine rack, where they would have maybe stuff that's like, Playboy or something, right? They had a magazine called Homicide, which was a magazine that had like, crime scene photographs and accident scene, roadside, death, photographs and things like that. Have you ever heard of anything of that nature?
I haven't heard of that, but I do know that like in Mexico, that was actually a big thing for a while. Like I think the most popular one was called Alarma. There were like a lot of like very popular like tabloid magazines that were full of like very graphic crime scene photos and so forth. I actually reference Alarma in the Story of the Why. Now available on Amazon. Buy it.
Get it.
But, I don't remember that.
Yeah, there's like a brief scene where Pablo the drug lord like shows them a magazine called Alarma that has one of his victims in it. But yeah, that was a real magazine. It was very popular in Mexico. Apparently, there were several like tabloids like that had very graphic crime scene photos.
Yeah, because I remember distinctly looking at that magazine and seeing like a picture of an infant with this like blood just running down from the top of his head all the way down his body and whatnot. I remember seeing that like when I was, I don't know, probably 8 years old, 7 or 8 years old, down at the grocery store. So, is it real? Did that actually happen? I don't know. Was that magazine actually for sale? It's hard to say. Was it a real magazine? Somebody just slipped it in there, right? I mean, it could have been something that they didn't sell, but some jerk put it in there. You know what I mean? Who knows, right? So
yeah, that's one of those things that probably sticks with you if you were exposed to it at a young age. This is probably something that's like TMI, but when I was a kid, my grandpa was a security guard at Land O'Lakes farm, and I would go with him sometimes on his overnight shifts. And like occasionally when I would go into the bathroom, I would keep in mind I was like 7, 8 years old at the time. I would find porn magazines that were left in the bathroom, and like I would just like sit there and look at it, fascinated by them.
Oh yeah, we used to always find them back in the day when I was a kid, right? I mean, all over the neighborhood, we would find them in bushes or big boxes of them in dumpsters. We would find it all over the place. I mean, it was commonplace to find, and some of them were just like, I remember seeing one where it was like a geisha girl that, clipped off a man's genitals and was hanging out with this dead guy, and all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah.
How old are you again?
I am 47.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because like obviously you probably like grew up in the generation where if you were young and you wanted to see porn, you had to like find someone who had a magazine like that.
Oh
or
yeah,
something like that.
Yeah,
but I like
or just go
like
to the barber shop.
They kept them in barbershops like that.
Oh yeah, you just go up to the barber shop and they would have like stacks of them while you're waiting.
I remember seeing that as a joke in like I think Malcolm in the Middle or something like that.
They had a ton of them.
No, that's true. I used to actually go up there and they would give them to me. Yeah, like
Oh,
even
this
when I
is
wouldn't
like-
get my hair cut, I would just go up there and say, hey, I know that you guys got these things. He's like, here, just don't tell anybody.
But
Look
yeah,
at you now. You're telling the whole world.
Well, I don't
Like-
think the guy's probably dead now, so it's probably all right.
But yeah, I probably was like in the generation that was like a transitional period between that where you had to search for magazines, and then like at some point it's like, oh, I can just go on the internet and find all this shit.
Right. Yeah,
But
there was.
I guess either thankfully or not thankfully, by the time I was like a hormonal teenager, the internet was accessible enough to find all that.
Well, the thing is that you could find it even without the internet, right? Prior, you just go to your buddy's house, and then their parents are at work, looking under the bed and find their, bondage magazines. You know what I mean? So, it was common to just, that's what you did, was that you searched your friend's parents' stash when their parents were gone.
Yeah, that's true. There was still, like, even when I was like a younger teenager, I could still like go to my cousin's house and at my older cousin's house and search to find their magazines.
Oh yeah, my next door neighbors had them. It was pretty prevalent. Yeah. I remember one one of my buddies' house. His dad had all kinds of stuff under his bed, like toys and stuff where it was obviously he was into bondage and bondage magazines, and even in the living room of the apartment where he lived, it was just the dad and the son. He had like a movie poster for a movie called "Tie Me Up, Tie Me Down" or something like that. Do you know what that is?
That was a good one.
Yeah, so and he had that. And then another thing that this particular crew had, which was interesting, this has nothing to do with pornography, but it's still funny. But so they had a dog in the house, in the apartment, and the dog would relieve itself on the ground, and so every time it did, the kid would just get a piece of paper and write "pee" on it, the letter P, and just put it over a turd or a spot. And just leave it there for when his dad got home. So there's always these pieces of paper with P and stuff on it.
You lived in
this is just like a.
Oh, I lived in a very weird place. This was not in Ohio. This was in Illinois, in the Chicagoland area.
But I lived in I've lived in Iowa most of my life. To give you an idea of what kind of town I grew up in, it was Fort Dodge, Iowa. And to give you an idea of what that town was like, there was an adult movie theater practically across the street from the public library.
Wow.
Yeah, there used to be an adult movie theater drive-in at now, not when I was alive. My dad told me about the town I grew up in, Newport. There used to be an adult movie drive-in, and you could, on the road, you could just be driving by and seeing this crap on the screen.
Wow.
Wow.
It's kind of ironic because the dang county's name is Cott County.
Nice.
Of course. I've never heard of an adult drive-in. Like I've heard of I haven't
either.
Like obviously there are like grindhouse drive-ins and so forth, but one where they actually play like outright porn. I've never heard of that.
Now, is this in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay.
I grew up in small town, rural Tennessee.
I'm assuming it was like on the back roads or something like that.
No, actually, it wasn't. That's the thing. I mean, maybe back then, but not now.
So they'd just be driving by, and little Johnny would see like some woman with a cock balls deep in her ass on the fucking drive.
From how my dad explained it to me, yeah.
Yeah.
Now he could have just been freaking lying to me, but
like on one hand, a drive-in makes sense for an adult theater since it's a little bit more private to jerk off in.
Right.
On the other, like there you have that problem compared to like the Travis Bickle private adult theater.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep in mind this is the dang like popcorn Sutton town too, so it's like freaking like super rural.
Right. That's pretty amazing. I've never heard of it, but I mean, I guess it's probably true. Yeah.
There's a theater in Portland that's renowned for being sleazy and showing like the tentacle porn type anime. And, back when I stayed, with Jeff and Garrett and we were on friendly terms, they told me about it. I almost went just to check it out, because it had such a reputation. I don't remember what it's called, but
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go to a place like that. It just seemed like it'd be gross.
I know. Oh my God.
I mean,
that's why I want to go.
I'm probably
Paris, the Paris Theater.
Yeah, I'm probably the type who would go just out of like curiosity and just because I think seeing like LA Blue Girl on the screen would be kind of interesting. But yeah, I can definitely like picture myself walking in and be like, why the fuck are the floors so fucking crunchy?
Yeah, that's right. It was right down the road. It was right beside Voodoo Donuts. That's how I remember it.
Oh yeah, Voodoo Donuts is like the Comet Pizza of that area.
They have one in
Great
Florida.
Donuts.
It might be a different one.
Yeah, where I live now in Des Moines, Iowa, there's no adult theater, but there is like an adult bookstore where that I know about just because I've gotten there to get a few toys for me and my girlfriend. But yeah, they do have like those viewing booths.
Right, yeah.
I haven't gone to because I've never felt the need to I need to go in and masturbate in a public place in the middle of the day.
Yeah, I've been around. There's called the Lion's Den. They have those things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of too bad that Jeremy still isn't on good terms with Christoph Paul because he used to work in a porn store. So it'd definitely be cool to have him come on and talk about that.
But that Voodoo Donut place really is the ping pong. You guys didn't hear about that?
I would have Christoph on, and I think that it would be a lot less hostile than it's believed to be. I mean,
okay, well, I can always message him on Facebook and ask him if he's down to come on some night.
I don't know if you remember though. Did you hear when?
Yeah, I remember that. You used it for a while. You were using that as your outro where he.
You're all fucking autistic. Wait. I've got to find it now because it was great. It was beautiful. Did he?
That was him. I never knew that.
Did he think it was funny?
I don't know. I kind of understand why in the heat of the moment he did not like it because obviously he is Jewish, so all the anti-Semitic bullshit being thrown his way. No,
but I wasn't throwing it.
No, you weren't throwing it his way. I wasn't saying that, but I'm saying he's probably had internet trolls throw anti-Semitic bullshit his way.
He got mad at people in the chat. I came on because Jamie gave me the link, and I've probably got that whole episode somewhere. I know I do on some thumb drive, but they invited me in, and I feel that they edited my first appearance to make me look stupider than I actually am because I don't remember stuttering that much. And in fact, I think they even switched it out with handsy audio at one point from the guy from Howard Stern that stuttered.
Was it on the
John Podesta Pizza Party podcast?
Yeah, I don't but the one I remember was a YouTube, and so there was video, so it didn't look like you had been edited, but it's
you were on a John Podesta Pizza Party podcast.
Yeah. Now the
second even ran that thing. Was it related to Bizarro?
Well, it was basically just Christoph Paul and some other guys talking about politics. Ironic.
He got mad at people in the chat. And this is the result. And this became my outro for The Quiet Place back when Strange hosted me on his website. Check this out. This is funny.
Yeah, and
you're all fucking
autistic. Wait, let's play it again.
You're all fucking autistic.
I might play it at the end of this one just for posterity again. But I hope that you can see the humor in me using that over and over. I don't know if you remember, but I also did a little musical number with him talking, calling out the chat and calling them fags and getting triggered and all this to the Perfect Strangers theme song. And I can't find that one, but that was hilarious to me. I had him talking like that on that show, that clip of him going nuts. And I had it set to the Perfect Strangers theme song. Sometimes the world looks,
Yeah, it's just I'll give him some benefit of the doubt. I'm sure in the moment. Like, it was a big moment where like the alt-right was a lot bigger than it is now. I'm sure like he's Jewish, his wife is Jewish, so I'm sure like he was like a bit worried about that, and the idea of having to talk about like all of that was probably like very
But they had already.
I don't want to say triggering, because that sounds dismissive, but I'm sure like at that time it probably felt like very, I just don't want to deal with this right now. So I understand that, but at the same time, yeah, I really don't think that was the best way to handle all of this.
Who, me or him?
Him.
Okay, because, yeah, I didn't bring it up first. They were already talking about it, and then I said something in the chat, and Jamie gave me a link. I followed it, and I said, so when do we talk about the Nazis? And then, boom, instant, no, fuck the show. If this is what we're going to talk about, I'm going to, fuck the show. I'm getting out of here. I triggered him to quit his own show, and I didn't even mean to. So I finally got him to come back, and he explained why he got so outraged, and it had to do with his mother. And I'm very sensitive to that. And I said that I understood, if people want to bring that up to me now, that I'm on that side of loss too. At the time, I understood and I sympathized, and I have the audio to prove that. Okay. So no one can use that against me, but, I did not bring it up. It was already brought up on the show, and I do think he overreacted even though I sympathize, but, it became a memorable outro. I definitely am proud of that one. And you got to understand, that wasn't even about him. That was about me getting a reprisal for how stupid they made me look in the first appearance. That was audio only, I think. So
yeah, I definitely think like Christoph Paul would make a good guest, and hell, even Lisa Cantrell. And I think Clash Books has been I think.
Okay, go ahead.
Clash Books, I think, has been doing some good things. Like they published Girl Like a Bomb, which was one of my favorite books that was published last year. They've been publishing some books that look good. I haven't had a chance to read them yet, but yeah, I definitely think he's come a long way. So I'd definitely be interested in having him as a guest on the show.
Yeah, but I somehow have my doubts if they would. But Lisa used to be a lot more fun before Christoph's agent kind of whipped her into line to behave like this restrained, curtsying, liberal nut job. Like she went full Anita. What's her name? The
Anita Sarkeesian.
She went full that for a while, yeah. Pointing out like the damsel in distress scenario is patriarchal or some shit. The damsel in distress scenario is great. Don't ever disparage that shit. That shit is beautiful.
I don't know. I've been following her for a while. Like the closest thing I've had to like any confrontation with her is like I like when I read the Tragedy Queens anthology that she edited. And I was kind of meh on it, and it's clear she wasn't impressed by it, but she wasn't like she wasn't all fuck you Ree kind of about it. She was just
wait a second, she wasn't impressed by it. Like it's supposed to be you who gets impressed by the book, not the person who wrote the book.
No, I mean like it's obvious that she wasn't very happy that I was kind of meh on the book.
Okay.
But she wasn't like a bitchy about it. The closest she thing was just like, hey, you misspelled like Lana Del Rey's name in it. That was like the worst that she gave me, and she still shared it around and still
wait, she criticized you misspelling something in a review of her book?
That's weird.
Yeah, kind of, but I did misspell like Lana Del Rey's name in the title, so.
In a review of her book, she's criticizing your review of her book.
Not really. She was just like, "Hey, you misspelled Lana Del Rey's name. Can you correct that?" And then I'll share it around.
Okay, that makes sense.
Like, he is a huge Lana Del Rey fan, but that's a little bit excessive.
Yeah, but I kind of understand that, and then it's obvious she wasn't. She was a little disappointed that I was mad.
Why do you
That I was-
acquiesce to these people, Ben?
I'm not
I mean,
acquiescing. I just prefer to give people the benefit of the doubt. Is like if they like come out and do something to me, then I'm going to criticize them. But you know, I kind of understand why she was a little miffed that I was meh at the book, but she wasn't just like, fuck you, blah 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 blah, all that. She was just like, hey, can you just correct this misspelling and then I'll share it around.
why do
But
you
it's
think
not-
she was right to criticize you for your review?
She didn't criticize me. All she said was, hey, can you just correct this
Okay.
one misspelling and then I'll share it around.
I thought
That's
at
it.
first you were acting like she was like that way, like I gotcha. You can't even spell right.
No, all she said was, hey, can you just correct this one misspelling and then I'll share it around. But it's obvious, but it was pretty obvious by the way she responded to people about the book that she wasn't happy that I was mad on the book, but I kind of understand that. It's something it was definitely a passion project for her. So the fact that I didn't like it, and I assume like some of the people in the Bizarro scene view me as a star reviewer or something like that, one of those posh reviewers that Zachary would probably say.
Mm.
So
Actually,
Zach is Ben a posh reviewer?
No, because when I think of a posh reviewer, I think of these kind of like Twitterites who have like a ton of followers and they're in the scene and they're like people are following them for their reviews. I find that strange.
Ben's got like 50 followers.
But yeah, I think for a while I probably was viewed as like a reviewer to follow. I think that probably like fell off because I had this thing where my grandpa died, then broke up with my girlfriend, then got back with her. So it was a big a big gap between when my reviews came out. It's still going to be a big gap because my next review is going to be the William Volman book.
See, I just don't think reviews like I used to I never really followed them, but it seems like the majority of people who just want to be writers who kind of want to get their books talked about.
Yeah. Well, I think, to be honest, for me, reviewing is entirely a selfish endeavor because, my friends, my girlfriend, they are not big readers. My friends aren't big readers. My girlfriend, she doesn't speak English all that well. She says she doesn't read that many books.
How old is she?
How
old is she?
Well, she's 28 and she's a refugee. She's a refugee from El Salvador. So
okay.
So she doesn't. She's a fairly recent immigrant, so she doesn't speak English that well. So for me, it's an entirely a selfish endeavor because I don't have many people in my real life that I can talk about books that often. So reviewing is a way to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, what Zach was talking about, you're saying that all of these reviewers, like readers, pure readers, don't care about these reviewers, only the authors. Is that what you're saying, Zach?
That and this just comes from me. I've written a ton of reviews and had reviews put at places like mainly just Silent Motorist Media and my blog. But even every review I've written, I've felt like it's not genuine. And when I read people's reviews of books, they don't feel genuine, good and bad. It's just there's some kind of disconnect because reading a book is such a cerebral, individual activity. These people trying to take that and put it into like a fun, poppy language, I just don't get it. I think all.
Well, for me, I kind of view criticism as an art form in itself. The problem is,
I guess I'll make one amendment. Theory is different, like a movie theory, literary theory. But as far as reviews for individual books, which never really get into theory, like if you're looking at a movement as a whole, I can get it. But when you're just sitting there on your laptop, like reading a small press book and then stringing together words that sound pretty about it, I can't see it as genuine. Now, notice I don't mean
Oh.
you when I say that. I just mean in general.
Yeah, I suppose. When I what I was just what I was gonna kind of go into is, yeah, I kind of understand like academic theory. That's a different thing, but I also think there's a way to write reviews where you're speaking in just vernacular and just in a kind of pop down to earth kind of way without going into like academic theory, and that's kind of why I really wanted to get Anita Dalton on this show. She runs the blog Odd Things Considered. I think she does a really good job of like doing these essays about books and how they relate to her personal life and so forth without going into like that academic theory.
Well, no, I like the academic theory, and I think if it's about more than one book, like if you're sitting there talking about like an entire genre, I get that. Like to me, I can get on board with that because it's kind of how you relate it in your head. I'm talking specifically about people who will read a book and then, bang out a couple paragraphs about it. I can't see that as genuine. Having done it myself and having read a lot of them, there are certain hallmarks that every review has, and it's like, I don't know. It doesn't seem genuine to me.
I mean, I can kind of see what you're saying. I mean, it's I suppose in some sense it's kind of like trying to review a book in the same way you'd review like, I don't know, like a blender or bed sheets or things like that. So I can kind of see.
Honestly, have you ever gotten exactly what you got out of a book into a couple paragraphs? Like to me, it's impossible because there's so many different levels from like the aesthetic of certain scenes to just how the words play. Someone crapping out a couple paragraphs, it just cannot do it, in my opinion. And what kind of annoys me is that a lot of people follow these reviewers and they're kind of like pre-forming their thoughts. Like, this is how you're supposed to read. This is what you're supposed to get out of a book. And you see people, and we've all seen it, there will be one reviewer and then people start automatically copying them on Goodreads. It's like you'll see one from a guy then like the 20 others down the list are all just basically aping his thoughts.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true to some extent. Like with my book Elaine, there was Lori Hetler who runs the Next Best Book Club. She reviewed the book, and it turns out like the worst review I got on it was a person who follows her, and she reviewed it, but she had like the opposite reaction. Like her review was like, "Oh, well, the writing's good."
That was a weird review. I read that.
But yeah, she found the content. Yeah, she found the content very upsetting. She found like the whole maybe this is a minor spoiler, but there is like a female on male rape in it, and there's like the main character has a lot of sex dreams about being dominated by women and in a very graphic way and things like that. So yeah, I can kind of understand that, like that she found that very kind of upsetting.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw my announcement. Like I quit writing reviews, and I've got like a ton of books. I'm just
I saw that,
but write one.
But I just want.
I'm not even going to get ratings.
Yeah, I just want to say that even if you aren't going to write books anymore, I do very much appreciate you looking at my books and giving them reviews and ratings and so forth.
Lori, who?
Wait, what? You said you were going to stop writing reviews, not books, right, Zach?
Oh, yeah. Did I say books? Yeah, I meant reviews.
Yeah, he said he was going to stop reviewing books, and and
then you said even if you stop writing books, I'd still like you to read my books and review my books. Is it what you said to him?
No, I was going to say even if he stops writing reviews and so forth, I very much appreciate him giving reviews of my books so far and giving them ratings and so forth.
Yeah, I've reviewed everything you published, haven't I?
Yeah, you have so far. I think so.
Yeah, I stopped writing reviews after I started publishing my own stuff, or at least shortly after.
Oh, and to answer Jeremy, Lori Hetler runs the Next Best Book Club. She sent me a bunch of books to do reviews on, and so like eventually when I was like publishing my own books, I started sending her my own,
and she actually was a big help with the story of the Y. She wrote a book for the official Goodreads blog that was like small press books to look forward to, and she included the story of the Y. So that gave it a big boost.
Hitler, huh? Not Hitler.
No, Hitler.
Do you agree with my rather extreme sentiment on book reviews, Jeremy?
What is your sentiment on book reviews again? I've been catching up on the wrestling show. There was a pay-per-view tonight, and I forgot about it, so I was catching up on the results for that. So what is your extreme view on reviews?
I don't have the energy to get back into it.
Well, no, just summarize, or somebody tell me what.
Basically, like they're all completely like
subjective.
No, not even that. It's that they're well, I mean, I hate to use the word fake, but they are in the sense that I'm okay with things like literary theory, movie theory, people grouping genres and like talking about stuff. I'm good with that. But as far as reading a book, one book, and then sitting down and, vomiting a couple of paragraphs about it, I can't see that as a genuine act, having read a lot of reviews and written a lot of reviews, because there's always something that's like you're guided towards, reviewing a whole book based on whatever your immediate, some reason external to whatever the book was about.
I think
you're over reading experience. What?
You're overthinking it. You as a consumer, you consume the book, and yes, you may vomit it back out, but I mean, no,
that's not right, because I've written reviews, and then like later I kind of change my mind on it because there's so many things in a book going on. But the way I know that they're all fake is like, and you've seen it too, I'm sure, there will be some kind of posh reviewer who will have a review.
Like Ben.
Yeah, like Ben. And then
I'm definitely one of the posh reviewers. You should all be very grateful for my presence.
There will be people reviewing books in exactly the same way they did it, saying the same jokes, the same, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I guarantee you nobody is copying my review style.
Well, you don't really review as much as you do. Like, you kind of like you read it and then you post your immediate thoughts.
Yes.
That's better than writing like a formal book review.
Yeah,
but
you don't do. You don't
doing that. It's so ingenuine.
I don't treat a review like I'm writing an actual story like some people. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard my earlier what I said earlier about, to me, like, reviewing is an entirely selfish endeavor because I don't have many people like in my personal life that I can talk about books to. Most of my friends aren't big readers. My girlfriend's not a big reader and all of that.
I did hear that.
But it's just, for me, reviewing is just a way I can talk about, books in a way that I can't really do it in my personal life.
Talk to other book people, yeah.
Talk to us.
Well, yeah, I talk to you guys, obviously, but we only do this like every Sunday night. And obviously when I'm sent books,
He needs more.
Yeah, I definitely have like fallen out of like reviewing as regularly as I used to. I don't think I've written any reviews this year, and I'm reading the first book that I'm doing for the first review of this year, and that's The Lucky Star, which is like 600 pages long. So
you'll be reading that at the end of the year.
So yeah, that's gonna take a while to read, and
that's gonna be me. The books I'm reading now, it's gonna be forever till I finish them. Like Kant's A Critique of Pure Reason. The way I'm tackling that,
more like Immanuel Kant. Am I right?
Am I right? Yeah.
He's better than Nietzsche. You need that.
You are wrong about that. Seriously.
No, I'm not.
It's like our senses were inadequate to experience life.
Well, the thing is, like, I agree with that, and that's actually something Nietzsche agreed with. Like, he once said, there's no such thing as facts, only interpretation. But Nietzsche is way better to fucking read instead of Immanuel Kant. Kant is, like, so fucking dry.
You see, I don't think he is, because if you take it slow, it's kind of like an immediate pop. It's exhausting more than it is dry. That's my assessment of it. And I'm like 80 pages in plus all the freaking millions of freaking introductions by like theorists and whatnot.
I hate that. There's a preface and then an introduction to the introduction and then the
Yeah,
prologue.
dude, there's freaking,
hate
even when you start his book, there are introductions to the prefaces, and I mean, it's crazy.
Any book with a history of reprinting, everyone's got to add to it. I hate that shit. I want to immediately go to chapter 1. I don't care if it's fiction or nonfiction. You know,
I'm with you.
I want an immediate experience with the author, not the author's 12 apostles, you know?
I'm into afterwards, introductions. Yeah. However, with Kant, though, I think it was actually pretty helpful to read those introductions because it gives you a kind of a groundwork to follow what he's getting at. But once you kind of have that and you're thinking in that way, I don't think it's boring as much as it is just so much stuff that it's exhausting. But it's pretty fun. I've kept at it.
But it's like that meme that I shared with you was with pretty much every modern philosopher attacking Immanuel Kant. Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, there's a reason for it, all right, because they're all.
You know what? I would like to see him attack Hegel because if it weren't for Hegel, there wouldn't have been that sorry excuse for a podcast diet soap.
I'm not familiar with that.
Max Stern. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Max Stirner was one of Immanuel or Hegel's students, and he basically just completely rejected Hegel.
I don't get how you can reject Kant, though. Like, well, okay, I understand how you could do it, but
Kant was a fucking nerd who was a fucking incel he just wrote books like a fucking instruction manual.
No, he was attacking the very.
But yeah, he did have occasional good poetic lines like that whole "the starry heavens above me and the moral law within" line. That's a pretty poetic line, even though it's fucking wrong.
To be poetic though. He's striving to get like the core of experience that if you're so bogged down in empiricism, you can
experience is poetic.
You can miss how much that so-called empiricism and factoids completely are not possible without our intuition, a la what I guess it's Latin or whatever, a priori. Even things such as space and time, we can't comprehend them without first intuiting them.
But yeah, that's one thing I'll give him, like the distinction between the noumena and the phenomena. I definitely agree with him on that, even though I think Nietzsche articulated it better.
See, my problem with Nietzsche, I guess, it's obvious why I would have problems with him being Christian. My main problem with him is that he's very focused on this idea of I guess deifying, I don't know if that's a word, the human being while still being cognizant of the fact that without this kind of moral groundwork, it's kind of worse off for us. And he kind of admits that at the beginning of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, but every person I've seen interpret it say it's a positive thing, and I don't get it. It's just like my dang professor freshman year who we read The Stranger, and he saw everything Marcel, or how you pronounce his name, was doing as a positive thing, and most of the kids were like, yeah,
kill those arrows, yeah.
But then there were a handful of students and even one professor, because this particular class had two professors, they're like, well, can you not see how he's morally wrong? And then they're all like, morals aren't real. I mean, it gets on my nerves.
I think the problem is viewing everything Mersault does as real, because I think for most of the book, Mersault is just kind of going through and just doing things as they come along, and it's not until later that he realizes the absurdity of his situation.
So yeah, but I definitely do think like the Camus philosophy is ultimately a very positive one. It's the
Yeah,
idea like
it is once you get into what his intentions are, but someone just flat out reading The Stranger saying, yeah, he realizes that all this is fake and you can be a stranger to the universe and be justified in it. I would say if you have that damn mindset, like, it's just insane to me. And I believe he was getting that across. This is pure insanity, but it's got this kind of edgelord appeal, and that's why people kind of ape it so much.
like yeah, maybe it does, but to me like uh it's almost like aphoristic, the idea of let's just like all of life is shit, but if you really think that way, then you may as well like try to plant some seeds and see what flowers you can grow. Um, to me, that's at least now that seems like almost an obvious kind of thing. And obviously, like I'm not a Christian, so I don't believe in anything higher. So to me, that just seems obvious, but I'm sure to a lot of people, like especially in a time where they were trying to struggle with the idea of the collapse of religion, um, that was a new and inspiring thing.
Demons.
So are you a Luciferian?
I say that in a joking manner.
Ben,
but I'm
are
like
you a
100%
Luciferian?
serious about this.
I wouldn't call myself a Luciferian if only for the idea is the kind of mysticism that LaVey brought into it was unnecessary at best.
So you're a Satanist?
No, I'm not a Satanist.
I thought you were like atheist.
Well, yeah, I am an atheist, but I'm not a Satanist in the sense that I think that because even like LaVey Satanism brought in a lot of like what I think is a lot of like unnecessary kind of uh, unnecessary esotericism. I think like just the idea of like the struggle of living every day is what gives us meaning. Like I don't believe in any like higher powers. I believe like the struggle of just living every day as a human is what gives us meaning, and we don't need anything like a higher power to justify that.
So Zach, in so many words, what he's trying to tell you is that he's a Satanist. Is what he's trying to say.
Hey, this psych degree that or whatever that you have, are you on Team Freud or Team Jung?
Personally, I'm probably closer to Team Jung. I personally don't have a lot of use for Freud.
Yeah, I'm on Team Jung too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jung. He like I view him in a way that is like something useful in an emotional sense, but not necessarily in a empirical sense. Freud tried to come up with this idea that explained everything, and I'm of the mindset that something that explains everything explains nothing. So I definitely reject Freud's psychoanalysis and Freud's analytics as being an explanation for everything in terms of everyday like a psychological sense. But I do think like Jung in his like sort of literary criticism kind of way is a good way of viewing how people view things like on an emotional level.
You know, I heard that.
So Freud was a coke addicted motherfucker who wanted to fuck his mom. So fuck him.
Yeah, I mean that's true. And he was, a heavy cocaine user. Have you heard of Jung's Red Book? The Red Book, Liber Novus.
I haven't heard of that. No, can you talk about that?
Well, it's apparently rare. Hang on, let me read this. It recounts his experiences of imaginative experiences between the years 1913 and 1916, and it was not published for study until 2009. It's very rare, though, from what I understand. It even has it has some weird like fictional scenarios in it where he encounters different versions of himself, and they go to war against each other.
Yeah. I think ultimately I'd say I'm on Team Frederick Cruz.
Now, who's
who
that?
was
Ted Cruz?
he
No, Frederick.
No, Frederick Cruz. He was a skeptic who was very very critical of Freud. He actually wrote a couple of satirical books about Freud, about Winnie the Pooh, where he took psychoanalytic theories and applied it to reading Winnie the Pooh that are really entertaining to read. But I definitely think that
you're drunk.
Sigmund Freud, he was, I've been drinking a lot of rum, but Sigmund Freud, he was sort of like the Aristotle of psychology. He wrote a lot of works that, on one hand, are important and need to be considered, but on the other hand, were extremely primitive and need to be disregarded. And a lot of his psychoanalytic theory needs to be he was right about things like the fact that our relationship with our parents kind of defines our relationship with anyone else, and that talking about our times as a child are important to looking at our own neuroses in the modern day. But on the other hand, he was wrong about almost anything else.
Hey, wow, this has been intense with the philosophy. You and Zach seriously had a moment there. Did you feel it, Gregor? And Zach had
I did feel it.
They had an exchange that
These guys,
An exchange.
they were really connecting. They were connecting.
I wasn't lying when I said that me and Zach are discussing philosophy on Twitter a lot.
Philosophy in 100,
on direct messages, you mean? Or are you guys trying to sound real impressive to the masses?
on direct messages.
Okay.
Don't you guys run out of characters? Oh, okay. Direct.
I also wasn't lying when I was saying that we're basically the drunk graduate students at the bar who are just shouting about Kant all night.
Check. Wait. I got to put this up on the screen. Why won't it? Why is it? Hang on.
While you're trying to figure that out, I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, have a nice time.
There it is. There's Frank's. Okay.
Frank's what?
This is like Slash being interviewed on MTV, but it's The Quiet Place. And Slash is Ben and Freud is Adam Curry. Who's Adam Curry?
That's some old people knowledge right there.
Yeah, I've heard of Adam Curry, but I don't know who that is.
Is that 120 Minutes guy? Or no, that's Matt Pinfield.
Oh, heck, there's been a whole live chat this whole time.
You didn't know?
Well, normally the little notifications come up, but they never did.
Yeah, it's been there.
Adam Curry is a guy from the MTV days back in the... Yeah, okay. All right. He's like a VJ or whatever you want to call those cats.
Just Loyal Frank and a few others that came and went apparently and never announced their presence.
What about Eli Cash?
Eli's not here this week apparently.
What?
Mm-hmm.
You better send a care package to him.
Anyway, I do feel like I need to bring up one thing to everyone's attention. I don't know how much longer we can go, but because I know some of you all have to work tomorrow. I don't, but so I could go all night if I wanted to.
You freaking bum.
Yeah.
I don't have to work tomorrow. That doesn't mean I don't have a job, but I feel like it may be my duty to bring this up. I fell into a rabbit hole this weekend, which I love rabbit holes, but I fell down the flat Earth rabbit hole.
Oh
and,
no.
I almost missed the opening of the show because of it. It's fascinating to me. These guys have like 8-hour shows arguing back and forth with each other over whether the Earth is flat or round. And it's fascinating how they.
I like the alternate map they got, right, with the big ice chunk in the middle.
Uh-huh.
I like that, and I guess they've that movie, The Giver, or something like that, has to do with the flat Earth. Have you ever heard of that movie?
Mm-mm.
The Giver. I've
Yeah.
seen them. I've read the book of The Giver, but the movie talks about the flat Earth.
It's my understanding that it takes place in a flat Earth universe. That the
Wow.
yeah, that's my understanding.
Because I read the book and I've never heard that. I love the comment Frank made. This is like Slash being interviewed on MTV, but it's The Quiet Place and Slash is Ben, and Freud is Adam Curry. Well, I guess that's probably the best compliment I'm ever going to receive is being compared
At least from
Slash.
Mr. Frank, yeah.
Yeah.
So what were you saying? You're a flat Earth believer now? Is that right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Jeremy is a flat earther now. It's just
He's
like,
a MGTOW flat earther, Holocaust denier, all right.
Yeah, everybody tweet that hashtag Jeremy is a flat earther.
Yeah. So you were getting down into it.
Yeah, let me find the video. This is amazing.
You're gonna play an 8-hour video?
No, but
I don't know how you can make it through 8 hours of that.
Well, you can fast forward, but often I'm so enraptured that I don't want to.
And Frank says in the chat, I got a guest for Bazong tomorrow that you couldn't get for The Quiet Place. Yeah, motherfucker, Frank, I love you, man, but there's no that is like that basically could encompass like 90% of the population on Earth.
We don't need guests for The Quiet Place.
We don't, but it's nice to have them every now and then, But yeah, we don't need them. We got this, but
yes, and I'm very looking forward to having Anita Dalton as a guest on here,
and Kirk Jones next week is if all goes as planned. But even past guests,
hopefully
probably even past guests.
He's probably talking about Jeff Burke.
Probably. But no, Jeff will be on eventually. I actually followed up with him again. But look, we've got past guests that have been on here who will probably never come back. So I kind of like how we're just wrecking everything. I love it.
Let's wreck every relationship.
Even the people who come near us, they realize they made a mistake. It's like that.
That'll be fucking heartbreaking if I bring Anita Dalton on here. She hates me now.
Like William Ramsey, he's never going to come back. And Laffy Pants, you said he didn't think we asked enough clown-related questions, even though every question I asked was clown-related. And then let's see, Jennifer Jones.
Wow.
Jennifer Jones didn't.
Well, no,
think
Jennifer Johnson actually seemed to like us.
Well, not me. She liked
you didn't.
Never met me
because you're a fucking false salad, and you're fucking
like you
because you fucking need to ream at the need to fucking re at the femoids every time they come on.
At her, I just don't. I can't relate to her.
Motherfucker, I am the only one who's keeping this podcast being a sausage fest.
What?
I brought Jennifer Johnson on. I brought Aunt Susinger on. I'm gonna bring Anita Dalton on. I'm the only one keeping this podcast from being a fucking sausage festival.
I could get Autumn Christian on if I wanted to.
Well, get her on.
No, you couldn't.
She doesn't want to.
You're fucking wrong.
I used to get her on the show every now and then, before it was.
She doesn't like you, Jeremy.
What makes you think that?
I'm trying to make you mad.
Okay. No,
She
no,
probably doesn't have to like time for it anymore.
probably not. But I had her on before everyone knew her name. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And she talked to you?
Yes. I have the audio to prove it.
Wow.
Yes. I still think "Girl Like a Bomb" is like a fucking phenomenal book, and I highly recommend anyone read
Okay,
it.
read "Crooked God Machine" in her like evil, like Megadeth crossed with Alice in Wonderland days. That's Crooked God Machine. It was awesome. I've never read a book like it.
Yeah, I'll do that. God damn it! I have had too much fucking rum tonight.
It's okay.
Drink some more.
No, I'm gonna drink Coke the rest of the night.
This
And
is.
Here's a funny thing: if you've only stuck with like Diet Coke for a long time, and you start drinking like regular Coke, it's actually so fucking sweet that I don't even want to finish like the 2 liter that I have.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the fucking thing. That's how if I'm gonna drink pop, that's how I'll order it. I'll just order like a 2 liter with a pizza, and then I'll keep that for a few nights to mix with my rum.
So do you drink spice rum, or what kind of rum are you drinking?
Captain is what I usually get, but my favorite is Kraken.
Okay, so you do the
You
spice
don't
rum.
get the Captain Morgan cannonballs.
I've had those before. Like the cannonballs are actually pretty good, like the pumpkin spice one. But I haven't been able. Yeah, I haven't been able to find that. I think they just like discontinue them.
I've got one right next to me.
Really?
Okay.
They're still making those?
I found the video.
It's old.
You found what now?
I found the flat Earth video. Anyway, yeah, Frank mentioned it here. The flat Earth. This guy who went up in a rocket. This guy who went up in a rocket trying to prove that the Earth was flat or something. He crashed and died.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was just making note of it. His name was.
It's sad that happened to him, but he should have kind of did a little bit more research.
That's not the video, though. That's not the video.
Oh.
This is a flat earther visiting a school playground and quote unquote flat smacking kids. That's his way of saying like red pill the youth.
Flat smacking
about flat earth. It's
is that what you call it? Flat smacking?
Yes, educating.
Are you trying to flat smack us right now, Jeremy?
No, I don't believe in flat earth.
I think you're trying to flat smack us.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before you start this, Frank Edler in this chat says, "I love drunk Ben." Well, you're lucky you do, because women don't. So thank fuck I got back together with my girlfriend after we broke up.
What do you do when you're drunk with them, then, Ben? That they don't like? What do you do that they don't like?
Yeah,
I don't know. I never remember when I'm fucking drunk.
Okay, check it out.
So thank fuck my girl. I got back together with my girlfriend. Fuck, man.
Well,
that is good to hear.
Nathan Thompson. I may have him on the show because
You're not going to have him on the show.
No, I am. And check it out.
The more we do this show, the more likely nobody will ever want to come on it.
But Nathan Thompson will. I mean, come on, he's a flat earther,
He's flat smacking.
After he hears you saying that, he ain't going to.
You gotta try shipwreck coffee infused with rum. I'm always for trying different kinds of coffee.
He's had his phone thrown across a conference room at a flat Earth convention. I think he can handle me saying that he'll come on. Anyway, here it is.
I like the music.
This is someone commentating on him doing this. This isn't his video of him doing it.
Well, okay, Frank, I'll try to look up shipwreck coffee and see what I can do with that, but I've got a lot of air coffee left, so.
Flat smacking.
Hey guys, you gotta research the flat Earth, okay? It's not a moving ball. Okay? Anybody want a flyer? Yeah! You're not up the Earth from space. Teach them the truth, and I won't. Flat Earth.
Ben likes the video.
Hey guys! The Earth is flat.
What the fuck?
Don't let him.
Oh,
fuck. I won't have to come here.
That just
Sorry,
seems
Bob.
fake.
You're shaking my car. I just saw the kids and I had to share with them. The kids are the youth, the future, and you can red pill them in 2 seconds. You guys ever met a flat earther? You guys ever met a flat earther?
What the fuck?
Yeah. Please join, okay? Here, guys. He said, "Did you know squirrels can fly?" All right, I gotta go. I gotta deliver food.
I mean, it just seems fake to me. I don't think that guy's seriously trying to flat smack these kids.
No, he actually got arrested.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
What the
I just
fuck
don't,
was that? What the fuck was that?
Now listen.
it's fake.
I think Jeremy's about to flat.
Hey, kids! I'm giving out this pamphlet of the ego on its own. Here's why morality is fucking fake. What the fuck? Why would you fucking do that?
You understand? That's his mugshot. He was arrested.
So what? You can be arrested for being a prankster.
No, he was arrested for public public disruption or whatever.
But I don't believe he was truly trying to flat smack these kids. I think he was just
conduct.
I think it was a publicity stunt. I don't think he truly believes what he's saying.
No, listen.
What Judge Dredd say on it?
He does this crazy shit all the time.
Was that?
He does this crazy shit. No, listen to me. He has done.
He wants to sell a book.
Shut up. He does this shit all the time.
He wants to sell a book.
He doesn't.
No wonder he got fucking arrested.
He doesn't write.
Not speak to his sincerity.
Gregor's just being cranky, or all of a sudden.
No, I'm just saying that
I'm being fucking cranky now. If you're going to fucking elementary schools and screaming about like the flat earth or some shit, like fuck you.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think you deserve to be arrested, but fuck you still. I'm not going to be sympathetic if you do.
But I just don't think he believes what he's saying. I think he's just trying to get notoriety.
Funny.
He thinks that he is storing his treasure in heaven by doing this.
Is that some kind of a Tennessee saying or something? I've never heard of that.
What does Tennessee have to do with it?
I don't know. Is this some kind of colloquial saying or something? I mean, what is that?
What did you say? I didn't
Hang on. For God's sake, let me talk. It's you ever heard the saying? Don't shut up. Don't store your treasures on earth. Store your treasures in heaven. You know. You ever heard that?
No, I've never heard that.
Of course not, because you're
The
godless.
storing treasures on heaven means storing them in little fucking kids who don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah, that's don't store your treasures in heaven, but he thinks don't store your treasures on earth. He thinks that he's storing his treasure in heaven by educating the youth about what he thinks the earth really is when it's not.
Well,
I think people like him are put into place to discredit actual good conspiracy theorists to get onto this, stuff that actually.
He's not disinfo. I'm sorry. No,
he's disinfo, or he's just an attention seeker.
Okay,
well, he's so fucking retarded. He may as well be disinfo.
Hang on. I now I've got to get him on so he can, prove that he's not disinfo. Now I've got to.
He prove that he's not disinfo. So you were quoting Matthew 6:19 is what you were doing there, right?
I don't know.
Well,
it's in the Bible.
What I'm saying is like he's so cringe and unbased and unred pilled. He may as well fucking be disinfo.
I think Jeremy's disinfo.
You're right, Jeremy. You suck so much, you may as well be disinfo.
Yeah, I think he's on the take. I think Jeremy's on the take.
How much is George Soros paying you, motherfucker?
Yeah. Koch brothers asset.
I bet you're secret. I bet you're like you have like a fucking sock account where you're tweeting out like pro Joe Biden shit.
Fuck no. I'm voting for Trump still. No.
Nah, vote for Bernie.
It triggers people so much that I have to. Yeah.
Vote for Bernie. That triggers
No.
the establishment as much as Trump now. So vote for Bernie.
I vote for Trump.
No, vote for Bernie.
I'm voting for Soros.
You motherfucker! I will come to Ohio. He's not even in the running. If you do anything to lift up and elevate the already elevated George Soros, the final boss of this video game, I will come to Ohio and I will do things that you can't even write about.
George Soros is pro Biden. Vote for Bernie.
Soros is the final boss of this video game called life.
Well,
I do like that.
come
analogy.
to Ohio then, buddy, because I'm voting right-in candidate George Soros.
Shut up. I just sent
Like you don't have to just.
No, hang on.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm sending an email as we speak to Nathan Thompson, where he can, he's got the link anyway. So
We
sure
need
you do
to
a
get
spell
people
check.
like him on the Quiet Place. They're the fun guests.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm voting for Soros. Why vote for Vader when you can vote for Palpatine? You know what I'm saying?
Supreme, you're absolutely right. I would vote for him. Yeah.
Did you mute me, Jeremy?
No.
Oh, I think you did so accidentally because it
You
gave
think I
me a
did?
notification that you unmuted me.
What if I had?
I would fucking come to Tennessee and I don't know, rape you in the ass to teach you a lesson.
Teach you a lesson.
It's like
on some deliverance shit.
You think he needs that kind of lesson?
Hey,
Yeah, on some deliverance shit.
hey, it would be like Deliverance, only instead of squeal like a pig, it would be quack like a duck.
Well, I like ducks, so
How many
yeah.
of us are under the influence of some sort of intoxicant? Raise your hand. I'm raising mine.
I'm raising mine. I've
can't
been
see
on
our
rum all
hands.
night. I've been
I
drinking.
was
rum.
last week, but not this week.
What about you, Zach?
I had a glass of scotch. That's about it.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
So, 2.5 out of 4.
Yeah, last week
But-
I was inebriated for the second half. Yeah.
But yeah,
You
I'm
have to
actually.
be, don't
Fancier
you?
than all
It's
y'all
like-
people.
You have to be drunk to do this.
But yeah, it's been a
Yeah.
while since I've done any actual voting. But if Bernie doesn't get the nomination, I'm gonna vote for Vermin Supreme.
Vermin Supreme.
Yeah, because if Biden gets the nomination, then fuck the system. Fuck it.
Who's Vermin
Seriously.
Supreme?
Hang on. Wait.
Is that like a Dragon Ball Z character or something?
Wait. Let me talk. Something
Let
weird just
Jeremy talk.
happened.
Let's hear it. Let's hear you talk.
Okay.
Yeah, tell us.
Both of my speakers just fell over. And a book.
Well,
I didn't
talk-
touch them. It's like a poltergeist knocked them over.
Yeah, you were speaking
The deep
Illusoros, bro.
state.
You were speaking Illusoros.
The deep state is doing it. But yeah, if Bernie doesn't get the nomination, I'm gonna vote for Vermin Supreme.
Now, who is Vermin Supreme?
He's a performance artist who wears a boot on his head, and he's just like his number one campaign promise is free ponies for everyone.
He really
I
does.
think
wear a
you told
boot
me
on
about
his
that
head.
cat. Yeah, I thought you told me about that cat before. Yeah.
He really
Okay.
does wear a boot. on his
That's
head.
Vermin Supreme.
I thought he was just being drunk, but it's true.
Yeah, he's largely a joke, and this year he's running under the Libertarian Party, and he's actually winning. So he'll probably be the Libertarian candidate for president. But if Bernie doesn't get the nomination, if they give it to fucking Biden,
I'm gonna vote for Vermin Supreme, and I haven't voted ever since I was eligible to vote.
So,
speaking of which, how about that shoe on head, huh? Rrr.
Yeah, Shoe on Head is pretty awesome. She's Armor Skeptic's footstool, so she's off limits, and I respect that. But yeah, she is pretty awesome. She's genuinely.
I figure you
funny.
probably pretty much had a chance, so that's good that you're willing to. Take a step back.
The way that she spits venom at SJWs, I mean, it's downright inspiring.
That's true, and the way she's been spitting at anti-Bernie people is very inspiring. She's great.
I wonder. I know she wouldn't come on. She wouldn't give me the time of day.
No, there's no way.
No, she might actually come on. She is
Ben,
very...
could you get her? Could you bring her to me?
Well, I could try to DM her. She doesn't follow me on Twitter, so I don't know if I could actually follow her. But but yeah, she would make a great guest. She's pretty funny. She's she's got good comedic timing, and
but you're drunk. She's not going to come on the show.
Well, not now. I need to sober up first.
Sober up and come.
No, you're drunk, and that's what's making you think that you might even consider it. That's what I'm getting at. There's no way.
Well, I view the Charles Baudelaire philosophy: be always drunk, whether it be on liquor, philosophy, or whatever. You should always be drunk.
Oh, ABD, always be drinking. A, always BBD, drinking.
Always be drunk. Not necessarily always be drinking. Always be drunk on something. Whether it be on liquor, philosophy, poetry, always be drunk.
You call yourself an alcoholic, you son of a bitch?
I don't call myself an alcoholic because I'm not always drunk on liquor. Sometimes I'm drunk on poetry. Sometimes I'm drunk on philosophy.
Gay. Have you ever sampled absinthe, the real thing?
I actually have, yeah. There's a place like not even down the block from me that serves absinthe, and I've had it. It's actually pretty good. It's kind of weird to drink. It's like the initial taste is like just pure licorice, but after that is just like pure burning alcohol.
Mm-hmm. I drank Jägermeister once. I drank Jägermeister once and lost the whole weekend. I woke up in the back seat. And that's the closest thing to absinthe I've ever had is Jaeger.
Have you tried that dang new Jägermeister coffee?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I've not tried it.
That's terrible.
It looks good.
There's a PBR coffee now.
I don't know about that.
That sounds so you get just pee twice as much. I mean, what's going on with that?
The worst thing I've ever had was a raspberry chocolate beer, and it shouldn't be.
They sell deep fried beer they sell deep fried beer at state festivals, state fairs.
How do you deep fry liquid?
They just throw the can in the deep fryer and give it to you. Yeah.
No, it's I don't know how they do it, but I mean it's like
maybe they put flour in it and then
and it's filled with the stuff. They do deep fried Coke too.
I think
everything.
I think the worst alcohol I've had is the 99 stuff. I don't know what they call it. Like if you go to like ghetto liquor stores.
Oh, do you mean the 99 bananas?
Yeah, I've had that, and it's fucking terrible. Like I drank that and I almost threw up just by drinking it.
Have you ever had what's it called?
King Cobra?
No, it's a banana drink. Called a BBC.
Banana daiquiri?
Banana Baileys and cream. That's what it is.
I haven't had that before. That doesn't sound very good. I've had like a few Baileys and cream drinks in there. They're not bad.
Ben, do you
the
have
worst thing I've ever had is a James Bond martini.
Ben, do you have to work in the morning?
Yeah, I do, but
Oh, messed up, man.
yeah, but it's only 10:30, and I don't
Get-
have to work until 8:30, and
In the morning.
yeah, but I live like a block away from where I work, so it's probably
You got some Pedialyte?
some what?
Some Pedialyte?
No.
Supposedly that's the cure for a hangover is
Or
Pedialyte.
chaser tablets.
I'm just
before
drinking
you
the rest of
start.
this 2-liter of Coke that I have, so
Jesus
hopefully
Christ.
that'll sober up you.
Chaser tablets before you even start. That's the key.
What is it?
Chaser tablets before
What's
you
that?
start drinking. Before you start drinking, you take it, and it's like it absorbs the stuff. You know, so you
What
don't
is a
have
chaser tablet? What is that?
It's a tablet that you take before you start drinking. And
What is it?
Why do that when you could get a freaking piece of pizza?
It's a
might-
tablet that absorbs the drink, so you don't have a hangover.
Pizza
I
doesn't.
might order like something from Uber Eats before the night's over, just so I'm not completely shit faced before tomorrow. But
Yeah, just
What are you
order
gonna
some
get?
Pedialyte. Get some Pedialyte, dude. Have
What
them
are you gonna
deliver
get?
Pedialyte.
Get an anchovy pizza.
What are
I
you
don't
gonna order?
know. I don't know.
You gotta
Maybe,
know.
like, I don't know,
Anchovy.
something from.
I think you should order a
King.
foot long.
Yeah, something from Subway.
No, don't do
something.
Burger King, man. They got limp dick burgers. You need something with some.
Well, I'm not gonna order the fucking soy.
Yeah, get yourself a hard
Impossible
dick
Whopper.
burger.
What else? What else does Uber Eats deliver? What other
Anything.
restaurants?
Like, let's see.
Now I'm
Okay.
invested here. I got to know
Yeah.
what he orders.
Phone's right here. Let's see what's open on Uber Eats right now.
Order your food on the show.
Hey, oh my God! Look who it is. I told you I'd get him, Nathan. These guys think that you're disinfo. I don't know if they're bullshitting or not, but we watched the video of you flat smacking, and they had their laughs about it. Now you're here, the real thing, and maybe they'll be a little more timid. I don't know. What
He
do
just
you have
looked
to
off
say?
camera to his handler.
Yeah,
What do you
motherfucker, what are you doing shouting at elementary school kids? I just want to say right now that's stupid. Stop doing that.
Well, hang on. Let him. First off,
It's like an ambush. So first, yes, Jeremy.
Your claim is that I shouldn't be yelling at kids?
No, don't be yelling at fucking elementary school kids. That's fucking stupid. Stop that.
this is
Well,
where
I
he
was-
decimates you guys. I'm serious.
I was in a park, so would you recommend that I whisper to all the kids in the park?
You were right next to an elementary school.
Yeah, and they were all playing on recess in the park.
Stop doing that. That's fucking stupid.
So we don't have freedom of speech?
I believe in freedom of speech, but it's just I'm not saying you
All
don't
right,
have the
then you
freedom
can
to
end
do
it
that.
right there.
I'm
You
saying
can
it's
shut up.
fucking stupid and it's
All
a
right,
bad way to spread your message.
Freedom of speech, we can end it right there and you can shut up.
No, I'm saying it's a bad way to spread your fucking message.
In your opinion.
Yes, I'm saying that in my opinion, it's a bad way to spread your message.
Hey,
And if you
just
disagree with that,
FYI.
well, we can end it
Just
right here. But I'm
FYI,
still
I kinda
saying
follow for
it's a bad way to spread
show.
your message.
Let him.
Just-
Let him.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
not a follower
sorry.
of your show, so I don't give two shits about your opinion, dude.
Well, if you don't care about my opinion, well, that ends it.
Hang
But
on.
I'm still saying it's a bad way to spread your message.
Okay,
Fair
Can you
enough.
turn Nathan's volume up? Like it's hard to
Let's
hear.
have a dialogue here. You guys don't really believe that he's disinfo, though. You were just saying that, right?
I don't know. I mean, the only thing that I've ever really seen was that clip that you showed. So I
Right.
don't
That's not
know
the
a
best
lot.
introduction. If
All right.
you want the best introduction, hear him take apart Bob the Science Guy on Jose Gonzalez's podcasts every day. They get some serious ground covered. And, I think that because of Nathan being so outspoken, they tend to gang up on him, the Globers. Now, I'm not a flat earther myself, but I appreciate Nathan's personality. I think he brings some entertainment to the table. So, Nathan, why don't I thank you for coming on, first of all. Why don't you tell your side of the story? Because we saw the mugshot, and then that's embarrassing for anybody. I mean, is there anything you want to say? I mean, I know you have way
I'm
more
not
followers.
I'm not embarrassed at all, dude. All
Okay.
God's prophets got locked up and thrown in jail. So big deal, dude. They want to charge me with disorderly conduct for standing on a public sidewalk and telling kids large bodies of water don't curve. That's a badge of honor, dude. I should go get the the charge tattooed on my arm, dude.
Hmm.
Total joke, bro. We live in America. We can tell kids the truth. What do
Dude,
they think?
optics,
Just gonna lie
bro.
to the kids, and there's not going to be any repercussions. And I want to know.
You got repercussions for it.
No, the repercussions were me standing on the sidewalk telling the kids large bodies of water don't curve. And Trevor went back there on Friday.
Yeah, you got repercussions for that.
Trevor went back there on Friday, did the exact same thing, and he didn't get arrested. He didn't get disorderly conduct. So why is it that they get to just arbitrarily decide that when I do it, it's disorderly conduct, but when Trevor does it, it's no big deal?
Did he film it?
Yeah, of course he filmed it. It's on my YouTube. It's on his YouTube channel. But I want to know if anyone here actually thinks I'm disinfo agent. Otherwise, I can just get going.
I don't.
Like for like I will say that you're not disinfo in the sense that I don't think you're being paid off by anyone, but I do think you're going about like expressing your opinion in the worst way possible.
Got it. Cool. Well, any other questions before I leave?
Yeah, I do. I got a question for you.
Okay,
So-
hang on. No, because I'm the host. Nathan,
Okay,
would
well,
you be
go
willing-
then.
Nathan, well, hang on, Gregor. We'll let you. But
Okay.
Nathan, before will you come back? Maybe if it's just you and I, and we can have a one-on-one discussion where I may give you more benefit of the doubt, and we can have a dialogue. And
I want to be included.
Okay, well, would you be
Yeah,
willing to do that?
I'm happy to do a Q&A with you guys, no problem. But before I leave, is there anything on the tip of your tongue that you want to ask the flat earther that you just have, you want answers to?
Okay,
Yeah,
I have a question.
Gregor first. Let Gregor go first.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm curious about what you think's going on in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's the perimeter. Since 1961, they established an Antarctic Treaty. So God only knows, bro. I mean, I can only speculate what's going on over there. But what we do know is that fauna, flora, and there's drastic temperature variations. Nothing's the same in the Arctic and the Antarctic. Captain Cook went around it. Took him 3 years, over 60,000 miles. Now, we can argue about the route he traveled and everything, but flights, there's no flights over Antarctica. Something's going on there, bro. It's not. And if you this is the best part. This is all you got to do. Google pictures of the South Pole. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. And then the United States Geological Survey states they use the azimuthal equidistant map, not just for calculating distances outward from the North Pole, but for making maps of Antarctica. Now, if you're going to map Antarctica, the flat Earth map's the last map you would use, because that's one with Antarctica being the most distorted. Oh, pictures of the South Pole from space is what I meant.
Oh, okay.
And what's interesting
Like Google image.
is they allegedly have 4 different South Poles, guys. There's a magnetic South Pole, a ceremonial South Pole, a geographic South Pole, and a celestial South Pole. It's like they can't make up their minds. How many look at those, guys. How funny is that? Come on. Can we all agree that's a joke? Those are all jokes. They think we're stupid. They think we're going to believe that's a picture of the South Pole from space, dude. That's how dumb they think we are.
What did they gain by keeping Antarctica from us? The large truth of it.
Well, they have to keep Antarctica from us because without that, their cookie crumbles, bro. It's from the globe lies stems evolution and Big Bang and basically government tyranny, which is what we're living in today, is modern day statism, where people worship the state. And you ask them, well, why do you think Earth's a ball? And they don't even have scientific answers at all whatsoever. It's just, well, that's what everyone believes. That's what my cult told me. So
I guess one question I have, because both me and Jeremy are Christian, are there any instances in the Bible relating to flat Earth? Because I'm not familiar with that. Which I've not read the whole Bible.
There's
I'm reading it
hundreds
now.
of instances. I could freaking go. Trevor, they want to know where flat Earth is in the Bible. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth is without form and void. Darkness moved over the deep, and the Spirit of God moved over the face of the waters. So we're only 2 verses deep, and God's telling you He's above water, up, not around water. It's objective, not relative. Also, Joshua, He stopped the sun. Jesus was taken high enough to see all kingdoms. Every eye will see Him when He returns. Psalm 104:5 says the earth's on foundations; it will never move. It says in Revelation, all the stars will fall to heaven. It says in Genesis, the sun, moon, stars are locked in the firmament for signs and seasons. So no space, no spinning. That's all fake.
So
Okay,
are you a Christian yourself?
Yeah, I'm a Christian myself, and I'm here with my buddy Trevor. He went to Bob Jones University. We're both Christians, and happy to talk about whatever.
So do you guys?
Okay,
Do you all believe that
Trevor.
the Satan is the master of this world?
What was that, brother?
Do you believe that Satan is the master of this world?
He's the prince of the air. Yeah, he's running things here. He's been conspiring since the garden. So it's kind of interesting that Christians would say there can't be a conspiracy that big. Well, the devil's been conspiring for thousands of years to separate you from God. And you know what God does? He laughs because he says, you are my people and you will know the truth. So if you have eyes to see and ears to hear, this will resonate with you. But if you're not seeking truth and you're a lover of lies, what I say will just sound like static on the television.
Okay, so excuse me if I sound dumb. I've been drinking rum all night, but just really like tell me, why do you think that yelling at random kids in a park is a good way to spread your message? Because that just seems really dumb to me. It makes you look psychotic.
Yeah, of course. So I was yelling because they were in a park, and I don't think whispering in a park is very effective, and I don't want people to make fun of me and think I'm an idiot.
Kids?
I whispered at a bunch of kids when they're all in a park.
Why are you trying to spread it to kids? Why are you not spreading it to people?
Globalists that, buddy. They steal your kids from you and teach them Ursa ball.
Oh.
All I did was say large bodies of water do not curve, and they don't. So if you have a problem with me raising my tone to teach kids the truth, that's a personal problem. You got to take that up with the man in the mirror.
Okay, well, I have a problem with you like going to random kids in the park and doing that. Why do you not like try to convince their parents to let you teach them that?
Do I look like when you look in the mirror, do you see this handsome face? No.
Yes, I do. I'm fucking handsome.
I'm not a mirror. Okay, so take it up with yourself. That's a personal problem that you don't think teaching kids the truth is okay.
I'm not against teaching kids like alternative ideas. I'm against the idea of going and yelling at them in a park. Why do you not go up to the kids?
Watch the video.
I watched the video. You were yelling at random kids.
No, I approached them cordially. It's only
No, you didn't. You were fucking yelling at them.
No, it's only when the teacher tried to censor me that I elevated my voice, because it was the end of recess. The bells were going off. And they were all being called inside. So I wanted.
Well, that's still a dumb idea because you were trying to yell at kids when they should not have been yelled at.
That's your opinion.
Well, okay. I mean, you can boil anything down to like, that's your opinion.
Nope. Large bodies of water don't curve. That's not my opinion.
I'm not arguing about that. I'm arguing about your fucking optics. Why the fuck are you yelling at random kids in the park?
Why didn't Trevor? I'm sorry. Why didn't Trevor get arrested for the same thing? Do we know that yet?
Yeah, Trevor, why didn't you get arrested and I did?
Okay, before you say anything, I will agree. Yeah, the law is bullshit. They will like fucking arrest people for random reasons. I'm not arguing that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I guess it was just because he was yelling, but I mean, I don't know.
So did they listen to you, Trevor, when you spoke to them? I mean,
a bunch of kids walked by. I mean, yeah, some of them agreed the earth was flat. One of them said everyone knows the earth is flat. So,
well, maybe from a parental or teacher point of view, maybe it looks weird that school kids are talking to, for all intents and purposes, random strangers, and they just, in a school setting, maybe they think it's not the most appropriate place. I think maybe your hearts were in the right place, but maybe, like he said, optics. I don't know. What would you say to that?
Yeah, what I'm saying is maybe your hearts were in the right place, but your heads were up your asses.
Well, I'm not going that far, but
I am. That was dumb. Come on, guys.
He's
If
trying-
you believe in what you believe, you need to do better.
Get saved.
Huh?
I'm willing to look like a fool for Jesus Christ in order that those who believe get saved.
I can't
Look, I don't see how that's going to save anyone. Like, I'll say up front, I'm not a Christian, I'm not a flat earther, but even if I was, I do not see how what you did is going to save anyone.
You're small-minded. You don't see the big picture. If I didn't do what I did, I wouldn't be on this panel talking with you about flat Earth, would I?
Okay, Boomer.
You don't see the big
He's
picture.
not a boomer.
Okay,
dude.
Boomer.
I know you're drunk, but he's not a boomer.
Well, if he's just gonna say it's just like, well, you're just small-minded, when I respond to like how he's trying to spread his message, then I'm just gonna say, okay, Boomer. That's fucking stupid.
Okay, well, hang on.
You guys know that I do more than just talk to school kids, right?
I know you do. I'll like give you the benefit of the doubt. You do more than that. But why is that specific thing a good idea? That's fucking stupid. That is the worst possible way you could spread your message.
We're getting hung up on this. I mean,
You look like a fucking homeless guy fucking yelling about the end times are coming on the street corner.
Well,
Well,
the
the
end
end
times
times are
are
coming.
guests on your show. You should say, "Hey, here's
Yeah,
the
the end
link.
times
We
are
just want
coming.
you to come on so we can shout over you and tell you what we think the entire time."
No, not.
Okay, sorry I'm shouting. I've been drinking, so.
I'm the guest, dude. Like, come on, show
What the
some
fuck?
respect. I'll just leave. You guys are being jerks, dude.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
me
I'll,
and Jeremy aren't.
Hey.
okay,
Yeah,
so.
you've already established that you don't like the tactics that they're using, so let's change this subject.
Okay, so I'll.
Yeah, you guys
So-
aren't happy that I tell kids the truth. Big fucking deal.
So okay, I'll apologize. I've been drinking, so I'm not in the best mindset. So I'll ask you two questions.
all make
One,
mistakes.
what are you drinking there? And two, do you really think that yelling at random kids in a park
Hey,
about your beliefs is the best way to spread your ideas?
hey,
Do you really
Ben.
think
Hey, Ben. Hey, Ben. I appreciate your candor, but no, Nathan. Let me get this out because I wanted to have a dialogue, and Nathan, I'm not being a jerk. I know I'm probably getting lost in the mix of voices, but I've followed your videos for a while and listened to you on the Jose Gonzalez show, and I saw your altercation with George Hanesha, whatever, at that convention, and I think that was blown out of proportion. I do think that you are outspoken sometimes in a way that's not to your benefit, but I think that you bring the entertainment. But when you say that water doesn't curve, what about tidal waves?
Well, large bodies of water at rest don't curve. So
Okay.
when it's being manipulated, when there's wind, when there's waves, when there's tidal influence, yes, of course, raindrops, surface tension, meniscus, but that's not earth curve. That's just a property of water. It's adhesive to itself. But
Okay,
when
so-
you get enough of it, it flattens out.
Okay, so yeah, I know I've been interrupting you, and I do apologize for that. But I just want to say, so you're saying the large bodies of water don't curve, but like just assuming for the sake of argument, the Earth was curved. Why would it not curve if the Earth was that way?
What?
Well, I'm arguing. You're saying large bodies of water don't curve because
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is, if the Earth was curved, then why would it not curve if the Earth was actually that way? Why are you saying that it's impossible that it does that? At least if I'm understanding you right.
If the surface is water, water would have to be convex in nature. It would not be flat. So if 70% of the Earth is flat water, maybe you can sketch me a little diagram how that's working on a ball.
Well, I mean, in that case, like the idea is that the scale of the ball is so big that, like on a micro scale, I'm sorry, I've
How
been
big?
drinking.
How
On a
big?
micro scale,
Like 24,901 miles around big, because that's what they state. And according to spherical trigonometry and the Pythagorean theorem And every Earth curve calculator you Google on the internet, Earth curves 0.666 feet per mile squared. So that's 66.6 feet at 10 miles. So if there's not 70 feet of drop tangent to your feet in all directions at 10 miles, there's a big problem there.
I guess one question I have in relation to Christianity is, what would the effect, like the spiritual effect of believing the earth is round, have on a person? Because I don't
What happens if you remove the foundations, Trevor?
Yeah, if you remove the foundations, you know, the righteous, what can the righteous do? Psalms 11:3 says. And the whole thing about going to the elementary school, it's about visuals, guys. Can you see that visual?
What is sort of? What
it looks
is
like
that?
a stamp, kind of.
Yeah, that just looks like a stamp you put on an envelope.
God says he stamps out earth like clay under a seal.
Yeah, that's waxed on a seal. It's the Bible says, Job 38:14, the earth is pressed flat like a seal, like a signet ring, and that also shows it to be a circle, just like that.
No. What passage is that? Can you tell me what passage that is?
Job 38:14.
Thank you.
And I'll also say, like, I'm not a Christian, so I'm not going to buy that you say something is happening because the Bible says it.
It's interesting, though.
No,
I mean,
I
will look into
showing
it.
you a visual, so you know, because that makes a big deal to get something in your mind. That's why I go down there with a big earth is flat sign, because that's something that's going to stick in a person's head.
I mean, no, I know what a flat thing looks like as an adult.
When we see constant pictures of a globe earth that's CGI, and they even admit many of those photos of the globe to be CGI or composite or something that's not a real snapshot. But when that goes into our head, we automatically think, oh, we're on a globe. So visuals are very important. You remember things like that. You're going to remember a guy standing outside your school with a big sign.
Yeah, and if the Bible says put no evil thing before your eyes, we shouldn't even be looking at globes.
I mean, sure, if you believe that this is a divine command to do this, then that's one thing. But I'm not a Christian, so I don't believe in that. But the thing is,
it's a big deal if the ancients, you know, what the ancients believed, like a group like the Israelites, Moses, the 10 Commandments, everything that they went through, that's a big deal. If their opinion about earth was something entirely different, that we're under a dome firmament, you know, and a flat circular earth, because I got 5 verses right here that say the earth is a circle in the Bible.
Well, that's one thing, but what do you say to the ancient Greeks who believed that the Earth was a globe, and they actually did like experiments to confirm this?
Okay, there are no experiments to confirm Earth's a globe. You're just pushing.
Aristophanes did an experiment where he stuck sticks in the ground on in Athens, and had a apprentice stick sticks in the ground several miles north. And Aristophanes, when the shadow was like entirely down where he was, up where his apprentice was, it was showing a shadow. That in itself shows that there would be some kind of curvature in the earth.
Hey, Einstein, that's not an experiment. There's no variable you manipulate. You're affirming the consequent. It's a fallacy. And Neil deGrasse Tyson says, if you don't assume parallel sun rays and you don't assume a distant sun, that experiment works on both models. The video's on my YouTube. So,
okay, I haven't seen your
Neil
YouTube.
deGrasse
So
Tyson about the globe.
I don't know about Neil deGrasse Tyson, and
He
I
says
don't
that
know.
works on both models, because if you don't assume a distant sun and you don't assume parallel sun rays, which is not what we see a local sun with crepuscular rays, well, then it works on both models. So it's not an experiment. You're presupposing distance to the sun and assuming parallel sun rays. That's not science. You are scientifically illiterate and probably a little drunk.
Okay, so I will give you the benefit that I am a little drunk, but I'm trying to figure out how that would assume that it doesn't assume like that there's a that
Got
there
you. Let me
isn't
give you
a
an
flat
example.
Earth.
When you come home from work and you kick your shoes off, is there a chance that the shoes might have different shadows on the floor? Yes or no? Are they going to have the exact same shadows regardless of where you place the shoes on the floor?
I live in an apartment where there's no sunshine that comes in.
Oh, but you have lights in your apartment, or do you live in the dark?
I live in an apartment where there's the same sunshine, but if I kick them off in the same exact location, they are going to have the same exact shadows.
Okay, but that's not what the experiment was. The experiment was shadows 400 miles away having different lengths. So if you put your shoes on different sides of the room and you have a light above your head, one shadow is going to go one direction, one shadow is going to go another direction. Now, let me ask you this. Is that proof your room is a ball, Einstein?
It's definitely if you take the if it was flat, then there would be variation, but it is assuming that if they were that far apart, then there is going to be some variation that appears beyond what the Aristophanes found.
And you put some sticks in the ground 400 miles apart, and the sun is small and localized, you're going to have some different shadows. Not proof of ball Earth. It's just a fairy tale. You believe it's not an experiment, but it was a great opportunity for you to voice how scientifically illiterate you are.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out
Laugh
is...
it up, big guy. Laugh it up, dude. You think it's a joke they're lying to kids and you're freaking deceived? I don't. I'm not laughing.
Okay, so yeah, you scream at kids that the Earth is flat. What the fuck ever.
Well, that was fun.
I'm tired of this fucking guy.
Okay, wait. Okay, well, I'm not. Let me wrap it up here, Nathan. I appreciate you coming on, and I'm sorry that things didn't go as I. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of envisioned it would turn out this way, but would you come back with just me and Zach?
Yeah, happy to chat with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
And,
thanks for coming on at such weird short notice. That was surprising. I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, dude.
And I promise it'll be less belligerent next time. And Ben is good people. I swear. He's just he's passionate about this, and he's drunk. And if you come back, it'll probably go a lot smoother.
It's all right, dude. I used to be a globehead too, guys. I don't want to be a flat earther. I don't want to shout at kids that the earth is flat. I wish they just taught them the truth.
Mm.
Okay.
Well, I think this will go smoother next time, but it's not like this is unfamiliar territory to you, right?
Yeah, no, we're fine, guys. Don't worry about it. It's all good, dude. I stop bullets all day, every day, dude.
Well, thank you, friend, and have a good night, and I'll be in touch, all right?
Yeah, have a good night.
Guys, peace out.
That was amazing. Ben, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry if I was overly belligerent to him. I tried to be civil, but his whole fucking...
Listen, hang on. You fulfilled your role beautifully. I do think that maybe, like I said, you fulfilled your role beautifully, but I do think that it should just be me and Zach in the follow-up sometime, unless, Gregor, you want to be a part of that. I don't know, but
I mean, I wouldn't mind being a part of it.
Yeah, Ben.
I mean, I've got no trouble talking to somebody that believes something that I don't.
Yeah. Ben, you probably would not want to be in a follow-up with him, right?
I tried to be civil, but when he just was on his whole fucking you're scientifically illiterate, when I pointed out the Aristophanes experiment, which was basically the experiment that kind of
he had an answer for you. I thought he was going to fall flat, but I'm not saying I'm on his side.
No, man, these flat earth dudes, they got answers for everything, dude. You gotta come a little bit more prepared if you want to talk to these cats.
Yeah, I'm not exactly objecting to his answer, but the whole fact that he was just you're scientifically
illiterate, blah 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 blah. He's just like, I'm tired of this fucking guy.
I understand.
Is it like, yeah, I kind of understand like where he's coming from, but you know, I do
take the idea that he was a attention seeker and not a true believer. I think the guy's a true believer. I thought it might have been somebody pretending to be a flat earther and trying to get hits on the internet, but that's not what it appeared to be after talking.
Yeah,
to
the problem is true believers are fucking worse than charlatans in some ways.
But that just happened.
I'm just saying. I adjusted my thinking about it. I thought that could have been like a prank video to make flat earthers look crazy or something like that, but I don't think that was the case. You know what I mean?
That just happened, guys. I mean, on the quiet.
Yeah, and I'll just say, fuck that guy. Fuck you, dude.
Well,
it's like, you maybe it is like, I don't want to give you a fucking answer. I'm saying like, fuck you for being this whole, oh, you're scientifically illiterate, blah blah blah. Fuck off.
See that
the guy did get dragged into this call out of the blue, and then there's a dude yelling at him drunk immediately, right? So I can kind of understand him being a little bit pissy, right?
No, but check it out. He
was like that from the beginning, when he came in.
But hang on, he is confrontational. I'm going to give you that. But and it's nothing like he said. He stops bullets all day, quote unquote.
Yeah, I'm sure you can stop fucking bullets.
But hang on. But you know, that's
bullets aren't real, dude.
I envisioned it playing like that, but I think that we've got to have him on again in a genuine, you know, discussion. And Ben, I don't think you'll want to be a part of that, you know. But I'm glad that you
or
did.
At least Captain Morgan should be a part of it.
Yeah, maybe I'll be part of it when I'm sober. But yeah, right now I think he's a fucking asshole, and I can see if he really can fucking stop bullets.
But whatever he was drinking looked good.
But do you know what? I think it was probably a protein shake or something. But and he's got a whole other thing where he says that he got like ripped, you know, and muscular without working out. I forgot to ask him about that. But
I do not fucking buy that.
Well, I have trouble with it too. But you know, I have crazy people all the time, and I'm not saying he's crazy, but I have eccentric people on the Quiet Place all the time. But you know, Ann Sturzinger, she had just gotten out of a psych ward, right? So
yeah, but she was actually like articulate and could like talk about like why she was in there.
Dude,
this was a guy who was like fucking screaming about.
Well,
he was like fucking talking about how screaming at elementary school kids was somehow good optics.
It's not good optics.
He never said that.
He fucking acted
good optics.
Yeah, his position is somebody's got to tell these kids the truth. Now, I don't know about flat Earth being the truth, but
yeah, it's like anyone who's watching, do not take this as like a fucking good view of like flat Earth versus round Earth. Just view it as a drunk guy yelling at a who's normally pretty chill, yelling at a sober guy who's just a fucking asshole all the fucking time.
Hey,
you talking about Jeremy?
No, I'm talking about Nathan who came on. Seriously, that guy came on. I tried to be good faith with him, but as soon as he's like, "Oh, you're fucking scientifically illiterate," as soon as he
wasn't saying that until long after you've been yelling at him, dude.
No, I tried to like scale it back and be nice to him, but he was a fucking asshole.
Hang on.
I'm not gonna put up with that shit.
Let's not blame it all on Ben. He is.
I'm not blaming it on Ben. I'm blaming it on you.
I mean, I'll take part of the blame.
Yeah, I'm blaming it all on you.
Wait.
I'll take part of the blame because yes, I am.
Show. What are you blaming on me now?
Because you brought him in, you got the guy ambushed. You set him up for an ambush.
Oh, and I wanted to prove it otherwise, but then I found out you were just doing that to rile me up. Hang on,
you still can't technically prove he's disinfo. Not disinfo.
No, you can't.
No, I was being sarcastic when I said disinfo. I want to make that clear.
Okay.
Now, as far as the biblical things, I've been looking it up, and a lot of Bible scholars disagree with that flat Earth take. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure that's nowhere in the Gospels. Now, it might be kind of interpretations in Genesis, in the Old Testament. But as far as the New Testament, I don't think it's there. It might be, though. I'm looking more into it.
Globe head.
Okay, yeah, I'll admit that. Yeah, I probably did lose my temper at him saying like,
Ben,
"Oh, you're
Ben,
scientifically illiterate."
Ben, listen. I think that I kind of massaged that situation to get that reaction. I think it may be my fault. Gregor's right, because I introduced Nathan Thompson to you guys from the playground video. That was your first exposure to that guy, not him talking, or taking someone on in a debate. The first thing I showed you was that playground video. So I think that maybe I was a little bit dishonest in my presentation of him to begin with. And so that may be partially on me that you have that, and I think maybe deep down I wanted conflict on the show tonight, and maybe I, unconsciously, egged that on. But
Jeremy, I've got some freaking homework for you, and I'm going to listen to it too. I'm going to send you a link to a dude who's pretty much known for, he's a Bible scholar, but he's known for going after these people that have these kind of, conspiratorial takes.
Jay Dyer?
No, Jay Dyer actually kind of, my views on him are a little different. Now, this is Michael Heiser.
Michael Heiser, okay.
I think I might know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and I will say that I do feel kind of bad because I do pride myself on being able to respond to people in a logical,
it was good radio. It was good radio, don't you see?
It was good radio, but I do pride myself on being able to respond to people in a logical way.
At that
screaming
moment,
at people while I'm drunk.
At that moment, we needed someone to be drunk and yell. Don't you understand? And it couldn't be me because I'm the one that brought him in. And, I legitimately kind of was taken aback that he actually came.
It's the way of the world. He yells
Gregor
at kids,
and Zach.
I still feel bad.
No, well, Gregor and Zach wanted to know more. It could have only been you. You were the chosen one to do this tonight, Ben.
I still feel kind of bad. I feel like I should DM him on Twitter or whatever when I'm sober and apologize to him.
That would be cool, yo. Yeah, maybe you should.
You say that would be cool, yo.
That's what he said.
No, I meant to say you know.
He's got the rum going on too, apparently.
No, mine's.
He's got the early 2000s going on.
Refill day.
You got the what?
You're being a fucking boomer right now.
Refill day.
Oh, refill day. Okay, I got you. He's doubling up, double on the Adderall.
But wow, Nathan Thompson was on here. We didn't even have a guest planned. This is what I wanted the quiet place to be, man. A little bit of fuck you and a little bit of what's the word? Kumbaya.
If nothing else, I do feel bad for it because it does help the flat Earth case because I decided to. I'm not wussing out. I feel like I take responsibility for what I've done.
What's going on? He's coming down from a flat smack
for what I've done.
Flat smack.
He got flat smack and he's reeling. He's reeling from a flat smack.
Listen,
I didn't get flat smacked.
You got flat smacked and you're reeling.
No, he didn't get flat smack. He got freaking. Oh, that sounds bad.
I'm gonna.
I didn't get flat smacked. I got fucking angry when he was like, "Fucking, oh, you're scientifically illiterate." Fuck you.
Well,
I'm still
right.
It was the classic. You can't handle the truth.
That's you're right. You should get angry when. Yeah. As a man, as a grown man who's being told that basically he's stupid, you should get mad at that. Absolutely.
He was mad out the gate just because the guy was telling kids that the Earth is flat.
I tried to go back from that, but I tried to calm down. But he was just like, "Oh, you're fucking illiterate." It'd be like me coming on here.
But that was late. That was late when he said that. It
would be like me spending the whole time it being like, Jeremy, hey, you just can't get any pussy. You're mad because you can't get any pussy. You're mad because you can't get laid. You're mad because you can't get laid. I was just doing that until he fucking started ringing at me.
I'm not, but I set it up badly. I think that's
yeah. But if I
Jeremy, you set it up perfectly.
If I did that the whole time, you would eventually start yelling at me. Come on, admit it.
Only to appease the guest long enough to stay.
I was entertained.
I was entertained
No,
too.
I mean if I just came on here and was just like, you just can't get laid, you can't get pussy, blah 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 blah. If I did that the whole time, you'd eventually get mad, wouldn't you?
It would depend on the spirit in which you're saying it. If you're saying it jovially, like from a friend to another, it's fine. But I mean, there's no truth in that statement because I am happily, alone, like very, very happily dedicated to being alone. So,
yeah, I think I do think him just saying, "Oh, you're scientifically illiterate," blah blah blah, was him just arguing in bad faith.
Well, yeah, but he already felt attacked, and like I said, that's partially my fault for setting it up wrong. But
yeah, and I'll admit it's partially my fault too because you invited him on with a guy who's been drinking. I'm starting to sober up a little, so.
And I think I saw an opportunity for blood sports too. I think that's what happened
This
there.
has been the freaking episode of blood sports from me and you arguing about the Alfred plate, and me and Ben arguing about the Kant, to Ben and whatever his name was arguing about yelling at kids and the benefits or negative aspects of it.
This has been pretty amazing, yeah.
Yeah, you got flat smacked up globe head.
Gregor's the only one that doesn't get into the ruckus.
Yeah,
I try to get Jeremy riled up because that's my job.
That is his job, officially his job, to make me mad every episode. To get
So
me
you're paying him and not me?
No, I'm not paying him. But except for the reaction, that's his payment. The reaction he gets out of me, that's his payment. But I told him,
why are we not getting paid for this shit?
Because
Why do you think?
Yeah, you need to start fucking getting super trash so we can pay for shit.
We don't have enough. We have 21 subscribers.
21.
I was on my way
to
in
free Hardee's.
I had over 500. I had over 500 until the Sig Fix channel got zapped. So,
did you have that many?
Yeah, it was 510. Now I'm at
seriously.
21.
Can I get free Hardee's?
Yeah,
I'm at 21 subscribers, so we got to get that up to 1,000.
I think that's got a serious question.
Yeah, answer my question. Sunday nights on this shit.
No, you can't get free Hardee's unless I'm.
All you had to do is tell me.
Getting it for myself and handing it to you. I mean,
wait, what?
What?
Fuck it. Bring a gun to Hardee's and force them to start giving us free shit for this.
I get free Hardee's as an employee.
Okay.
Well, bring a gun and tell them to extend the benefits to us for this shit.
Technically not supposed to do that, but I mean, I probably would for a friend,
Bring it in anyway. We're fucking doing the workers' revolution from here.
Hang on. All right. Seriously for a minute. Are we gonna do a movie night sometime, man? Because I've got a few ideas. What kind of movies does everybody like?
The thing is, every time you do some kind of video, once it's been going for a while, it screws up on my computer.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I personally don't want to do a movie night.
Really?
No.
What about you, Ben? Would you be up for it?
Yeah, I'd be up for it if it worked. So we can do like an MSP3K
so bad.
I don't see this dropping quality when I share a video. I just don't see it.
But that's because it's on. Like if you're going back and looking at it, you're probably not seeing what we're seeing.
I'm looking at the live video, and I'm seeing.
Yeah, but it's okay on your side. On our side, it's the video is kind of blurry. It stops and pauses quite frequently.
But I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it replayed on the video itself, where the video that everybody sees, and I can see shoe on head perfectly rendered. I can see the guy with the boot on his head perfectly rendered. I mean,
I thought you said before that was a thing that got fixed later, though, because I kept like not seeing this stuff happen. You're like, oh well, when you go back and look at the show, it's okay, but like live, us seeing it, it's never.
I don't know. Bottom line is that I look at it here and everything's perfectly rendered. But I mean, if we were to do it, what kind of movies do you guys like?
Just like any public domain movies, just like find like public domain exploitation movies like Night of the Living Dead or Child Bride. And
what about Angel's Melancholy or Melancholy Der Engel? Would you guys watch that? Knowing all the depravity in it?
I'd watch that again, and I'd
again.
Yeah, I'd watch it again and make commentary on it. It would be easier to do if I could like make commentary on it with people I know.
Okay, good, because
is this like a stop and pause commentary?
And motherfucker, when I look at the fucking light that I have in my apartment, when I do, if I look at it different angles, it is the same fucking shadow. Fucking idiot.
No, you're wrong.
I'm fucking right. The way the light is in my apartment, it's right above everything else. So when I take my shoes off, the shadows on it are the fucking same.
Question. Is it an LED light like the big rectangle ones, or is it a round bulb?
It's a bulb.
Globe head.
Seriously, fuck that guy.
Okay, so there's some serious stuff going on in that movie, but you have to really dig for it. A lot of symbolism, don't you think? I mean, seriously.
I think so. To me, it's the kind of movie that's like more of like when you're watching it, it's more of an experience than anything else, and you kind of like come to your conclusions on it then afterwards.
Can that come across on your laptop, like on a screen within a screen, like how we're looking now? Like, shouldn't it be like a full screen, at least TV?
It would be maximized.
No, we can do it that way. Like, you can maximize it on StreamYards, and we can like maximize it on the on our own computers to watch it.
But yeah, I mean, that's the only movie where a woman's pissing in a dead man's face and it's dramatic music playing. I've never seen that in any other movie except that one, where a woman's pissing in his face.
Why don't you turn on the stereo or something?
As like she's pissing in his face, a dead man's face, as like a goodbye to him, a loving goodbye. And there's dramatic music playing, and it's the only situation where I could feel uplifted, in watching that in a movie.
Well, yeah, I mean, can you feel uplifted when the guy is sticking his finger in the girl's stoma?
No, it's grody. Grody.
Yeah,
no.
That's pretty nasty.
But I felt sorry for that chick. Yeah, man.
Okay, other than that, let's just watch old reruns of Unsolved Mysteries.
Hey, is Unsolved Mysteries public domain? Because I'm pretty sure we would get copyright strike for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Although I've got some episodes, we could probably watch them, but just between us, but not, in a YouTube setting, where it would go live. That would get us definitely struck, because although you can find some of those episodes on YouTube now.
Ooh, have y'all seen Atrapato? If it's on YouTube.
Well, I don't know what that is.
It's like I think it's a Spanish film. It's really unique. Atrapato. I think it's really hard to find. Let me look it up. I know that you have to search for it a certain way, and
I think I know what you're talking about. Is it Anthrophagia?
Wait, what?
Anthrophagia?
No. It's trapped in Spanish, but it might be. I know if you just type in Atrapados, it doesn't work. Okay, yeah, I found it. What the heck? That ain't it.
We could also watch Reefer Madness. That's public domain.
Reefer Madness?
Yeah. Okay. Have all of us partaken in the Devil's Weed?
Yeah. Not me.
Something else.
Razak, you fucking lame. You lame.
It ain't on there anymore.
Something else.
Trigger, have you taken in
it's the devil's weed? It's the devil's weed.
Yes, have you?
For the devil. What's that?
Have you?
I mean, I live in Ohio. This stuff's not legal. I wouldn't do anything that was illegal in Ohio.
Is it? Yeah. So you definitely have not. You would never do that, right?
I would never do anything illegal in Ohio.
Okay, so yeah, so you and Gregor have done that. Zachary has not.
What?
So what?
partaking in the roots that grow down in
Just
the
say
hell?
marijuana, man.
Yeah, pot. It's like, so you and Gregor have partaken in pot. Zachary is not.
He's making an assumption.
Yeah, a big fucking assumption.
So, I think we've gone as far as we can go tonight, haven't we? No, admit it, guys.
I think so.
Guys, wasn't that pretty amazing? Wasn't that kind of like a thrill?
Yeah, I'm sending this movie to all y'all.
Was that not a spectacle?
It was a spectacle.
And
you got me to read at a flat earther.
Yeah,
so.
and I mean, think about it. Did you go into this thinking that would happen?
I did not think that by the end of the show, Ben would be belligerent, drunk, yelling at a flat earther for yelling at children.
You kept bringing up the kid thing. It's like y'all had gotten off it, and then it's like, why are you yelling at those kids?
It was fucking stupid.
I'm not going to disagree, but I presented it in the wrong manner. I should have shown some highlights from his good moments, you know?
Might as well send this to Gregor, too.
But, yeah, I think we've taken this as far as we can tonight. That's pretty incredible. Yeah, this is definitely definitely going to be clip worthy, some of this shit. So,
you think Jordan Crawl get on here or not?
It almost doesn't matter after that. After Nathan Thompson came on, I mean, I bet Nathan Thompson makes more money just doing his flat Earth thing than Jordan Crawl ever has selling books. That's honest truth. But you know, whatever. If he wanted, if he ever wanted to come on, if Crawl wanted to come on, he could, but I doubt he would. And he's not going to guilt me about voting for Trump. That's for damn sure. I am solid on that position.
Who's not going to guilt you?
Crawl or any of those fucking.
Or Ben?
No, Ben has never guilted me.
I think Crawl's. I think Trump sucks, but you know I'm not going to guilt people who voted for him because.
I mean, I had no choice.
Fucking Hillary.
I know I had no choice, but I was originally going to vote for what's his name, the guy who didn't know anything about Aleppo or whatever.
Oh, the libertarian candidate, Gary Johnson.
I couldn't even remember his name. That's how irrelevant he is.
Vote Vermin Supreme 2020.
I thought, you know what? I'd rather this not be an exercise in futility for once. I remembered what happened with Ron Paul, and I was all behind him. You know, and nothing came of it. So I thought, you know what? At least Trump is not Hillary. So I did. And when I was open about it, an entire community read at me like they were screaming banshees. And I've always remembered how shamefully they handled, you know, just a simple admission of voter conscience. It's ridiculous. It's a joke, and they should all be ashamed of it. So there you go.
I mean, all right, Jeremy, you have one homework assignment.
Okay.
That's to listen to the dang Michael Heiser thing. So when we get what Flat Earth do back on here, we'll have more talking points, see how he answers them.
Okay. Michael Heiser is the one who.
I sent you two links. I sent you the Michael Heiser podcast.
Hang on.
Freaking movie.
So this is the guy who debunked supposedly the argument that God speaks about flat Earth.
Well, I'm assuming he does. I've not listened to it, but I would say, yeah, it's probably more than likely he's on the debunking side.
Okay. Well,
I'm assuming a debate between you and Jordan Crawl would go better than how it went between me and Nathan there.
I don't know about that.
Crawl's what the heck was that?
Crawl, can I talk?
Go ahead.
Crawl is pretty.
No, you can't talk.
Damn it. Crawl is pretty irascible and belligerent and whatnot. So I doubt it would go much better, to be honest.
Yeah, I assume like when this goes up, this will be like the worst that I look because I ended up fucking ring at a flat earther.
No, listen.
Things.
Wait, you flung a wing at a flat earther?
Nathan, no one.
He was re-ing. He said,
"For God's, is my mic like lower than your alls or something? I don't know.
I can hear you fine.
Okay. No one is
just
mad
don't
at you except
hear what you have to say.
up. No one
All right, everyone,
is
shut up and
mad
let Jeremy
at
talk.
you except Nathan. I am glad that you had a meltdown, a drunken meltdown, and made good radio for me to listen back to. So but I would like for the next one, if Nathan comes back, to be a little more civil, at least until there is really reason to yell back. Because I've seen this guy in action, and he goes up against some hardcore science types, and it takes all they can muster to present arguments and quote unquote.
It sounds like that because he's a fucking asshole.
Well, I think he has to be, because those scientific types are 10 times worse than him, and that's the truth.
Like trying to just be an asshole at someone and pretend you've won the debate is not a fucking debate.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I do agree with Ben on that. There are a lot of people, and I hate to say it, Dyer included, who kind of take that approach. It gets kind of annoying.
Yeah, it would be like me coming on here and be like, Zachary, God doesn't exist. You're a fucking cuck if you think God exists. And you're a fucking cuck if God doesn't. If you think God exists, you're a fucking. You suck. You're irrational. And then just like doing that for a while, and then just having declaring myself the winner when Zach got mad.
See, that's where me and Jeremy disagree about internet debates. Some of them are entertaining, but
yeah,
the
it'll be
ones where you
entertaining, but it
actually
doesn't fucking
get the
prove
good
anything.
answers are going to be more sober.
Yeah, it would be entertaining, but it doesn't prove anything.
I'm not big on like formal debates. I believe in discussions. Arguments, real arguments in real life are chaotic. There are no rules. It's just people feeling blindly through a maze. That's how I perceive arguments. I don't believe in formal debate with rules and fallacies and straw men. And you can't do
That
this.
doesn't
Like,
invalidate the concepts.
Like on one hand, I agree. On the other hand, I think it's the responsibility of the audience to be cognizant of fallacies, so they don't buy into rhetoric.
I mean, the audience can choose either side they want to. That's the point.
Well, I think
that's what I'm saying is like you can have debates all you want, but the actual arguments are they are what they are, and they have to be considered on their own merits. And if they do violate certain certain fallacies, if they're clearly just a case of like someone attacking like authority, if they're just ad hominems, if they clearly are someone trying to weasel their way out of an argument with with rhetoric, then I do think it's the responsibility of the audience to consider that.
Yeah, there's a difference between a sophist and a debater. I think it kind of boils down to that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I don't believe in rules for arguments. I just don't.
Rules exist, though. You're denying objective reality.
No, there are not. There are not objective rules in arguing. Either you agree or you disagree.
No. Take the rules out of, or the arguing out of the equation. There's a right answer there.
Well, yeah.
Getting to it, that's kind of separate from our means of debate, which can fall into misleading tactics. It's good to know about those tactics because people arguing in bad faith always rely on those tactics.
Yes.
There can't be an answer. Not always. There's not always an answer. There are arguments all the time that people get into, or debates where they just can only speculate so far because they're talking about the nature of the universe or something mysterious and elusive. So there are not clear answers then. There's only speculation.
No, I actually do agree on that.
Well, you have to read Kant on that because that's his whole point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, kind of a different take on that about how far our reason can. I don't need to be going into Kant.
But yeah, I do agree with that. There are certain things that have a that the arguments themselves don't actually come to any conclusions, but
that doesn't
either one or
validate
both
them because with our reason,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Either one or both of the sides don't actually have the answer, but they're being but they're like spewing rhetoric, so they claim that they do.
Well, no, I wouldn't even say that. We can take our reason and kind of talk about these things that are, I guess you would say, literally above our heads, but that doesn't mean that we can't get to some sort of, I guess I would say, valid method or valid way of thinking about things. Just because we can't prove it doesn't mean that we can't grasp the concept that's, there.
Okay. Guys, I've had to piss since we brought Nathan on, and that was a while ago. So I think maybe this would be a good time to wrap up. And plus, Ben needs to sort himself out before he goes to work or calls in or whatever he does. So,
Why are you telling Ben what he needs to do?
well, you don't want him to have a hangover, right? He's got.
I don't. Ben's a grown man.
I know what Gregor's doing. He's pushing the.
Don't you think you should be getting some rest for work, man?
What is this? Are you his mother? Are you his mom? Or?
No, I'm his friend. I'm genuinely showing concern to make sure that he doesn't.
He's a concern troll. He's a concern troll there, Ben.
I'll definitely be fine for
I can't believe I've been accused of concern trolling. This is the first ever time that I've been called a concern troll. That's amazing. There's always a first.
Yeah, he's trying to police your body, Ben.
I mean, I'll be fine. I
Okay.
just need to get a rest.
What do you guys want to keep going? What else is there?
I don't want to keep going.
It's about time to wrap up.
Yeah, we wrecked this place, man. I got to clean up for next week. Make it look good for Kirk.
What have you been doing over there?
We wrecked this place. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you did something in your apartment there, or your house, or whatever.
I don't live in an apartment. No, I live in a house.
That's right. You have bunnies next door.
Yeah. But no, man, we wrecked this place. I got to clean it up and make sure it's nice and proper for Kirk Jones next week.
He's going to listen to some of this and not come on.
He might actually be more excited.
You think? He might. I hope that Ben starts yelling at him about whatever it is.
When are you going to lose your cool and yell at a guest, Gregor?
I'm a pretty
be more like Ben.
I'm an old, low testosterone man.
You should be more like Ben and yell at the guest.
I need to start doing push-ups before the show.
Zach,
I'm a high test alpha male, so you need to get on my level.
That's
get
right.
on his frame, yeah. Zach, when are you going to yell at a guest?
I guess when they're annoying.
When are you going to start yelling at Jeremy?
And when he brings up freaking Alfred play again.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's good. Yes. Now I don't think I'll be out yelling at any guests. I'm a real polite man.
You need to drink.
They were guilty. They wouldn't have let him go. So there.
I probably want to yell at them.
No.
Yes.
They signed on the dotted line to freaking guilty.
I probably would have yelled at him if I hadn't been drinking rum all night.
Ben, quit backing out. Own it.
I'm fucking.
What to yell at you now?
Dude,
I've been drinking rum all night. What the fuck do you want me to say?
Nathan can handle it. Trust me. Like he said, I
hadn't thought about that.
He has hung in there for like 8 hours arguing with 4 or 5 guys at once, maybe more. So
yeah, but he's gonna take this as a feather in his hat, and I don't want to fucking let him have that.
No, we don't matter enough to be a feather in his hat. But I do think
to someone like him, yeah.
Anyway, doesn't he remind you guys of Matthew Lawrence a little bit? Doesn't he look just
Who
like
the heck is that?
Nathan, you fucking suck.
I swear the guy looks like Matthew Lawrence, the actor Matthew Lawrence.
Matthew Lawrence, the guy like a Party of 5 or something. Is that who it is?
No, Superhuman Samurai, Cyber, whatever.
That's Matthew Lillard.
Super Samurai, Cyberspace Soldiers, whatever that was called.
Something like that, yeah.
I
remember that. It was like a Power Rangers ripoff.
Yeah, it was
like
really bad. But look, no, didn't Nathan look just like this guy?
Was he the villain? Was he the villain in Superhuman Samurai?
No, he was Sam, the main character. I can't believe
really?
I can remember that. Yeah.
Why don't you drop a beard on that guy and let's see.
Anyway, I think we've said enough. It's I got to make sure that this isn't so long that I can't save it to any kind of drive. So I guess we should wrap up there. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I would say so. We should probably wrapped up about 3 hours ago, but yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I do still have to get. So okay, so I will play us out then.
Fantastic. You autistic?
What a show.
We're all autistic.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben, for doing what I couldn't this episode.
Oh, but make sure you take your vitamins and you get plenty of rest so you can go to work tomorrow.
Well, yeah,
I'll be able to go to work tomorrow.
He just got that job. You don't want him to get fired. Gee. Anyway, here we go.
Good night, all.
Yeah, play us out, Jeremy. All right. Have a good night, everyone.
Ugh, freaking new girl.